Chapter 1. Unexpectedly arriving in a natural disaster apocalypse. The black-haired girl leaned on the hilt of her Tang saber, slumped on the floor as sweat streamed down her hair. Congratulations, host Shen Ruoran, for completing the most difficult level, your 100th transmigration mission, eliminating all zombies in an uninhabited zombie city. Your transmigration journey is about to end. Arranging a suitable, livable world now. Shen Ruoran let out a long breath. Finally, freedom. She had waited far too long for this moment. Somewhere in the universe, a cluster of stellar particles experienced an unexpected deviation during transmission, severely affecting the light sensing system. The system in front of the light screen froze in shock. Where did it just send the host? It seemed to be another apocalyptic world. This one was caused by a country insisting on discharging nuclear-contaminated water, destroying the ocean and ecological systems, disrupting the water cycle, which then turned against humanity. A flash of white light struck, and Shen Ruoran lost consciousness. When she woke again, she found herself in an entirely different place. She lay on a crude, low-quality wooden bed. Beside her were piles of discarded cardboard boxes and empty drink bottles. The space was extremely cramped, only enough room for one person to pass through the narrow aisle. The air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench of rot and decay. Shen Ruoran clenched her teeth silently. Her composure barely held back the surge of anger threatening to explode. Her eyes were icy cold. So, system, this is the reward you're giving me after finishing all the transmigration missions? Originally, she had imagined spending her life peacefully in a seaside vacation villa. Instead, she had been dropped into a so-called peaceful world. As a poor person living in a slum, she had no intention of reliving a life of overworking herself to death just to afford a house. The system, well aware of her personality, felt a chill down its spine, as if an invisible blade were pressed against its non-existent neck. Even its voice trembled when issuing instructions. Sorry, host. There was a transmission error. This world is still apocalyptic but much milder than the ones you experienced before. It mainly involves natural disasters. The system wanted to cry. The more it explained, the angrier the host seemed to become. Having witnessed her terrifying rage in past apocalypses, the system secretly began preparing to sever its bond with Shen Ruoran in advance. Oh great lord, it's just a young system. It doesn't want to die. So system, how do you plan to deal with this? Shen Ruoran spoke each word slowly and clearly, stretching her limbs. A habitual warm-up before a fight. If the system's answer didn't satisfy her, she was ready to take action. The system panicked. I can give you 1/10 of the wealth you accumulated during your transmigration missions. 1/10, that meant 1 billion. Not enough. Shen Ruoran naturally began bargaining. She needed some form of offensive ability. Then return my level 9 wood-type ability from my 17th mission. The zombie base world. She wasn't being unreasonable. She even chose the lowest level ability she had. This world is purely a natural disaster apocalypse. It does not support offensive abilities. Then what does it support? Shen Ruoran let out a cold laugh, glancing at the system's projected form. You should know. Beating up a projection still feels pretty satisfying. The system, which had once been brutally beaten by her, screamed internally. Great lord. Approve my unlink request now. Your beloved little system is about to die. Why, you know I'm just a low-level system with limited authority. I can only give you a spatial ability. Shen Ruoran raised an eyebrow, her tone lifting slightly. Oh? Are you saying my personal storage space from the transmigration worlds is gone too? The threat in her voice was unmistakable. The system jolted. The more it spoke, the worse it got. Despite rising to become the leader of one of the top 3 interstellar organizations thanks to Shen Ruoran's achievements, the system was still as humble as ever today. You can keep your personal space, but the items inside are too overpowered for this world. A single cold glance. The system immediately corrected itself. But, if you only use them occasionally, it should be fine. I'll also give you some management points as a bonus. Management points? Shen Ruoran considered it. She had a feeling it was related to property or housing. You can purchase a supermarket. Once you activate it, it becomes entirely yours, absolutely safe. That will also unlock the management points system. That sounded good, right up her alley. But something seemed to be missing. How am I supposed to run the supermarket? The system awkwardly replied. That, you'll have to figure out yourself. I can only provide the activation process. Her personal space, management points, and 1 billion in assets were all transferred. Only then did approval from the higher authority finally come through. Without even saying goodbye, the system fled from Planet L as if its life depended on it. It knew Shen Ruoran's temperament far too well. The glowing projection in midair suddenly vanished. Shen Ruoran seemed to have expected this. Not a ripple stirred in her eyes. Her mind automatically received the identity of this new world. Her name was still Shen Ruoran, a third-year university student and an orphan. This house was an inheritance left behind by her parents. The wealth granted by the system had to appear reasonable and legitimate. This house happened to be a well-located property slated for demolition. The compensation, 8 million yuan, had already been transferred. Her parents had been scrap collectors. After years of frugality, they left her only 110,000 yuan. City B placed great emphasis on education and provided generous rewards for students. Shen Ruoran had excellent grades and had received scholarships consistently since childhood. Her parents had opened a bank account for her, depositing all her scholarship money untouched, amounting to 50,000 yuan. On the clean table lay a crumpled lottery ticket with a sticky note attached. Winning amount, 6 million yuan. Already transferred to your bank account. The remaining 900+ million came from an absurdly wealthy tycoon who had accidentally lost a low-value bank card, which somehow ended up in Shen Ruoran's black wallet. It even came with a 6-digit PIN. To someone of such immense wealth, losing 900 million was nothing, just like tipping during a meal. System, yes, that's right. I'm that ridiculously rich boss. Getting this money together wasn't easy. Altogether, the sum totaled exactly 1 billion yuan. Not a cent more, not a cent less. After the system disappeared, a watch without time markings appeared on Shen Ruoran's left wrist. She skillfully tapped its screen, summoning a camera-like interface. Management system status. Not activated. Point 0. With a thought, Shen Ruoran entered the personal space that had accompanied her through 100 transmigrations. It looked exactly as she remembered. 3 distinct areas were clearly separated, each with its own function. The leftmost area could expand infinitely, filled with furniture, clothing, tools, and supplies she had scavenged from past worlds. The middle area had time-stopping properties. It stored various seeds and saplings she had taken from zombie worlds, as well as dozens of boxes of snacks. Chapter 2. Personal Storage Space. As for the rightmost area, it was shrouded in darkness, with faint clusters of purple-gray mist seeping through. The items within were spoils Shen Ruoran had obtained after killing the 4th-ranked interstellar pirate group, the Yashan clan. The third section of her personal space had a built-in purification function, and Shen Ruoran had been waiting for those purple-gray mists to dissipate. After all, whatever was inside was something even the system feared. Natural disaster world data loaded. Please review promptly. Shen Ruoran immediately adjusted her mindset and began reading carefully. In 7 days, Country R would insist on discharging over 1 million tons of nuclear wastewater. In response, the ocean ecosystem would attempt to save itself by altering the water cycle, triggering torrential rains across the entire planet. The first to suffer would be Country R itself, the source of the discharge. The rain would last for 300 days. Eventually, the contaminated water would drift to City B, where Shen Ruoran was located, affecting the city's water sources, air, and ecosystem. Nuclear radiation would be everywhere. Half a year later, a radioactive element derived from the contamination would destabilize the Earth's crust, causing frequent earthquakes. Extreme heat, extreme cold, polar day, and polar night would follow in succession. Then came biological mutations caused by radiation. Surviving animals, chickens, ducks, dogs would become highly aggressive toward humans. Plants would develop carnivorous tendencies. Even humans themselves would undergo grotesque transformations. In short, it meant enduring all the catastrophic consequences of nuclear wastewater discharge, without end. A true natural disaster apocalypse, just as its name implied. A genuine catastrophe. After reading everything, Shen Ruoran felt a headache coming on, mainly from the mention of nuclear radiation. Her original world had no nuclear weapons, and she had never encountered such a concept even during her transmigration missions. But she quickly reassured herself. Worst case, she could just stay indoors forever. After all, the system had said that any building bound to the management system would be absolutely safe. With 1 billion in assets, Shen Ruoran left the demolition property without a second glance. In the remote suburbs, it was hard to find a taxi, so she booked one online. "Driver, take me to Haoshang Hotel." This hotel was the most expensive 8-star hotel listed on travel apps. Shen Ruoran firmly believed that you get what you pay for. If she was going to stay somewhere, it had to be the best. Due to poor network conditions, the driver received her destination late. Hearing her request, he thought he misheard and glanced at her through the rearview mirror, speaking in a thick local dialect. "Where to?" The car still carried the unpleasant smell of cigarette smoke from the previous passenger. Shen Ruoran, who disliked cigarettes, frowned and rolled down the window before repeating, "To Haoshang Hotel in this city." So he hadn't misheard. The driver moved his foot from the brake to the accelerator, sneering slightly. Another girl with no self-respect, he thought. Cheap clothes, a decent face, going to a place where rich people spent money. What else could she be going for besides selling herself? Thinking about how long it had been since he'd been with a woman, the driver's thoughts turned filthy, and he spoke shamelessly. "Hey little sister, you're really pretty. When we get there, don't get out of the car. I'll finish the ride, then take you to another hotel. I'll treat you no charge. I'm very skilled, I'll take good care of you." Shen Ruoran, already full of pent-up anger, finally found an outlet. A law-abiding citizen lowered her head slightly. Her dark hair fell forward, hiding her eyes as she quickly typed into her phone browser. Consequences of self-defense after being verbally harassed or insulted. Keep audio evidence, report directly. Offender detained. Keep audio evidence, retaliate physically. Minor injuries require compensation of 100 to 300 yuan. Serious injuries 500 to 8,000 yuan. If the recording proves criminal intent, self-defense incurs no punishment unless it endangers life. After briefly understanding the laws of this world, Shen Ruoran exited the browser, opened the recording app, and slipped the phone into her pocket. In a pitiful tone, she said, "Driver, please don't do this. I'm scared." Seeing her act shy in the mirror only excited the driver more. He licked his dry lips greedily. Shen Ruoran added, "I'm going to Haoshang International. Faking the trip completion on the platform isn't good, right?" Since she hadn't outright refused, the driver became even bolder. "If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who's gonna know?" Mission accomplished. Shen Ruoran stopped the recording. In a hidden corner near Haoshang International, a blind spot without surveillance cameras, the man was pinned down against the hood of his old electric car. His bulky body forced into a humiliating position. Every bone in his body felt shattered. He howled in pain, completely unable to resist. "I'm calling the police. You vicious woman." Shen Ruoran increased the pressure on him and sneered. "Call them? Have verbal harassment, solicitation, falsifying a ride order. Any one of those is enough to ruin you." She grabbed his thinning hair and slammed his face against the wall. Dust smeared across his already unpleasant features, making him look like a ghost from hell. "Little sister, you're really pretty. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who's gonna know?" Her phone clearly replayed his earlier words. The man's face stiffened. After a long pause, he forced out, "You win." On the empty street, the cold wind howled. The once arrogant man now crouched in a corner, crying miserably. Shen Ruoran had been very precise with her strikes. There were no visible injuries, nothing a hospital could detect, but the pain was unbearable, as if his muscles and bones had been torn apart. Beaten was one thing, but why take all his money too? And he couldn't even call the police. With that recording as evidence, reporting it would destroy his life. How would he face his family and friends afterward? Using the driver's money, Shen Ruoran booked a presidential suite at Haoshang International. She also had the staff deliver several sets of clothes and sleepwear in her size. After any physical exertion, if conditions allowed, she always liked to shower and change into clean clothes. Otherwise, she felt uncomfortable all over. After bathing and changing, she lay down on the leather sofa, picked up her phone and placed orders. She rented 30 large suburban warehouses across the east, south and west parts of the city, remote locations with surveillance, using them as transfer stations for stockpiling supplies. The world's data monitoring technology wasn't as advanced as the blue planet she once lived on. To be safe, she erased the IP address of the gaming room computer and encrypted all her online purchases. She carefully calculated delivery times, purchasing goods directly from production sources online, and staggering delivery schedules, all to avoid drivers running into each other and noticing anything unusual. Chapter 3: House Hunting and Buying. She ordered a total of 10 million barrels of purified or mineral water, 1 million bags of high-quality rice, 1 million bags of flour, and 10,000 bags each of glutinous rice, black rice, koik seeds, and millet. She also bought 5 million barrels of various brands of cooking oil, along with 1 million units each of salt, sugar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, chili sauce, pepper, laoganma, and other seasonings. Additionally, she stocked up on dried goods that were easy to preserve: dried shrimp, black fungus, peanuts, sunflower seeds, walnuts, red dates, goji berries, seaweed, 10,000 jin of each. Even though she was a complete beginner in cooking, that didn't stop Shen Ruoran from stockpiling. In most of the transmigration worlds, survival meant facing dangerous apocalypses or terrifying death games. What she ate was usually just biscuits, bread, or instant noodles stored in her space. She had never truly satisfied her appetite. Back when she didn't even have a personal storage space, a bowl of instant noodles soaked in cold water was already a luxurious meal. After endless days and nights of suffering, she had drunk dirty water, eaten insects raw, and even chewed on tree branches. Back then she dreamed of having hot meals, even plain porridge without any flavor. So now, whether raw or cooked, as long as it was food, Shen Ruoran went on a stocking spree, buying tens of thousands of jin, enough to last a lifetime. She never wanted to experience that nightmare again. Shen Ruoran looked best in size L clothing. She had a slender, tall figure, standing at 1.72 meters, with long legs many would envy. She wasn't sure whether she would gain or lose weight during the disasters, so she simply bought 30,000 sets of clothes in every size from S to XL, different styles covering all 4 seasons. Online shopping is amazing. It had been so long since she last shopped online. Shen Ruoran was extremely satisfied with her purchases. She shifted her position, leaning back in a gaming chair, her long black hair cascading down. Crossing her arms comfortably, she couldn't help but admire her own foresight. Luckily, back then she had shamelessly, or rather forcefully, learned hacking skills from the system, and picked up various advanced technologies from higher-level planets. She wasn't worried at all about anyone in this world detecting her actions. Compared to interstellar civilizations millions of years ahead, the internet infrastructure and defenses of this world looked like children's toys to her. A gentle push and it would collapse completely. A pop-up window appeared, visible only to her. Time remaining before management system activation expires: 24 hours. A massive city map unfolded in midair. Buildings such as supermarkets, internet cafes, and malls were clearly marked, urging her to purchase one and activate the system. Shen Ruoran calmly clicked the X. From the very beginning, she had no intention of following the system's suggestion to buy a supermarket. The rule only stated a building. The supermarket was just an example, so she could buy a house. Owning a home of her own had always been Shen Ruoran's obsession. Even though she had once worked herself to death trying to afford a house, she still wanted a large, beautiful one. During her transmigration journeys, collecting houses had also become one of her hobbies. Now that she had billions in her pocket, the thought naturally resurfaced. The city she was in had a strong economy, second only to the capital. It had a larger land area but a lower population density, making it very suitable for living. After careful consideration, Shen Ruoran chose to place her management system in Xinjuyuan, a newly built residential complex within the city's third ring. The complex included both villas and high-rise apartments. That very night, she added a real estate agent on WeChat. The agent sent her detailed information about the property. It was a new development with few residents. The buildings were spaced far apart, emphasizing privacy. Most nearby shops were still vacant. In short, it was sparsely populated. Exactly her ideal home. No matter the type of apocalypse, densely populated areas were the most dangerous. Where there were people, there were conflicts, and Shen Ruoran preferred to be alone. The next day, the agent, wearing white gloves, handed her a bottle of mineral water priced at 30 yuan, smiling professionally. As they walked, the agent introduced the property in detail, especially emphasizing the most expensive villas. These villas are all standalone estates, 700 square meters, with large courtyards and basements. The interior design is exquisite and elegant, perfect for someone like you. If you're interested, I can show you one. I have the keys. Judging by Shen Ruoran's demeanor, the agent assumed she was wealthy. Even though she had expressed interest in high-rise apartments, the agent still pushed the villas. After all, commissions on villas were much higher. If you value comfort and luxury, villas are definitely the best choice. Shen Ruoran glanced at the villa's floor height with disdain. Too low. Easily flooded. She had no intention of spending so much money on what would become a future Waterview house, especially one contaminated with nuclear waste. No need. Just the high-rises. Show me several units. If I'm satisfied, I'll buy them all. The agent's face lit up with joy. Although apartments were cheaper than villas, buying in bulk could bring even higher commissions. The apartments in Xinjiuan were spacious, 520 square meters each, with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, a balcony, and a kitchen. They were fully furnished with high-end furniture. Duplex units had 3 additional empty rooms on the second floor, allowing owners to design freely. Both fully decorated units and unfurnished units were available to meet different preferences. Shen Ruoran had plenty of time. She viewed 3 to 4 units of each type before making her final decision. She bought the entire highest position building in the complex. 31 floors in total, with duplex units above the 22nd floor. Only a few residents lived there. Most units were still unsold. The agent's grin stretched from ear to ear, frozen in place as overwhelming joy surged through them. Snapping out of it, they immediately pulled out the contract and watched as Shen Ruoran paid in full. Mom, the ancestors must be blessing me. After sending off the ecstatic agent, Shen Ruoran, master of time management, called in a surveillance installation team and the most expensive local interior design company. Both had been scheduled in advance. Before they arrived, she had already prepared her requirements, printed neatly on A4 paper, and handed them to the technicians. Most surveillance cameras were to be installed in corridors and stairwells. Aside from already occupied units, she kept only 3 fully furnished apartments intact. 20 units would be converted into hostel-style accommodations. Floors 26 and 27 would become ecological farming zones, simulating environments for crops and livestock, complete with air purification systems and odor isolation materials. Floors 24 and 25 would be combined into a laboratory by removing 4 walls. Units 2201, 2202, 2301, and 2302 would be turned into a reading lounge and internet cafe, complete with VIP rooms and an IT workspace. Units 2203 and 2303 would be designed as a clinic, including a small operating room, consultation room, and areas for medicine storage and for treatment. Chapter 4. Renovating the building. Unit 2101 on the 21st floor would be used as a storage room, while 2102 and 2103 would be filled with supermarket shelves. As for what exactly she planned to use them for, Shen Ruoran already had her own ideas. She had no intention of touching the units from the 1st to the 11th floor for now. Based on the known disaster information, any floor below the 12th level would eventually be submerged by floodwaters. As for the 2 units she chose for herself, 2803 and 2903, Unit 2903 had 3 empty rooms available for customization. She decided to install a large swimming pool there, with a constant temperature system and adjustable settings, ideally ranging from 16 degrees Celsius to 42 degrees Celsius. The walls would be fitted with tablet holders and fruit racks, so she could enjoy herself while swimming. The renovation worker filled 5 full pages of notes, nodding as he listened. Compared to the earlier requests like the farming zones and laboratory, this was relatively simple. Many wealthy clients had similar preferences, and he had plenty of experience. Shen Ruoran said, "Use the best materials and equipment. Don't worry about the cost. If you do a good job and finish quickly, I'll give you an extra 20% bonus." "Thank you, Miss Shen. Providing excellent service is our duty." The workers smiled. They were professionals, they would handle every detail perfectly. In the middle room, fill 1/3 of the space each with snack shelves and bookshelves. Leave space for 3 freezers. Place lounge chairs, cushions, and a tea table there. Got it. Anything else? Shen Ruoran went upstairs to the last room and thought for a moment. Please turn this room into a gym. Treadmills, ellipticals, spinning bikes, dumbbells, barbells, a Smith machine, set it all up. I'm giving you 25 days. When it's done, prepare a full cost estimate. I'll approve it before purchase. And when I pay in full, I want to see the invoices. No problem. You can trust us, we're professionals. With the housing arrangements settled, Shen Ruoran took a taxi to the warehouses and collected another batch of supplies into her storage space. Immigration office. Miss, do you have an urgent reason? Expedited processing requires an explanation. My best friend is terminally ill. She's emotionally unstable right now. I need to go be with her. Shen Ruoran spoke in a subdued tone, using her prepared excuse. She blinked a few times, her eyes filled with convincing sadness, her acting flawless. The formally dressed staff member remained expressionless. Expedited service costs an additional 200 yuan. After that, you'll wait for notification to collect your passport. Shen Ruoran had no issue with the fee. What she needed was to get to Country M as soon as possible. On this planet, only Country M sold weapons to ordinary citizens, and there were no explicit limits on quantity. That evening, after enjoying a buffet dinner at Haoshang International, Shen Ruoran returned to her suite. Lying comfortably on the sofa, she picked up her phone again. This time she ordered thousands of books across various genres, 1,000 desktop computers, 500 laptops, 500 tablets from different brands, 2,000 of the latest smartphones. Books and electronics weren't essential survival items in an apocalypse, so buying them in bulk wouldn't raise suspicion. She simply listed her new home's address, letting the renovation workers handle the placement. After finishing all this, Shen Ruoran finally felt like she was settling down in this world. In her countless past lives, she had always been on edge, constantly fighting for survival. Eating and sleeping had taken up only a small part of her time. Now she wanted to focus more on her mental and emotional life. There were still 7 days before Country R discharged nuclear wastewater, and 29 days before the torrential rains began. She had plenty of time to stock up. The next day, after staying up all night binge-watching campus dramas, Shen Ruoran struggled out of bed, dark circles under her eyes, yawning sleepily. She was awakened by a mechanical notification. Management system activated. Current points null. Business type. A 31-story building that appears completely unprofitable? Warning. Error detected. Detection failed. The host must reset the management system within 7 hours. Shen Ruoran frowned slightly. Had she misunderstood? Was the system only meant for businesses like restaurants or supermarkets? But the rules clearly stated, limited to 1 building. By literal interpretation, she had already fulfilled that condition. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting soft shadows across her face, her confusion clearly visible. But Shen Ruoran didn't think she was wrong. After 100 transmigrations, she knew better than anyone how to exploit loopholes in rules and systems. For her guess was correct. Her phone, encased in a brown teddy bear cover, felt smooth in her hand. She unlocked it, found the renovation worker's contact, and transferred money. Then she sent a message. I accidentally overpaid the deposit by 10,000 yuan. Please transfer it back. Income received. Management points +1. Building meets operational requirements. Full management rights granted to host. Will fully activate at a designated time. Shen Ruoran let out a small breath. She was right. The worker transferring money back to her counted as income, meeting the requirement for generating management points. With control secured, she opened the system interface and decisively changed the business type to a rental model. Her goal wasn't to run a business. She wanted to become a landlord, owning dozens of properties and collecting rent. Nothing made her feel more fulfilled than owning real estate. As for the designated time mentioned, she didn't even need to think. It would be the first day the disasters began. Shen Ruoran changed into a white shirt and cropped jeans and headed early in the morning to the wholesale produce market. Even before arriving, she could hear vendors loudly calling out their goods. After a brief walk around, she approached the largest vegetable wholesaler, who had 2 workers helping. "Boss, your vegetables look very fresh. Do you offer delivery?" Wang Danian weighed a cabbage and replied with a simple smile. "For orders over a full truckload, we deliver within 10 kilometers for 15 yuan. Smaller orders aren't worth the fuel. It's a small business, easy to lose money." Shen Ruoran handed him a list. "Every day before 7 a.m., deliver 100 jin each of cabbage, leafy greens, baby cabbage, amaranth, soybeans, green beans, carrots, white radish, winter melon, eggplant, scallions, cilantro, and garlic to this address, for 1 week. I'll pay part of the deposit now. The rest will be settled daily." She took out her phone and scanned the QR code on the wall. 3,000 yuan received via WeChat. Faced with such a generous client, Wang Danian beamed with delight, holding the paper like a treasure. "Boss, will someone be there to open the warehouse? Or should I take the key?" Shen Ruoran replied, "It's not locked. Just pull up the rolling shutter and move everything inside. Please stack things neatly. And don't forget to close the door and pull the shutter down when you leave." Chapter 5. Wholesale Vegetables and Fruits. I've installed surveillance cameras inside and outside the warehouse. Since our cooperation is going smoothly, I'll add an extra 100 yuan to the payment. Wang Danian had never seen a buyer so generous before. To someone from a farming background like him, 100 yuan felt like a windfall from the sky. He immediately warned his 2 shop assistants, "Listen carefully, you two. No matter who comes to deliver the goods, make sure the doors are properly closed." "Got it. Got it." Nearby vendors, envious of such a big deal, crowded around Shen Ruoran to promote their own goods. "Little lady, all my vegetables are homegrown. No pesticides, completely healthy. And I've got plenty. Definitely enough for your needs. Boss lady, take a look at ours. We deliver for free, no charge at all. Please consider us. Our cost-performance ratio is unbeatable. Ours too. Absolutely worth it." Since Shen Ruoran already had a large demand for vegetables, she selected a few larger stalls with enough manpower and handed them the warehouse address. Before 7:30 every morning, deliver 100 jin each of broccoli, celery, potatoes, taro, cucumbers, pumpkin, shiitake mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and edible sweet potato leaves for 1 week. I'll also pay a 3,000 yuan deposit first. For your stall, also 3,000 yuan deposit in advance. Each day 100 jin of loofah, tomatoes, zucchini, lettuce, romaine lettuce, cauliflower, asparagus lettuce, water spinach, bean sprouts, onions, arrowhead bulbs, water bamboo, okra, green chilies, bell peppers, and chili peppers. For your stall I need. After placing all her vegetable orders, Shen Ruoran went to the nearby fruit market and selected several fruit vendors, handing them similar lists. Altogether, she wholesale ordered 100 jin each of watermelon, apples, oranges, tangerines, pears, grapes, bananas, dragon fruit, kiwi fruit, jackfruit, durian, and more. Having secured vegetable and fruit supplies for the apocalypse, Shen Ruoran intentionally hinted that she also wanted to raise chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. Most of the vendors came from rural areas where livestock farming was common. Buying directly from their villages would be ideal. Upon hearing this, the vendors immediately thought of their hometown, Shanhua Village, which was famous for animal husbandry. Shanhua Village was well known in the area as a large livestock-raising village. Many households raised poultry and livestock, and there were even 2 large-scale farms supplying school canteens. Excited, one vendor quickly recommended his village, and even showed her information on his phone. "Why don't I take you there today? You've almost finished buying what you need anyway. We can leave right now." "All right." The winding mountain road was rough, and the gravel made the truck sway constantly. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, the vendor couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted through a loud voice, "Everyone, bring out your chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs. Big business is here." Shen Ruoran looked out at the peaceful rural scenery outside the window, quietly enjoying the calmness. After a moment, a shadow fell over her expression, and a trace of regret appeared in her eyes. Such a peaceful scene, after some time it would likely never be seen again. Watching the cheerful vendor, she hesitated. Should she give him a warning? Although she had once been called the Apocalypse Female Demon King, she occasionally still showed kindness toward ordinary people without malice. She had just bought so much fruit from them, and now she was about to purchase most of their village's chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. The villagers of Shanhua village lined up to welcome her arrival. The two large livestock farmers in particular were overjoyed. With school holidays approaching, they had been worried about unsold stock piling up. Now their savior had arrived with Shen Ruoran. The large order not only solved their urgent problem, but allowed every household with livestock to earn a share of the profit. The entire village was filled with festive excitement, like it was New Year's. The village chief directed people to load the animals onto trucks. In the end, they loaded 5 full trucks of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. Since there were fewer geese, that truck was only half full, and the remaining space was filled with chickens and ducks. 6 heavy-duty trucks were fully prepared. Influenced by the enthusiasm of the villagers, Shen Ruoran half-jokingly said to the village chief, "Chief, I've bought most of your village's livestock this time. You should rest for half a year now. Use the money I gave you to stock up on other supplies. Maybe they'll be useful in the future." Her words were very subtle. A normal person would not associate them with an impending apocalypse, and she would still be able to remain in peace for the next few days. As for whether the villagers would act on her suggestion, that was up to them. The village chief kept a calm expression, but he carefully analyzed her words. He was an ambitious man, always looking for opportunities to climb higher and learn from successful people. He believed that a wealthy buyer like Shen Ruoran wouldn't randomly make such large purchases without a reason. She must have her own business logic. He could never guess that a natural disaster was approaching. Instead, he assumed she had insider information and that meat prices and other supplies were about to rise. The village chief exchanged a look with the village clerk. Such a rare opportunity to make money could not be missed. Even for year-end performance evaluations, this could become a political achievement. So Shanhua village, taking advantage of the still low prices, unintentionally purchased even more livestock. After sending off the convoy of trucks, Shen Ruoran transferred all the animals into the second area of her spatial storage. Time in that space was frozen, animals stopped moving, required no feeding, produced no waste, and their lives were effectively suspended indefinitely. She hadn't expected to acquire so much livestock so smoothly. She immediately ordered 300 truckloads of animal feed and stored it in her space as well. In the future, she would take out both animals and feed for breeding and reproduction. During the 7 days of vegetable and fruit procurement, Shen Ruoran focused on long-term survival strategy. She visited wholesale markets to buy seeds, large quantities of hardware materials, bedding, daily necessities, kitchen supplies, snacks. Anything that had a price tag in the market, whether useful or not, she stored in her space. She also acquired a privately owned hospital that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Through its supply channels, she purchased millions worth of medicine and medical equipment. "Hello, is this Miss Shen Ruoran? Your expedited passport application has been approved. Please pick it up before 5 p.m. this afternoon." Under a tree with drifting willow catkins, Shen Ruoran hung up the phone, booked a flight for 10 a.m. the next morning, and rode an electric scooter to pick up her passport. There were very few people waiting in the hall. She successfully received her passport, and when she looked up, she noticed the staff member's hesitant expression. "Is something wrong? Do you need to tell me something?" The staff member hesitated, then finally decided to say one more thing. Chapter 6: Buying Weapons Abroad. Recently, country has been experiencing severe tornadoes and a high number of shootings. If you can avoid going there, you should. It's dangerous. Have you seen the news? The country is now urging its citizens abroad to return home. Shen Ruoran, who had recently become addicted to browsing the internet again, had indeed seen several trending topics about country on Weibo and Douyin. According to the Apocalypse Information Guide provided by the system, country had previously released too many harmful viruses and was, after our country, one of the earliest nations affected by the approaching disasters. The tornadoes and sandstorms appearing in multiple regions were only the earliest signs. Shen Ruoran simply said, "Thank you." The situation in M country would only get worse. Her destination was the capital, where no widespread tornado devastation had occurred yet, but that did not guarantee safety. Leaving early was always the right choice. The next day, dressed in a trendy black outfit, black hat, black clothes, black sunglasses, Shen Ruoran got up early and went to the warehouse to collect a batch of supplies. She carried a 28-inch suitcase. It was very light, containing only a few sets of clothes and skincare products. There were very few passengers on her flight. Only a handful sat in business class and first class was practically empty. While flying over her home country, she had already changed her phone's IP address to M country and began browsing social media. Handsome Paul. My house was turned into ruins by a tornado. Can anyone kindly take me in? Sexy Wildcat Xiaomei. Start stocking up, everyone. A friend at the meteorological station secretly said that future natural disasters are expected to become more frequent based on upper-level forecasts. Study abroad, Panda. Aya, don't scare me. I'm suspending my studies and booking a flight home right now. Tonight I wish for awakening lightning powers, ice, water, fire, wood, space, devouring, light, metal, earth, invisibility, psychic, strength, darkness, poison, speed, vision, hearing, healing. Just give me 4 or 5 types, that's enough. Unemployed man looking for work and housing. You've all read too many apocalypse novels. Our M country is invincible. It's the superpower of planet LA. These tornadoes and sandstorms can't do anything serious. But honestly, I think lightning abilities are pretty useful. Could power your room when the electricity goes out. Shen Ruoran closed her phone and glanced at the deep, gloomy clouds outside the window. The imagination of people in this world was quite advanced. They had even predicted supernatural abilities. Those, however, were real experiences from her previous worlds of dimensional travel. In truth, the awareness of M country's citizens would not help much. Once the apocalypse truly arrived, very few would survive. This country had vast land and sparse population, with most people living in villas or single-story houses. High-rises were mainly used for corporate offices and commercial operations. When the waters flooded the planet, M country's citizens would be forced to gather helplessly in non-residential areas, watching their homes submerged beneath endless depths. This was fate, national destiny, and personal destiny alike. For safety reasons, Shen Ruoran's flight had been pre-registered and rerouted to avoid severe weather, extending the flight time. When the plane landed, she stepped into a foreign country. The first thing she felt was humid air mixed with the smell of sand and dust. Before she had taken many steps, someone in the crowd suddenly screamed in agitation. Check the latest trending news. Those damn people in our country are inhuman. They've officially announced they will release nuclear-contaminated water into the ocean at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Are they insane? What is our government doing? Why are they supporting this? Are they crazy? They should learn from each country and firmly oppose this. Does our country want to destroy the entire planet? Those who thought more deeply stopped walking. Their bodies stiffened. If they really do this, according to the water cycle theory, we will eventually be affected too. It's only a matter of time. Someone suddenly realized something and froze again. Wait. Because of the time difference, 3 p.m. in our country is basically. Terrified passengers grabbed their heads. Inside the airport hall, the sound of cursing toward our country grew louder and louder. But what could they do? Their country was closely allied with our country. Expecting them to take real action was nearly impossible. As Shen Ruoran passed through the hall, she observed the anger and worry on people's faces and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was coming would still come. The endless disasters of this world were all the result of sins committed by certain nations. She did not linger and quickly headed toward her destination. The system's core disaster information mostly covered her home country. Information about M country was limited, and she was not sure whether staying long-term would be safe. Even with her strength, she might not be able to withstand the fury of nature itself. So she shortened her original plan by 3 days. Shen Ruoran hacked into M country's IT systems, forged a series of legal-looking documents, and purchased 10,000 boxes of pistols, 50,000 boxes of bullets, 30,000 boxes of grenades, 100,000 military knives, 100,000 machetes. After completing the purchase, she booked the earliest return flight and immediately began her journey back home. In her home city of B-City, familiar dialects filled the air, still criticizing our country's nuclear wastewater discharge incident. Such actions were said to be endangering all humanity and the planet that generations depended on. It would surely bring divine punishment. At the famous Bagang Grand Hotel in B-City, ranked first on major food recommendation apps, the cuisine was diverse and of excellent quality. The interior was decorated in a festive traditional style, bright red and warmly lit, giving guests a welcoming feeling. Private rooms lined both sides of the hallway, nearly all occupied, filled with lively conversations in various dialects. Following the waiter's guidance, Shen Ruoran entered the large private room she had reserved earlier. A thick menu sat stacked on the table. After living in this world, she had mostly eaten hotel buffets and had not properly experienced local cuisine. She flipped through the menu from beginning to end with great interest, then waved her hand generously. "Bring me one of everything on the menu, food and drinks. Pack it all up. If I can't finish it, I'll take it away later." The waiter's eyes widened so much they almost popped out, but his professionalism stopped him from reacting too loudly. Although the request was unusual in his 3 years of work, this was the largest order he had ever received. "Please wait a moment. I'll inform the kitchen immediately." He adjusted his expression, smiled, bowed, and left quickly, his steps noticeably lighter than when he arrived. Soon, dishes from Bagang Grand Hotel were served one after another, filling the table with rich aromas. At the very front were pastries, representing centuries of traditional culinary heritage. Bagang Grand Hotel's reputation was largely built on these pastries. Shen Ruoran tasted each item briefly, then stored them directly into her spatial storage. She then placed a prepared black plastic bag filled with empty takeaway containers beside her seat. Chapter 7. Collecting Restaurant Cuisine. She pretended that she had eaten everything herself. The waiter came in carrying a hot dish, and as soon as he set it down, he noticed that the table was completely empty, except for that one bowl. His mouth twitched and his pupils were filled with shock. For a moment, he even wondered if he had somehow traveled back in time to half an hour ago. Unable to help himself, he politely asked, "Hello. There should have been several dishes here just now. Where did they go?" He had heard of customers trying to dine and dash before. A colleague of his had once failed to notice one in time, and had his monthly bonus deducted by the manager. So he seriously suspected he had encountered one today as well, and one even more serious, with accomplices helping to secretly move the food away and then framing him for not serving it. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, why would someone even need so many takeaway containers? Good thing he noticed in time. If all the dishes had been served, it might not just be a few months' bonus. He could even be fired. The signature dishes of Bagang Grand Hotel were extremely expensive. One dish could cost more than his monthly salary. Shen Ruoran calmly scooped a spoonful of ginseng chicken soup and said lightly, "I have a big appetite. I ate it all." No one would believe it. Even if she had eaten it, there was no way the takeaway boxes could have disappeared too. The waiter stood politely with his hands folded in front of him, not leaving immediately like before. His eyes scanned the room repeatedly, turning into something like a restaurant detective, determined to find flaws in her story. Seeing that he wasn't leaving, Shen Ruoran understood what he was worried about. She tapped the black trash bag beside her and proactively explained, "I put the empty boxes here. What, do you want to open it and check?" The waiter quickly shook his head with a polite smile. Of course he wouldn't open it. That would be extremely rude and against Bagang standards. He pretended nothing was wrong, closed the door properly, and hurried to the manager's office. Zhang Ruheng was sitting in front of his computer preparing a quarterly sales report when Chan Weifeng rushed in and startled him. "Didn't I tell you? When working here, even if the sky falls, you must knock before entering my office." Chan Weifeng quickly apologized with an awkward smile. "Manager, sorry, it's urgent. We might have a dine and dash case at Bagang, and I need your help handling it." Dine and dash cases were no small matter. Zhang Ruheng saved his file, locked the office and followed Chen Weifeng to the private room while listening to the report. When they opened the door, a faint aroma of pastries and fried dishes still lingered in the air, but the large wooden table was completely empty. Chen Weifeng's mouth twitched. As expected, this was a planned and deliberate freeloading operation. He only hoped the manager would not punish him too severely for catching it in time. The total value of the dishes served already exceeded 10,000 yuan. Seeing the waiter come in empty-handed again, Shen Ruoran looked confused. You didn't bring any dishes in. Is something wrong? Zhang Ruheng bowed. It was extremely rude to barge in like this, and he apologized sincerely. But given the situation, Chen Weifeng's suspicion was not unreasonable. Honored guest, this is the first time we've received a customer of your scale. The total amount of this meal is quite large. Would it be possible for you to pay half of the bill first? He said this with an apologetic smile, but also with clear uncertainty, expecting her to refuse. At that point, they would likely have to call the police. A girl shouldn't have such an enormous appetite, and those takeaway boxes disappearing without a trace was even more suspicious. The air conditioning blew steadily, and a black plastic bag at the side of the room swayed slightly, making faint rustling sounds. No one paid attention to it. Eventually it slowly went still. A pure black top-tier VIP card slid through the payment terminal. Both the manager and the waiter froze in disbelief. A black card, an ultra-limited global edition. In this city, fewer than 5 people owned one. Realizing the situation was serious, Zhang Ruheng immediately understood that his earlier words might have offended her. His attitude changed instantly, and he said respectfully, I sincerely apologize. Our staff was careless and offended you. Today's meal will be discounted by 50%, and you won't need to pay the remaining balance. Shen Ruoran achieved her goal. After this incident, her future orders here would go much more smoothly. The food here is good. Leave me your contact information. I'll order often. You do offer delivery, right? The manager, far more experienced than ordinary restaurant owners, quickly adapted. Yes, of course. Just send us your address, and we'll deliver promptly. He added quickly. As a distinguished black card customer, delivery within the city will be free. Once they could connect with a black card holder, Beigang would not just be a local brand, it could expand nationwide, even globally. Shen Ruoran didn't want to come in person every day, which was why she had staged all this. Satisfied, she handed over a note. Deliver everything here. Storage locker password is 909,899. Delivery time, between 7 and 8 p.m. Zhang Ruheng accepted it respectfully. Xinjuyuan. It sounded familiar. It seemed like a property recently purchased by a major client. Using the same method, Shen Ruoran swept through other major restaurants, using private rooms as cover to store packed meals into her space, fully earning her reputation as a big eater. Restaurant owners even happily agreed to provide daily delivery services. Free delivery plus all dishes available. The next day, after finishing warehouse purchases, her morning walk route changed into buying breakfast in bulk. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, pancakes, wontons, egg pancakes, and more. After filling a backpack in 2 bags, she rode her electric scooter to a quiet place and stored everything into her space before heading to the next stop. Her mid-morning targets were fried chicken shops, pizza places, and milk tea stores. At noon, she ordered large hot pot deliveries, enough for 50 people at a time. In the afternoon, she swept through dessert shops, bakeries, and cake stores. Every time she entered, staff greeted her warmly. Since production was limited each day, the sooner they sold out, the earlier they could finish work. At night, she visited barbecue stalls and street food vendors. The moment they saw her, the owners' faces would twitch. Her arrival meant the grills would be smoking again, more exhausting than a swarm of university students. After serving her, many of them often felt drained the next day, their desire to make money noticeably reduced. 5 days before the rainstorm countdown ended, Shen Ruoran's remaining funds, 90 million yuan. Chapter 8. Visiting the neighbor on the 30th floor. As long as it could be bought on the market, she purchased it in bulk. A simple calculation showed that even 500 years wouldn't be enough to use or consume everything. The renovation of the entire building was nearing completion, and the furniture inside had already been mostly arranged. Shen Ruoran spent half a day revisiting the furniture market for the second time. She continued her wholesale buying spree. After walking around, she purchased 500 bunk beds, 500 single beds, 300 double beds, and 100 triple beds, all of which were stored in the first section of her spatial storage. She had a faint hypothesis in mind, one that would take a long time to verify. Shen Ruoran checked out of the presidential suite at Haoshang International and moved into the 2 floors on the right side of the 28th and 29th levels. Based on the number of keys she held, 3 units in this building had already been sold before her. Now that she had finished stocking up, she decided it was time to get to know her neighbors first. This would make it easier for her to exercise her rights as the building's operator in the future. Shen Ruoran went alone to the 10th floor and rang the doorbells on both sides, but no one answered for a long time. Before visiting, she had hacked into the property management system and checked occupancy. Both units on the 10th floor had been purchased 2 weeks ago and 4 days ago respectively. Yet there was no sign of anyone moving in. Seemed no one actually lived there. The third household was on the 30th floor, Unit 3001, the earliest resident of Xinjuyuan. The door was decorated with carefully styled anime characters. The shoe cabinet was full but neatly arranged, and 2 luxury brand parasols hung on the wall, showing a strong emphasis on quality of life. Shen Ruoran lifted her gaze slightly and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps approached and the door opened. Zhou Qing was preparing dinner for Bo Zia. Still wearing a light gray apron she hadn't had time to remove, she rushed to open the door, thinking it was Madame Bo making an unexpected inspection. "Who are you?" Holding the door handle, Zhou Qing stepped back a few paces. The stove was set to low heat. She couldn't leave it unattended for long. Shen Ruoran politely replied, "I'm your neighbor above and below you. I just moved in recently. There was a lot of renovation noise a few days ago, so I thought I'd come and introduce myself." With that, she handed over her prepared gift. Inside the gold bag were 10 sets of exquisite luxury brand keychains, suitable for both adults and children. As a live-in housekeeper, Zhou Qing couldn't decide whether to accept them herself. She smiled politely. "Why don't you come in and talk? Our young master is still studying. He'll come out to eat in about 10 minutes. Shen Ruoran glanced at the time on her phone, 18:10, and nodded. She put on disposable shoe covers and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. Zhou Qing returned to the kitchen, stirred a pot of specially prepared chicken soup, covered it, then began chopping diced radish and preparing another dish of kung pao chicken. The 30th floor was decorated similarly to the 28th, but with even more martial hero-style ornaments. It was clear the household had someone fond of anime aesthetics. After sitting for a while, Shen Ruoran felt the distance from the kitchen was too far, so she walked over to chat with Zhou Qing. They introduced themselves to each other. The aroma of chicken soup was rich and sweet. Just the smell made Shen Ruoran hungry. Thankfully, she had eaten a bowl of noodles before coming, or she might have embarrassed herself. Zhou Qing's cooking skills gave her a new idea. Her building urgently needed a chef, and Zhou Qing seemed quite suitable. So she asked, "Zhou Qing, are you a professional chef? This level of cooking isn't something ordinary people can achieve." Zhou Qing smiled shyly without stopping her work. "I'm a housekeeper. Cooking is a required skill. When did you move in? I don't think I've seen you in the hallway before." Zhou Qing looked honest and steady, and her cooking was excellent. Shen Ruoran had already decided she could recruit her as part of her tenant team. The kung pao chicken was finished, and the soup was nearly ready. Zhou Qing sent a WeChat message, then looked up to answer. "We moved in a few months ago. Our young master is preparing for the college entrance exam this year, so we came here for a quiet place to study." She paused, almost saying something else, then swallowed it back. As a housekeeper, she couldn't reveal too much about her employer. "Anyway, it's the first time I've met you, Miss Shen. In a building like this, running into each other is fate." At that moment, the study room door opened. A teenager with messy green hair walked out. He looked about 17 or 18, tall and lean, his eyes mostly hidden under his fringe. "Hello," Shen Ruoran greeted him naturally as a guest would. Bo Zia raised his head cautiously, confusion flashing across his face as he looked between her and Zhou Qing. Who was this unfamiliar, beautiful woman? Zhou Qing wiped her hands and pulled out a chair for him as usual, explaining, "Young master, this is our neighbor from downstairs, Miss Shen. She has something to discuss with you." Then she turned to Shen Ruoran. "This is our young master. If you have anything to say, you can tell him directly." Bozia looked like a hedgehog covered in spikes, his dark green eyes deep and cold, radiating a clear keep-away aura. "What is it?" he asked in a low voice. Shen Ruoran repeated what she had said to Zhou Qing, and also introduced the gift she had prepared. She didn't hand it over though, she assumed he wouldn't accept it. He seemed like a child who lacked love, she thought. Unexpectedly, Bozia simply said, "Oh," then sat down and began eating without hesitation. Zhou Qing understood the boy best. After years of caring for him, she noticed Shen Ruoran's confusion and kindly explained, "Miss Shen, are you here to ask us to help keep an eye on your property? That's no problem. I can check on it when I go downstairs. As for the gift, thank you, but our young master isn't used to accepting things from others." After more than 10 years together, she knew the boy was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. His single O already counted as agreement. However, long-term hardship had wrapped him in a hard shell, making him appear unapproachable. Since Shen Ruoran had mentioned owning several units in the building, they assumed her visit was simply to ask them to help keep an eye on her property when passing by. Recently, there had been several news cases of strangers illegally occupying others' homes. In some extreme cases, people had lived secretly in properties for over a decade before being discovered. This topic had even trended multiple times on social media. Wealthy individuals often owned many properties they did not live in, leaving opportunities for wrongdoing. The Bo family also owned several units, and Bozia's father had even arranged inspections for theirs. Shen Ruoran was completely confused by this line of thinking and couldn't follow Zhou Qing's logic at all. Why was helping her so specifically defined? Not wanting to reveal herself, she simply smiled along. Chapter 9. The first round of the apocalypse rainstorm. Then I'll leave it to you. Besides your place and units 1001 and 1002, the rest of the building belongs to me. The piece of tofu that Bozia had been holding midair plop fell onto the table. He looked at Shen Ruoran a few more times in shock. Then he silently picked it up and placed it back on the table, to be cleaned up later with the rest. Having worked as a live-in housekeeper for many wealthy families, Zhou Qing had seen rich people before, but never anyone this rich. As a high-end residential complex for elite residents, Xinjiuan's prices were naturally extremely high. Buying an entire building would cost at least hundreds of millions, if not more. Zhou Qing nodded blankly. It was rare to see such a wealthy young woman actively come to visit them. Little did she know, this visit from Shen Ruoran would later allow them to gain extremely good protection in the apocalypse. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, all were now fully prepared. The only thing left was transportation. Although her spatial storage already contained 5 modified vehicles, buses, RVs, off-road vehicles, sedans, and motorcycles, Shen Ruoran still wanted to stock up on more. The next day, at a coastal port city near B City, under the introduction of a sales manager, she toured various ships, comparing performance and prices. The manager looked at the unsold large and small ships, nervously rubbing his hands. The recent chaos caused by our country had severely impacted the industry, and ship prices had dropped repeatedly. Finally, a wealthy buyer had arrived. He hoped desperately that a deal would go through. The rich boss Shen did not disappoint him. "Give me 10 ships, both large and small. Also, I want 20 submarines." The manager looked at her like she was a walking god of wealth. On the third day of the first countdown, the sky remained gloomy and overcast. Weather agencies, news broadcasts, and official channels repeatedly issued warnings about heavy rainfall and high flood risk, advising citizens to avoid travel. But most people didn't take it seriously and continued their normal lives. At first, they thought it was just a few days of heavy rain. Then the raindrops, initially the size of rice grains, began to fall steadily. Soon the rain intensified, pounding down in sheets. Low-lying areas quickly accumulated several centimeters of water. Jia Feifei walked out of the mall holding a half-sugar milk tea in one hand and an umbrella in the other, looking relaxed. seeing her umbrella buckle inward under the heavy rain. She wisely turned back and ordered a ride home to Xinjiuan via app. Many people were waiting for cars nearby, still treating it as an ordinary rainy day, chatting, scrolling on their phones, and complaining about how slow ride-hailing services had become. When the black Volkswagen arrived at the Xinjiuan Villa district, water had already risen to Jia Feifei's ankles. Her delicate face frowned in disgust as dirty water splashed onto her well-maintained skin. She cursed as she walked to her door, used her fingerprint to enter, and immediately took a hot bath. After bathing, she soaked her feet in a medicinal foot bath while lying on the sofa, enjoying half an hour of comfort. Ah, so nice. After finishing, she stretched lazily, but suddenly froze. Her eyes widened. Before she even had time to dry her feet, she slipped on her slippers and rushed to the door. Outside, the floodwater was still rising, and had already started seeping into her villa. With her extreme cleanliness obsession triggered, she loudly cursed the absurd weather. She hated nothing more than her home getting dirty. Her husband had been abroad on a business trip these days, and she had also given the maid a few days off, so she had to handle everything herself. She grabbed several rags and stuffed them tightly at the doorway, trying to block the incoming water. Luckily, all the windows were tightly shut, so she only needed to deal with the door. After finishing, she was already sweating. She stood by the window watching the rain, thinking she would shower again once it stopped. But the rain would not stop for half a year. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, as the rain intensified, a projector was playing a popular outdoor variety show. The flood of jokes and hilarious quotes made Shen Ruoran laugh so hard she nearly fell off the sofa. When she got tired of laughing, she drank coffee and ate fried chicken. Life was extremely comfortable. System notification. A disaster has been detected. Building Management Authority is now available to the operator. Do you want to spend 1 rental point per month for building safety maintenance? Hearing the prompt, Shen Ruoran pressed pause on the remote and checked the first-floor surveillance. The ground had indeed become damp, with signs of water seepage. 1 rental point was enough to ensure 1 month of safety for the building. It was worth it. Without hesitation, she spent her only rental point. The first floor instantly returned to a dry state, and no more water seeped in. Another notification followed, this time about Zhou Qing and Bo Zia. System notification. 2 unidentified guests have been detected in the building. Do you want to register them as tenants? Minimum cost. 1 rental point per month. Shen Ruoran paused. If she accepted them, how would they pay rental points? If she didn't, what would happen to them? Sensing her hesitation, the system automatically provided clarification. If no decision is made within 10 minutes, the system will expel the unidentified guests to ensure building safety. Shen Ruoran did not decide immediately. She wanted to ask them first. After all, her condition for tenants was simple. They had to obey her orders and acknowledge her as the boss of the building. Although she had interacted briefly with them before, she did not dislike Zhou Qing and Bo Zia. But if they became tenants, floors 30 and 31 would fully belong to her, no longer the Bo family's property. If Bo Zia could not accept that, then she would not take responsibility for them. Ding dong! Ding dong! She rang the doorbell several times, but no one came to open the door. When the door finally opened, it was Bo Zia. His expression was full of impatience, not directed at her, but because his study had suddenly flooded. When he came out, he saw the living room was also underwater, while Zhou Qing was frantically trying to salvage things with a rag. Seeing the situation inside, Shen Ruoran froze. And seeing the situation outside, Bo Zia also froze. His home, the 30th floor, was now like a water curtain cave, while the corridor outside remained completely dry, as if 2 different worlds. It was absurd. Bo Zia's gaze shifted downward, and he suddenly screamed, his body stiffening as he pointed at the crack under the door. Was it haunted in broad daylight? Why was the water level not flowing out, but instead rising only inside his house? And Shen Ruoran, who understood part of the truth, quickly realized the cause of the flooding in the Bo household. Chapter 10. Employees and Tenants. Outside the building's safety maintenance coverage area. In order to protect the operator's basic rights, the seepage originally belonging to the first floor has been automatically transferred. She opened the door to the apartment opposite the Bo family unit, allowing Bozia to see the stark contrast between the two living rooms. Hearing Bozia's shout, Zhou became worried something had happened to him. She quickly put down the mop and rushed over. My goodness gracious! Zhou froze on the spot, her expression as if struck by lightning. She rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe the surreal scene before her. Shen Ruoran briefly explained why the 30th floor had turned out this way. Seeing that the two still hadn't fully recovered, she simply used her will to transport them down to the first floor entrance. The heavy rain was falling fast and dense, and water had risen to the thighs of an adult. Yet the first floor at the same elevation was completely unaffected. There was not even a trace of dampness or rain smell. It was as if a layer of iron bars separated two entirely different worlds. This also meant that the 30th floor where Bozia and Zhou were staying had truly been swapped with the first floor. Just as Shen Ruoran had said, seeing is believing. The anime-loving teenage boy's Chinibu spirit instantly reignited. Bozia accepted everything at lightning speed. Thinking of the ongoing disasters, his eyes sparkled like stars. I'll rent it. How much do I need to pay? In his mind, joining Shen Ruoran's building was like stepping halfway into the protagonist team of an apocalypse story. Maybe he could even awaken superpowers and save the world. Shen Ruoran didn't answer immediately. She turned to look at Zhou, waiting for her response. The building's capacity was limited, which meant tenant slots were also limited. She wasn't going to give away survival opportunities for free. Zhou could cook, clean, do laundry. She could handle all housework. If she agreed, Shen Ruoran didn't mind also taking in the seemingly ornamental Bozia. Zhou didn't really believe that her country of 52 years would face endless natural disasters. But today's experience made it impossible for her to continue deceiving herself. It was absurd, but she had no choice but to believe it. She had no children and no attachments. Originally, she planned to take care of the poor young master until he finished high school, then retire early and return to her hometown. But if what Shen Ruoran said was true, that a continuous apocalypse was coming, then she was willing to stay. The only problem was that she was just a low-income worker. How could she afford such expensive rent? Miss, I'll pay for both of us. Bozia, kind-hearted, noticed Zhou hesitation and made the decision for her. Money wasn't an issue. Even though his father had kicked him out, the Bo family had never mistreated him financially. He took out his latest 5G phone, opened the payment QR code, and handed it to Shen Ruoran, ready for her to input any price. Shen Ruoran folded her arms and raised her brows with amusement. As expected, just a kid with no real-world experience. He didn't even know how to bargain. Lucky for him, he had met her, a true landlord. No need for money, she said, waving her hand. I'll convert the labor you provide into building assets under your names, and your rent will be deducted from that. Bozia nodded excitedly. In truth, he didn't understand a word, but it sounded very impressive. Zhou was also a bit confused, half understanding but still nodding along. Even if she didn't fully get it, it didn't seem like she would lose anything. Felt like a good deal. In reality, this was Shen Ruoran exploiting a loophole in the building's management system. The building's operation didn't rely solely on the manager. The operator could also hire workers. Workers needed to be paid wages, and with wages they could pay rent and become tenants. Using her economic reasoning, Shen Ruoran constructed a nearly zero-cost internal circulation system for the building's finances. Unit 3001 will be designated as the building's restaurant. Clean it up first. Let me know what you need, and I'll handle it. She also set their working hours and salaries. 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. are your working hours. Zhou will receive 3 wealth points per day, and Bozia will receive 1.5. Any problems? The figures weren't arbitrary. When she confirmed their job types and schedules through the management panel, the system automatically generated their daily wages. Bozia scratched his green hair and grinned foolishly, completely different from his earlier gloomy demeanor. Just like that, the building gained 2 employees and also 2 tenants. When they returned to the 30th floor, the previously soaked floor was now spotless. Even the mop Zhou had left behind was neatly stacked. Bozia ran excitedly around the room, then crouched at the spot where the flooding had been worst. He touched the ground. It was dry. Miss, I told you. Places like Sunquan Goodtown really do exist. The green-haired teenager's face was flushed with excitement, his smile bright and unrestrained. Zhou Qing, who had been quietly absorbing the disaster information, suddenly felt her nose sting. After so many years, the bright-spirited boy who had once been crushed by a cold father and an unkind stepmother seemed to be back again. The Sunquan Goodtown, he mentioned, was something Zhou Qing had heard him talk about before. To her memory, it was a fictional utopia from an anime, where townspeople lived in harmony, did jobs they loved, and worked together to fight mutated beasts and protect their land. After calming herself, Bozia eagerly opened his personal employee/tenant panel to check his stats again. Bozia. Identity 1. General labor employee. Salary. 1.5 wealth points per day, in turn. Work type. Random. Assigned via building owner/manager panel. Identity 2. Tenant of 3001 and 3101. Currently co-renting with employee tenant, Zhou Qing. Rent owed. 50 rental points per month, payable after 1 month of occupancy. Balance. 0 wealth points. 1 rental point equals 1 wealth point. After reading his own, he quickly pulled Zhou Qing over, eyes shining with excitement. Auntie, can I see your panel too? It's like sci-fi tech. I want to study it. Zhou Qing had always indulged him. She sat properly and allowed her panel information to be displayed. Name Zhou Qing. Identity 1. Special recruit employee, culinary division. Salary. 3 wealth points per day, in turn. Work type. Restaurant staff. Identity 2. Tenant of 3001 and 3101. Currently co-renting with employee tenant, Bozia. Rent owed. 50 rental points per month, payable after 1 month of occupancy. Balance. 0 wealth points. Chapter 11 Building Planning. All floors from 1 to 31 were now included within the safety protection range, something Shen Ruoran hadn't expected. Originally, she had planned to abandon the lower floors, but this unexpected development was a pleasant surprise. She decided to stay in the study for the time being and carefully plan the entire building. First floor. Set up tables and chairs as a communal activity area, plus 1 office for necessary registration. Second floor. A small factory for producing essential goods. Third floor. A restaurant and food service area. 4th to 9th floors. Operated like a youth hostel, renting bunk beds, single rooms and shared rooms. 10th to 11th floors. Left untouched for now, to be arranged later if needed. 12th floor and above. Maintain the original setup. The building belonged to Shen Ruoran, and she valued order and rules. She immediately drafted a tenant code of conduct in the study. She printed 31 copies and handed them to Bozia, assigning him to post 1 on each floor. It was his first job and he was full of enthusiasm. As he posted them floor by floor, he memorized the content along the way. By the time he reached the middle floors, he could recite the entire document from memory. When Zhou Qing later heard about this, she couldn't help but laugh. Before, he couldn't memorize a short text in 2 hours, but now he could easily remember a full page. Clearly, he had finally found his talent. As residents of the building, they had to follow the rules. Zhou Qing, who wasn't very literate, felt too embarrassed to ask Shen Ruoran directly. So after Bozia finished, she immediately asked him to read it aloud to her. Bozia's youthful voice was clear and steady as he read slowly. Building employee tenant rules. Rule 1. No fighting, no insults, no inciting others, and no actions that harm the unity of the building. Serious violations will result in immediate expulsion. Rule 2. Do not disclose the existence of the building to outsiders. Violators will be expelled. Note: if tenants need to leave the building, they must obtain permission from the building owner. Rule 3. Rule 10. After each rule, Zhou Qing nodded firmly, trying hard to remember them. After he finished, she smiled honestly. Young master, as long as we live like we usually do, we won't break the rules. These are mainly to guard against bad people. Bozia added. And also against brainless saints. Auntie, don't ever tell anyone about this place. I won't tell anyone about what happened today either. They made a mutual agreement and smiled at each other. In fact, all communication signals within the building had already been cut off. Even if they wanted to spread the information, they couldn't. According to the system, the outside world would lose network connectivity in about half a month. But Shen Ruoran had already taken precautions. Having survived in apocalyptic worlds for years, she wouldn't leave any security risks around her. From the very beginning, she had cut off all communication signals within the building, leaving only water and electricity functional, except for her own living quarters. The next day, the rising sun was hidden behind thick black clouds. Heavy rain had continued all night without pause, and half of the first floor was now flooded. When Shen Ruoran woke up, the wall clock read 10:02. She had slept for a full 13 hours and felt completely refreshed. Xiao Dian, open the bedroom curtains. With a voice command, the purple-blue curtains automatically parted. After washing up, she took out a steaming box of shrimp soup dumplings from her spatial storage. It looked as fresh as if it had just been made. She poured some vinegar into a small dish, added chili sauce, and quickly finished the meal in a few bites. As she stepped out, she saw Zhou Qing standing nervously at her door. Zhou Qing, what's wrong? Shen Ruoran asked. Zhou Qing rubbed her calloused hands nervously and said awkwardly, "There's no more food in the fridge. Can I go out to buy some?" If possible, she didn't want to break Shen Ruoran's rules on the second day. But they had no food left upstairs. Normally, she would go to the supermarket every morning, rain or shine. Bozia was picky and only ate fresh ingredients. That morning, they had made do with plain porridge. They couldn't do the same for lunch, so she came to ask for permission. Shen Ruoran had just checked the situation outside. The floodwater had reached over 1 meter, already turning into a full-blown disaster. Morning news reported that many countries couldn't withstand the heavy rain and floods. Social order had already collapsed in many places. Even each country, with full government and military mobilization, had suffered significant casualties. Going out now? That was basically asking to die. Shen Ruoran sighed and rubbed her forehead. Still, she felt she had judged Zhou Qing correctly. She was honest. Even when they had no food, her first instinct was to go out and buy it, not to ask the building owner for handouts. Since Zhou Qing and Bozia now had income, Shen Ruoran pointed her in the right direction. Didn't you explore the building yesterday? On the 21st floor, Units 2 and 3 are small supermarkets. Some goods are already stocked. You can shop there. Zhou Qing brightened. Thank you, owner. I'll go to the supermarket right away. As a former housekeeper, she worked efficiently. She had already cleaned the restaurant the previous day. With only 3 people in the building, running a full restaurant was overkill. So Shen Ruoran reassigned her temporarily. Zhou Qing, for the next few days, work at the supermarket. There's a machine at the counter for payments and accounting. Scan the goods first, then the person. Don't miss anything. If anything is lacking, report it to me. Zhou Qing felt entrusted with responsibility and replied seriously, I'll do my best. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a neatly packaged walkie-talkie was tossed inside, landing perfectly in Zhou Qing's basket. Use this for communication from now on. Zhou Qing smiled warmly, though the elevator doors had already shut before she could say thank you. You have received a new work assignment. Please check it promptly. Bozia, who had been feeling sleepy, instantly perked up upon hearing the notification. He eagerly opened the panel. It was a new task from Shen Ruoran. 1. Use the computer in the first floor office to register all floors, except the owner's room, including detailed bed counts. 2. Post building floor guides inside and outside the elevators. Bozia returned to his study, grabbed a notebook and pen, and enthusiastically began his building exploration day. Chapter 12, The Supermarket. Bozia had wanted to explore the building like this yesterday, but he held himself back. After all, the entire building belonged to Shen Ruoran. Wandering around without permission felt impolite, and he was too embarrassed to ask. Zhou Qing carried a grocery basket and took the elevator to the 21st floor. 3 doors stood before her, each marked differently. 2101 was locked, labeled as a warehouse. 2102 was a supermarket, fresh food and snacks. 2103 was a supermarket, daily necessities. She entered and found shopping carts at the entrance. Placing her basket inside one, she headed straight for the vegetable section. All the vegetables were pre-packed in bags, each priced between zero point 0.3 and 0.7 wealth points. She picked up a bag of cabbage, Bozia's favorite, and planned to make shredded cabbage with soy sauce. That single bag cost 0.5 wealth points, but the portion was generous, enough for 3 meals if used sparingly. At midnight, employee wages were automatically credited. Currently, Zhou Qing and Bozia had a total of 4.5 wealth points. However, after 1 month they would need to pay 100 wealth points in rent, meaning they could only afford to spend 1 point per day at most. Shen Ruoran had already explained that their current wages were only intern salaries. After 1 month of evaluation, their pay would double. That meant Bozia couldn't afford to spend anything this month, and Zhou Qing also had to be extremely frugal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep living in their luxurious duplex on the 30th floor. After all, 100 wealth points per month was already a discounted rent. With the mindset of just browsing, Zhou Qing moved to the meat section. Here everything was sold by weight, clearly priced. Beef was the most expensive, pork the cheapest. With a strict budget of under 1 wealth point, she decided to buy just a small portion of meat. Just a taste would be enough. She picked a good cut of pork leg, sliced off a small high-quality piece and weighed it. As a supermarket employee, she could now see the exact price. 0.3 wealth points. Combined with the cabbage, she spent 0.8 wealth points, leaving her with 2.2 remaining. Just then, Bozia came running down the stairs and caught up with her as she exited the daily goods section. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Auntie, upstairs is amazing. There's an internet cafe, and the computers are insanely high-end. Gaming there must feel incredible." Then he remembered his current finances, barely breaking even, and felt a little dejected, but only for a moment. Next month, when his salary increased, he'd spend an entire day there. At least the internet cafe computers should be connected to the network, right? Zhou Qing asked curiously. Besides the internet cafe, what else is there? Bozia puffed up proudly and began listing everything he had recorded that morning, adding colorful descriptions along the way. There's even a place for farming and raising livestock. Lunchtime has arrived. Employees are advised to stop work, eat lunch, and rest to maintain optimal energy. So humane, Bozia muttered. As a miner working his first job, he obediently followed the instruction, put away his notebook and pen, and returned to the 30th floor with Zhou Qing. They sat on the sofa with the basket of cabbage and pork on the table. Bozia excitedly fiddled with the walkie-talkie Shen Ruoran had given them. There were 2 in the box, 1 for each of them. It was an expensive model, capable of covering the entire building with clear, static-free communication. Zhou Qing wanted to say something, but seeing how focused he was, she held back. Eventually, Bozia noticed her hesitation. "Auntie, do you want to tell me something?" Zhou Qing cleared her throat, hesitated, then finally spoke. "Young master, I did some calculations. After paying rent, we can only spend about 35 wealth points per month, so we need to save on food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Her voice was heavy with guilt. This was too much of a downgrade for him. Before, every meal had at least 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and soup. Now, maintaining even 1 meat and 1 vegetable per meal would be difficult. Bozia's face flushed red in embarrassment. He had never handled household expenses before. He didn't understand the cost of daily living. Without Zhou Qing's reminder, he wouldn't even have realized they needed to buy food to survive. His salary was 1.5 per day, 45 per month, not even enough to cover rent. For the first time, he felt the pressure of real life. Money was important. Thinking Zhou Qing wanted him to contribute, he awkwardly said, "Auntie, how much should I transfer to you?" Zhou Qing quickly waved her hands. No. How could I take your money? I just didn't want you to feel wronged. I'm telling you in advance, we need to live frugally, or we won't be able to pay rent later." She paused, then spoke more softly. 5 years ago, when my mother needed $1 million for surgery, none of my relatives would lend me money. They were afraid I couldn't repay it. It was you, secretly helping me behind the family's back. I've already treated you like family ever since. Your wealth points are yours. I earn more than you right now. I'll take care of the household expenses. As long as we save a little, we'll get through this. Bozia's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and quietly said, Thank you. Zhou Qing gently patted his head, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. She stored 2/3 of the cabbage and half the pork in the fridge for later meals. Asterisk. After 120 hours of non-stop rain, the entire world finally realized something was wrong. Statistics showed that every country, every region was trapped in endless rainfall. No place was spared. Among them, our country suffered the worst. Its land area was even smaller than B City, and as an island nation, it was on the verge of being swallowed by the ocean once again. Shen Ruoran watched the international news with a serious expression. The reporter calmly explained that the floodwaters in our country seemed different, dark, decaying, and foul-smelling. Although our country denied it, claiming it was just camera angles and accusing foreign media of slander, everyone knew the truth. It was the nuclear wastewater they had discharged into the ocean not long ago. Nature was angry, and now it was taking revenge. Her laptop booted up in 3 seconds. Her slender fingers began flying rapidly across the keyboard. Chapter 13. Character Identification. The IP address has been changed. Firewall bypass successful. The interface switched from H country text to our country text. Shen Ruoran found the social app most commonly used by people in H country to share daily life, and clicked in to browse the latest posts from our country netizens. The most recent posts were all from noon the previous day. It wasn't hard to guess that today, our country's entire communication network had already collapsed. Love sashimi. I live on the 5th floor in the city center. When I turned on the tap today, the water was completely black and smelled awful. Made me want to vomit. It even stings like needles when it touches my skin. I don't dare drink it at all. Can any kind person send me some clean water? I've been thirsty for ages. 3 punches kill. Didn't the Prime Minister say it's just a lighting issue on rainy days? The water is normal. The long rain just messed up our sense of smell. Drink it without worry. The Prime Minister even drank it live. What are we afraid of? Seppuku. My neighbor couldn't stand the thirst and took a sip. Within minutes, his stomach rotted through and perforated. I seriously suspect the Prime Minister wasn't drinking the same liquid. Anime loli. Why aren't we asking allied countries for help? My house is only 3 stories high, and the water has already reached the 3rd floor. If this keeps going, I'm going to drown in my own home. There are already so many ghosts of the dead floating in the water. I don't want to lie in that pitch-black, rotting water. Shen Ruoran silently switched the IP address back, opened her browser, checked her browsing history, and searched nuclear wastewater again. Then she searched nuclear radiation. She remained silent for a long time. Just then, the TV news switched to H country, where the original body had lived. On screen, police and soldiers were desperately rescuing stranded civilians. Even ordinary citizens were risking their own lives, swimming into raging rivers just to save one more victim. What a stark contrast. Shen Ruoran didn't know why, but her chest felt tight, unbearably so. The country she once lived in, like H country, had been bound together by a powerful sense of national unity. Whether facing natural disasters or human calamities, the honorable soldiers always charged to the front lines. With them there, the nation always moved forward. But when had she forgotten all this? In a cruel survival rule where only one could live, surrounded by countless zombie claws, bloodthirsty mutant beasts, and the poisoned blades of companions lurking in the shadows. In such an environment, kindness and greatness only became catalysts for death. After 100 transmigrations, wandering on the edge between life and death, Shen Ruoran fought day and night. She not only had to battle enemies but also schemes among her own kind. One wrong step meant death. The fact that she could still communicate normally with people now was already no small feat. Moved by what she saw, Shen Ruoran made an impulsive decision. Perhaps it had long been buried in her heart. Today, she finally faced it again. She wanted to use this building to preserve the last spark of hope for humanity. Detected that the building owner has the intention to expand territory. Initiating character identification. A virtual city map unfolded. The dozens of raised buildings blended into the flat environment, while new markers appeared on individuals, each labeled with their profession and recruitment rewards. If others saw these names, they would be shocked. They were all famous figures searchable on Baidu Encyclopedia. Shen Ruoran casually swiped around. When she reached Qing University, she stopped and zoomed in on that area. A small figure had 500 wealth points displayed above its head. It was the highest value on the entire map. The recruitment reward description shocked Shen Ruoran even more. Those 500 wealth points would be awarded to her. And judging by the wording, the building could be upgraded as long as she accumulated enough wealth points. For example, the 0.8 wealth points Zhou Qing spent at the supermarket had already gone into the building's account. In that case, with fixed income, if she reduced costs, wouldn't the building upgrade quickly? An idea struck her and she tried to operate it. Failed. Already at the lowest price. Cannot be adjusted. Her gaze returned to the small figure on the map. Professor Lu Chuan of Qing University, PhD in nuclear science. His undergraduate major was radiation protection and nuclear safety. From his junior year onward, he was secretly cultivated by the state, recommended for postgraduate study, and completed a combined master's and doctoral program. His Baidu profile was outstanding. He skipped 2 grades in elementary school, took the college entrance exam in his second year of high school, and already scored enough for top universities. In his 3rd year, he became the top science scorer in B City. He won countless university competition awards, and the research projects he participated in were crucial to national security. Shen Ruoran put down her phone. She was very satisfied with this prodigy and decided to extend an olive branch to him. Navigation showed the distance from Xinjiang to Qing University was 28 kilometers, taking over an hour round trip. Going now was perfect. The main door on the first floor opened outward against gravity. A small submarine shot out stylishly, leaving behind a violently spinning whirlpool. Bojia stared blankly at the massive flood outside and pointed at the still open door Shen Ruoran had left behind. "Auntie, should we close the door for the landlord?" Zhou Qing stopped her. "The landlord didn't say to close it. We just need to do what she instructed." Bojia nodded, gazed outside for a few seconds, then turned and left. Shen Ruoran's hands gripping the navigation controls felt cold, her mood unusually heavy. She had never felt a journey stretch so long, like crossing half a century. Through the submarine's transparent glass, she could easily see corpses scattered everywhere. People who had died from the disaster, and innocent animals. The lifeless human bodies were cold and stiff, forever lying in the endless floodwaters. In their final moments, cats and dogs might have wondered why, this time, the water was relentlessly flooding into their bodies. They had drowned. At Qing University, the flood lashed violently against brick buildings under raging winds. Uprooted willows and plants floated chaotically on the water. At the entrance of a 7th-floor laboratory, a top-tier state-level safety vessel was squeezed into a small open space. Several officers stood upright in military posture. Rain slanted in, striking their faces heavily. Their expressions were grim as they closely monitored the storm. Under orders, they were to escort Professor Lu Chuan to a national base designed to withstand all kinds of natural disasters. Li Fei had a cigarette in his mouth, but his lighter refused to ignite. He wanted to enter the lab to light it in a windless environment but was stopped by the captain. No open flames in the laboratory. Li Fei ran a hand through his hair irritably. Damn it, how long had the guy inside been in there? Why wasn't he coming out yet? According to inside information from the Meteorological Bureau, the rain wouldn't stop for at least 10 days to half a month. The predicted maximum flood level was around 28 meters, about the height of an 8-story residential building. And that was already the most optimistic estimate. Chapter 14, Lu Chuan of Qing University. This also meant that the longer they stayed at Qing University, the more danger they would face on the return trip. Even though he normally didn't have a smoking habit, his body uncontrollably craved a deep drag. Chan Maxin's hand, calloused and rough, slowly rubbed the pistol at his waist. The cold aura he exuded forcefully suppressed the restless emotions of his team members. Light footsteps came from the direction of the stairwell. A trace of suspicion flashed in Chan Maxin's eyes as he signaled Li Fei to go check. The beam of a flashlight shone ahead. Long black hair fell straight over her shoulders, and a beautiful, cool-looking female student walked toward them. Li Fei blinked a few times, also sensing something was off. Students and teachers at Qing University were all sheltering on the upper floors of dormitories. Would anyone really risk their life to come to the laboratory building in such a storm? Of course, aside from Luchuan, who had repeatedly delayed his prime chance of survival for the sake of research, insisting on finishing organizing his materials before leaving with them. After getting a clear look at her face, Chan Maxin immediately stopped Shen Ruoran from approaching further, his tone stern. "This is not a place you should be. Leave immediately." Shen Ruoran had originally planned to quietly observe the situation, but these men had sharp hearing and discovered her right away. So she simply walked closer, taking the opportunity to observe the massive object outside the lab entrance. It looked somewhat like what she had seen in TV dramas, worthy of being sent by the state. Facing the fierce-looking man in military uniform, Shen Ruoran showed no fear, speaking casually. "Why can't I stay here? Qing University's laboratories welcome all Qing University students." Chan Maxin pressed his lips together, his gaze heavy as he looked at her. He understood what she meant. She wanted to go inside. The two fell into a tense standoff. In the end, Chan Maxin sighed and told Li Fei and the others to keep an eye on Shen Ruoran, while he went inside to ask Luchuan if he could leave with them earlier. Before coming, their superiors had repeatedly warned them about Luchuan's identity, even issuing a strict order for absolute protection. The lower 4 floors of the lab building were completely flooded. The sudden appearance of a female student on the 7th floor was extremely suspicious. Chan Maxin wasn't foolish enough to let Luchuan stay with a potential threat. Inside the lab, various instruments were labeled and neatly packed into equipment cases. Cabinet doors were left open. A thin man in a white lab coat crouched on the floor, organizing scattered papers. Noticing the lab door opening, Luchuan didn't stop what he was doing. His voice flowed like a clear mountain spring. "Sorry for the trouble. Please don't rush me, I still need a bit more time. I understand that the country asked you to take me away not so I can live longer as an individual, but to preserve the valuable nuclear research data from Qing University." Chan Maxin's hand, which habitually moved toward his gun, paused midair. Lowering his gaze, a hint of pleading hope flickered in his eyes. "Professor, how likely do you think it is that humanity can overcome this crisis?" Chan Maxin was from a branch of the Chan family in Yendu. Due to the nature of his work, he had been informed of recent developments at H country's research institute. Using the Red Star 3 satellite remote sensing system, researchers had detected that the torrential rain disaster would last for at least half a year. The oceanic water cycle had completely collapsed, and radiation levels near our country had reached immeasurable levels. Other countries were uncertain, but our country's destruction was already inevitable. It would happen within days. This was the apocalypse, a catastrophic disaster beyond humanity's ability to resist. Luchuan slowly stood up, tapping his numb legs. His voice remained gentle like a spring breeze. "Captain Chan, dinosaurs went extinct at the end of the Mesozoic Cretaceous period, and afterward, life flourished again. If humanity cannot cleanse the sins committed by certain nations within a limited time, the global purification system will, like 60 million years ago, destroy and then regenerate. The blue planet will not perish. If we die, new species will replace us. There's no need to worry. Everything has its course." Chan Maxin's eyes dimmed, his breathing becoming unsteady. Suddenly remembering the female student outside, he quickly reported, "There's a girl who wants to enter the lab. I stopped her, but she's still waiting outside." Qing University's laboratories were open to students of all levels. Non-research students could use the campus app to book visits and observe the outer areas of the labs. As long as they were Qing University students and stated a reason, they would be welcomed, with graduate students acting as guides. The core confidential areas, however, required facial recognition clearance. Luchuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with slender, pale fingers, resting his elbow casually on a chair. He glanced at his phone, which had long run out of battery, reluctant to use the backup power to charge it. After thinking for a moment, he decided that the most important materials had already been packed, so letting a student in now wouldn't matter. Shen Ruoran hadn't expected to be allowed in so easily. Outwardly calm, she was secretly scanning everything around her from the corner of her eyes. A clear, refined voice suddenly stopped her in her tracks. "Student, I don't recall seeing you at Qing University before. Did you make a reservation?" Shen Ruoran nodded rapidly, like a pecking chicken. Before coming, she had checked. Qing University's water, electricity, and internet were all down. No one could verify whether she was lying. She couldn't help but sneak a few extra glances at Lu Chuan. A triple-degree PhD, young and handsome, and even his voice sounded this good. How could the heavens create someone so perfect? It was truly enviable. Lu Chuan treated Shen Ruoran just like any ordinary student. On the other hand, Chen Maxin stood rigid, ready to enter combat at any moment, not relaxing in the slightest. He strongly suspected Shen Ruoran was an enemy spy and kept his sharp gaze fixed on her, as if ready to arrest her at any second. Some less important materials were placed on the lab table. Shen Ruoran walked over, and seeing that Lu Chuan didn't stop her, she sat down and began reading slowly. Nuclear Radiation and Detector Experimental Techniques Manual, authored by Lu Chuan, Wang Zhenming, and Ouyang Xinyu. Page by page, Shen Ruoran read through it. For the first time, she gained a true conceptual understanding of nuclear radiation, learning about 8 categories and over 20 types of radiation detectors, their principles, performance parameters, and related nuclear physics experimental methods. The more she read, the more absorbed she became. Her focused attitude even made Chen Maxin somewhat doubtful. His intuition and observation skills were usually reliable. If someone had crossed floodwaters over 4 floors deep to get here, it was impossible for them to remain clean except for their pant legs. And it was equally impossible for someone to have been living in this lab building all along. They had already conducted a thorough search. Professor Lu, may I ask, are there any small household versions of nuclear radiation detection devices? Shen Ruoran tilted her head as she spoke, having already absorbed the key knowledge at a glance thanks to her transmigration system. Chapter 15, Visitor Jia Feifei. Lu Chuan said regretfully, the prerequisites for measuring radioactive factors are quite complex. If we want to miniaturize it into a household device, it would require continuous research and experimentation. Unfortunately, the current environment doesn't allow for further experiments. After finishing packing everything they needed, Lu Chuan directed Chen Maxin to help carry the items. It was time for him to say goodbye to this place. The space inside the safety vessel was limited. The capital's research institute had no shortage of equipment. If anything, they had more and better with higher precision. Thus, the instruments in the lab were left where they were. Watching their departing figures, Shen Ruoran revealed a satisfied smile. Although Lu Chuan, whom she originally planned to take with her, had been taken away by others, this trip was not without gains. Next came the harvesting phase. Everything in the laboratory was collected by Shen Ruoran and stored into the first section of her personal space. Then she went to the 6th floor and after that the 5th floor. Having tasted the benefits, Shen Ruoran sat on the bare floor of the 5th floor, thinking about her next destination. Even the desks and chairs had been taken. The Qing University laboratory building had been reduced to an empty shell, completely hollow. An unknown visitor has entered the building. Expel. The corridor surveillance Shen Ruoran had installed earlier came into play. Along with the system prompt, she could clearly see the monitoring footage. A woman in a swimsuit, drenched from head to toe, swam in through the wide-open front door on the 1st floor. She collapsed weakly onto the ground, desperately coughing up the water she had swallowed. After lying there to rest for a few minutes, the woman lifted her head to look around. When she realized that the floodwater was blocked by an invisible boundary, her eyes filled with fear. Her wet hair clung to her back. Jia Feifei raised her left hand and used her remaining strength to pinch her other arm hard. Hiss! It hurts. She was still alive? Jia Feifei coughed painfully. She had never swum such a long distance before. She had nearly suffocated from holding her breath. Watching remotely, Shen Ruoran used the system panel to inform Bojia of the situation and asked him to go to the 1st floor. This was one of the advantages of hiring errand-type workers. She could issue tasks and communicate with them one way. At a desk with an offline computer, Bojia was recording the building's room conditions, tapping the keyboard with his middle finger while occasionally looking up to double-check, afraid of making any mistakes. You have received a task notification. Please check it promptly. The familiar work notification sound rang out. Bojia didn't dare delay and immediately opened it. Call Zhou Qing and go to the 1st floor entrance together. A stranger has entered. Ask about her situation. Bojia happened to be in the first-floor office. He took out his walkie-talkie to call Zhou Qing downstairs, while he himself hid in a blind spot out of Jia Feifei's sight, secretly observing and waiting for Zhou Qing to arrive. He treasured his errand job very much. Aware of his own limitations, he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and messing things up. Exhausted, Jia Feifei forced herself to move to the wall and leaned against it in a half-sitting position, her hand pressed to her chest to calm her racing heart. The unfamiliar environment gave her no sense of security. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to stand, wanting to examine the building more closely. The elevator doors opened, and hurried footsteps approached. Zhou Qing knew Bojia was uncomfortable talking to strangers and feared something might happen, so she rushed over quickly. "Yo, Xiaoya, where are you?" Zhou Qing saw Jia Feifei but not Bojia, and panic flashed through her heart. She almost called him young master out of habit, but remembering he had asked her to change how she addressed him, she awkwardly corrected herself. Bojia stepped out from the other side, keeping a cautious distance from Jia Feifei. "Auntie, I'm here. You go ask." Seeing that Bojia looked fine, Zhou Qing felt relieved and turned her attention to Jia Feifei, her eyes filled with sympathy. This building in Xinjiuan was special. It stood at the highest point in the complex. Because of its location, it was more isolated, with larger distances from other residential buildings. To swim here, one must have endured great hardship. "Miss, where did you come from?" With no one around the lab area, Shen Ruoran turned up the surveillance audio to the maximum, listening intently. Jia Feifei was startled upon seeing living people. Only after sensing no hostility from Zhou Qing and Bojia did she cautiously speak. "I live in the villa area of Xinjiuan. My name is Jia Feifei. I live near the west gate. The third floor was flooded, so to save myself, I swam here in a swimsuit." Upon hearing West Gate, Zhou Qing gasped. It was over 2 kilometers away. This young, slender girl had actually swum that far in one go. Bojia silently gave Jia Feifei a thumbs up in his heart. Zhou Qing sincerely admired her. "Miss, you're really amazing." Jia Feifei forced a smile. It was nothing more than a desperate survival instinct before death. Fortunately, she had learned swimming before and could open her eyes underwater. By sheer luck, she spotted an open door and swam in, hoping to reach higher ground. Having witnessed the strange phenomenon of this building, Jia Feifei hesitated. Carefully reading Zhou Qing's expression, she asked cautiously, "May I ask, is there something special about this building? Are you too from here?" If it weren't for the pain in her body, she might have thought she had already died and gone to heaven. Zhou Qing smiled. "We're just tenants here. As for anything else, we're not very clear. Ask her if she's willing to live in the building. If yes, ask what she's good at and what job she can do." Standing quietly at the side, Bojia received Shen Ruoran's task and immediately perked up, carefully questioning Jia Feifei. If she was driven out, she would drown. If she stayed in this strange building, she might survive. Jia Feifei nodded frantically, expressing her willingness. But when Bojia asked about her skills, she froze, her mouth opening and closing, not knowing what to say. Ever since childhood, the special skills section had always been the hardest part for her to fill out. She was used to writing none. Perhaps because her parents never enrolled her in extracurricular classes, she had no particular talents. Moreover, she had never worked before and had no job experience. "Can you cook or wash dishes?" Following Shen Ruoran's instructions, Bojia continued asking. Jia Feifei had fallen in love with a rich second-generation husband during university. They married right after graduation, and all 3 meals were handled by a housemaid. As a result, she had never handled pots, pans, or dishes. She didn't know how to cook or wash dishes at all. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Afraid they would reject her, she nervously promised, "I'll definitely work hard to learn how to cook and wash dishes. Please believe me. I'll do my best." Bojia's indifferent expression after questioning her made Jia Feifei's heart sink. She helplessly glanced at the ocean-like world outside, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Chapter 16: Sweeping the Buildings. She was afraid of being thrown back into that endless, suffocating abyss. In truth, Bojia was waiting for Shen Ruoran's next instructions. As an excellent employee who obeyed his boss 100%, He would never act on his own. Even his expression was perfectly controlled. After some thought, Shen Ruoran sent a new decision to Bojia. At the same time, Zhou Qing received another job reassignment. She was transferred from supermarket staff back to restaurant staff. Her salary and benefits remained the same, though her working hours were slightly adjusted. Previously, due to the small number of people, Shen Ruoran hadn't formalized the restaurant. But now that there were more unfamiliar employees, rules needed to be established. Zhou Qing's schedule was now split into 3 shifts: 6:30 to 9 a.m., 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., and 4 to 6:30 p.m. At first glance it seemed like more working hours, but in reality, there were only 4 people in the building including Shen Ruoran. She only needed to cook for a few people and clean up afterward. She could rest the rest of the time. Frequent job changes might signal layoffs in modern society. But Shen Ruoran wasn't some heartless capitalist. She was just new to managing a building and still learning. However, Zhou Qing didn't see it that way. Having been on her own since childhood, she understood what such changes could imply. Her brows furrowed and her heart sank. She began reflecting on her recent behavior and worked even harder in the restaurant, mopping the floor 3 times a day, wiping the stove 10 times. Bojia, the errand boy, and Jia Feifei, the newly appointed clerk, responsible for recording utilities and rent and collecting payments, were influenced by Zhou Qing's almost obsessive work ethic. They raised their effort to 200% and threw themselves into their tasks. The building as a whole showed a thriving, positive atmosphere. Rotting debris floated everywhere in the water. Sitting in her submarine, Shen Ruoran circled Qing University and found that aside from the laboratory building, every other place was crowded with people. In the most crowded building, students stood packed in rows. There probably wasn't even space to lie down. She found it strange. Were there monsters in the lab building? Why were only Lu Chuan and the rescue team staying there? Clearly it looked like the best shelter, yet it was empty. Shen Ruoran's target was unoccupied high-rise buildings, and Qing University clearly no longer met her requirements. She turned the submarine around, left the campus, and headed to City People's Hospital. The 5-story outpatient building was deserted, while the 25-story inpatient building was overcrowded. After the lower 4 floors were flooded, patients from floors 1 to 4 had squeezed into higher-level rooms or corridors, making do wherever they could. Doctors and nurses had also moved to the inpatient building, both to care for patients and ensure their own safety. The crowded inpatient building was immediately ruled out by Shen Ruoran. She went to the outpatient building first. The 5th floor housed operating rooms, while the 6th floor was the traditional Chinese medicine section. The operating rooms were sterilized, with disposable surgical tools neatly arranged on racks. Shen Ruoran was very satisfied and directly stored the entire area into her space. The traditional Chinese medicine section contained not only herbs but also classic works such as Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Cold Damage, and records of Chinese and Western medicine combined, timeless medical texts preserved for centuries. Shen Ruoran collected all the herbs and cabinets from the pharmacy, then gathered every book she could see. With her sharp eyes, she noticed a password-protected door inside the pharmacy that required an 8-digit code. Assuming the hospital trusted its own security, Shen Ruoran carefully examined the walls and floor near the door. Finally, behind a red banner, she found a string of numbers that looked like a password. She entered it. It worked. A stronger herbal fragrance greeted her, opening up a whole new world. The herbs inside were neatly categorized, numerous, complex, and densely packed, yet perfectly orderly. Shen Ruoran collected everything to her heart's content. After finishing the Chinese medicine section, she took a shortcut between floors and moved on to the emergency department on the 5th floor. Collect. Shen Ruoran was completely absorbed. The joy of hoarding supplies expanded thousands of times in her heart. As night fell, the howling wind combined with the relentless rain into a violent symphony. The powerful winds greatly affected the submarine's navigation. By the time Shen Ruoran returned to Xinjiuan, it was nearly dawn. The corridors were silent. The water on the 1st floor had been thoroughly cleaned by Zhou Qing, shining brightly. Shen Ruoran hurried back to her bedroom, took a hot shower, applied a facial mask, and began binge-watching another drama. This time she chose a medical romance drama focused mainly on doctors saving lives. with a secondary focus on their love story. As the highest-rated show of the year, each episode ended with a gripping hook, making it impossible to stop. Shen Ruoran watched episode after episode, completely immersed. At 5 a.m., she got hungry and took out hot skewers and an ice-cold milk tea from her storage space. One bite of beef skewer, one sip of caramel macchiato, pure satisfaction. Burp. So good. This was the first time since her death from overwork that Shen Ruoran had indulged herself like this. She hummed happily, her feet in cute slippers swinging back and forth, enjoying both the taste and the visuals. The next afternoon, in the restaurant, Zhou Qing was stir-frying green beans, while a pressure cooker nearby simmered bamboo shoot duck soup, releasing bursts of steam. After plating the green beans, she lowered the heat on the other dish to simmer for another 5 minutes. Bojia and Jia Feifei, both off work, gripped their chopsticks eagerly, tempted to sneak a taste. How do you want your dishes, meat or vegetables? Large portion or small portion? Zhou Qing asked, tapping a bowl with her spatula. The restaurant pricing depended on meat versus vegetables and portion size. Large portions were double the quantity and price of small ones. Bojia, starving after a day's work, said, "Large. I want a large portion. Auntie, more meat please." He licked his lips in anticipation. Jia Feifei's internship salary was 2.5 wealth points per day. She rented the cheapest shared hostel room, costing 0.1 wealth points per day. She spent 0.5 on underwear and 1 on a cheap dress, free stock from Shen Ruoran's wholesale purchase. She had only 0.7 wealth points left. To save money, she ordered only a small portion of vegetables without even getting rice. Even so, she ate with great satisfaction. This was hot, freshly cooked food. Bojia finished every grain of rice in his bowl, yawned contentedly, and began to feel sleepy. Just as he was about to yawn again, Shen Ruoran walked in, dressed casually in a short-sleeved top and cropped jeans. Chapter 17, Wantong Building. Seeing the three of them gathered together eating, Shen Ruoran smiled in satisfaction. She patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder and said, "Zhou Qing, you've kept the restaurant very clean. It's exactly the kind of dining place I like." After praising her, Shen Ruoran added, "Oh, and get me a serving meat, vegetables, and rice. All large portions." She had slept all the way until evening, feeling groggy and a bit tired. Too lazy to think about what to take out from her storage space, she decided to eat in the restaurant instead. It was time to try Chef Zhou Qing's cooking. Hearing that Shen Ruoran wanted to eat her food, Zhou Qing immediately stood up and hurried into the kitchen, carrying the dishes carefully with both hands. Her hand, so skilled at wielding a spatula, paused slightly midair, revealing her nervousness. The landlord was going to eat her cooking. She didn't know what kind of evaluation she would receive. These hands had cooked for many CEOs of listed companies, always receiving praise. But this time Zhou Qing felt uncertain. She was afraid Shen Ruoran wouldn't be satisfied. In the past, if an employer didn't like a housekeeper, she could simply find another job. But now, she had to prove her value here because leaving meant death. A delicate celadone bowl was filled with tender duck meat, paired with neatly cut bamboo shoots, all drenched in rich broth. The green vegetables were plated with care, stems and leaves separated for easy eating. Having not eaten all day, Shen Ruoran picked up her chopsticks and began devouring the meat. The duck tasted as good as food from a high-end restaurant. The bamboo shoots had absorbed the broth completely, bursting with flavor as she chewed. Delicious. Shen Ruoran gave Zhou Qing a thumbs up. "I'm coming here again tomorrow." Zhou Qing, who had been watching her reaction from a nearby table, beamed with joy upon hearing the praise. She eagerly asked what Shen Ruoran would like to eat the next day so she could prepare in advance. Restaurant staff could buy ingredients from the supermarket, with expenses automatically reimbursed by the system. The consumption details would be sent to Shen Ruoran's panel, and dish pricing would be generated accordingly. Additionally, restaurant staff enjoyed free meals. With these benefits, Zhou Qing, currently the only restaurant worker, had full control over the daily menu. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Shen Ruoran ordered a serving of hairy crab for the next day, and let Zhou Qing decide the rest. The next morning, Zhou Qing indeed found lively, large hairy crabs in the fresh produce section. At lunchtime, the four of them sat together at the same table. While cracking open crab meat, Shen Ruoran casually asked, "Do you know any high-rise buildings that sell clothes? At least above the 6th floor, any type will do." In just one day and night, the floodwater had risen again, reaching the 5th floor. Collecting clothing had been inspired by Jia Feifei, who had arrived in a swimsuit. Future survivors would likely be soaked through and in great need of clothes. Previously, Shen Ruoran had stocked clothes based on her own preferences, lacking men's, children's and elderly clothing. She needed to restock. Jia Feifei, who usually spent her time shopping rather than working, excitedly put down her chopsticks and listed well-known clothing stores, designer boutiques, and locations in B City that met the criteria. Feeling the admiring gazes of the others, Jia Feifei stuck out her tongue playfully. If she had been asked this question earlier, she wouldn't have cried from not knowing what her strengths were. Thinking about it now felt embarrassing. Based on Jia Feifei's suggestions, Shen Ruoran marked locations on the map and set off in her submarine toward the commercial district's Wantong building. It was also home to Lai Yeqing, a versatile farmer identified by the system, worth 120 wealth points. Wantong building was only 7 kilometers away, just over 10 minutes travel. The building had 27 floors. Floors 13 and 14 mainly sold men's clothing, while floors 15 and 16 sold women's and children's clothing. According to Jia Feifei, all 4 floors were owned by the same boss, covering all age groups. Business had been excellent. He even alternated between driving a Maserati and a Rolls-Royce. Shen Ruoran maneuvered the submarine to the water's surface and circled the building but found no direct entry point. Every window was locked. Such strong security meant there must be people inside. Unable to find an entrance, Shen Ruoran smashed a window with an axe. Glass shattered loudly, scattering everywhere. Avoiding the shards, she carefully stepped inside. Suspecting there were people in the building, she decided it was unsafe to use the elevator and chose to take the stairs instead. After climbing 1 floor, she encountered a middle-aged man standing guard. "Where did you come from? I've never seen you before." Wang Chun glared at her with disdain, as if she were a disgusting insect. Food inside the building was limited. One more person meant one more mouth competing for supplies. Shen Ruoran wasn't one to tolerate disrespect. She immediately glared back, hands on her hips, and retorted, "I came by boat. What, is that not allowed? The country hasn't even fallen yet. And you're already acting like some local tyrant? When the rain stops and the water recedes, the police will come after people like you first, those with no sense of public morality." Wang Chun opened his mouth to curse but felt humiliated by her rebuttal. He didn't want to end up on the news. "Fine, go up," he muttered, stepping aside, urging her to leave quickly. He didn't want to see her for even another second. Victorious in the verbal exchange, Shen Ruoran let out a snort. Her combativeness hadn't diminished at all. After she left, Wang Chun spat a few times and let out a sly laugh. It would be interesting if this woman wandered into the boss's private territory. Then there'd be quite a spectacle. Aside from the initial encounter, Shen Ruoran saw no other guards as she reached the 13th floor. She softened her footsteps and slowly stepped out. Dozens of people were sleeping on the floor. The refugees looked gloomy and lifeless. All the men's clothing had been piled together in one area, tightly packed to free up space for people to rest. Taking advantage of blind spots, Shen Ruoran quietly slipped into the clothing area and stored all the men's clothes out of sight into her space. Unfortunately, with people around, she couldn't collect as freely as she wanted. Using the same careful method, she moved to the next floor. The situation on the 14th floor was similar. People huddled together, staring blankly out at the endless rain. At this point, social order was already on the verge of collapse. A little girl, Huang Xiaoya, trembled as she leaned close to Lu Yun, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, I'm scared." Chapter 18, Blending in. After speaking, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her voice broke into sobs and tears streamed down her face. Why was this world so terrifying? She was so hungry and so tired. Lu Yun tightly hugged her daughter, Huang Xiaoya, softly humming a lullaby to calm her. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. You're the bravest little girl. When the rain stops, we can go home." Huang Xiaoya peeked out from her warm embrace and asked softly, "Mom, will Dad go home with us? Why doesn't he want us anymore?" The people around them spat disdainfully, their eyes filled with disgust. Huang Xiaoya was only 3 years old. Her world revolved entirely around her mother. She didn't understand what those reactions meant when she mentioned her father. Lu Yun gently covered her daughter's eyes, only then allowing the bitterness on her face to show. Your dad has things he needs to do. We won't disturb him, okay? Heh? A woman in her 50s chuckled, amused by Lu Yun's naive devotion. She pulled over a young girl who used to work in the building with her. With her unbrushed mouth close to the girl's ear, loud enough for everyone to hear, she said. Xiao Tu, when you pick a man in the future, keep your eyes open. See his character clearly before deciding. A man who abandons his wife and child for a bit of food and runs off to join thugs? That kind is worthless. The girl recoiled slightly from the foul breath but was pulled back by the woman's force. And don't try to save face either. The father is clearly trash, yet she still lies to the child, hopeless. Tu Zhozhou. There was really no need to drag her into this. She had come to Bi City from another province to make a living. She had never planned to settle down here. And now, watching the water rise from the 1st floor to the 5th, it might soon reach the 14th floor. There might not even be a future to speak of. Tu Zhozhou expressed her wish to be left alone and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Her messy hair covered her reddened ears as she stared blankly at the rain falling like stones. At this moment, homesickness surged within her. She missed her parents. Boom! A deafening thunderclap struck, making her body tremble violently. Others instinctively huddled together for warmth, only to disperse again when the thunder subsided. After recovering, the middle-aged woman clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and moved on to chat with someone else, talking about Lu Yun, about the building, and probing into others' family situations for entertainment. Not many people were as optimistic as her, chatting for gossip. Most, like Lu Yun and Tu Zhozhou, were filled with worry about the future. Behind a 2-meter-tall, multi-million-dollar carved sculpture, Shen Ruoran hid in the shadows. Through the chatterbox woman, she roughly grasped the situation in the building. Some of the people inside were former employees of the building, while others were residents or shop owners from nearby areas who had brought their families here to take refuge. However, the ones currently in control of Wantong Building were a group of thugs who, before the apocalypse, had done nothing but extort protection fees. When the flood submerged the 1st floor, the thugs broke in, suppressed the people inside with knives, seized supplies and gathered followers, establishing themselves as rulers. On the 7th floor and every floor from the 16th upward, guards were stationed, one at the stairwell and one at the elevator entrance. The 6th floor, not yet flooded, was uninhabited. Floors 7 to 15 housed the elderly, the weak, women and children, those considered to have no value. Above that were the wealthy, with assets over $1 million, attractive men and women, skilled fighters and followers who had joined the thugs. Both were landlords, yet the tenants, or rather workers, here had almost no sense of happiness. Shen Ruoran silently praised herself. She truly was a considerate and caring building owner. The 13th floor was lifeless. Everyone kept their heads down, sighing. No one noticed her. On the 14th floor, however, there was that talkative woman chatting endlessly. Though no one liked what she said, no one had the energy to deal with her either. Because of her presence, Shen Ruoran worried that collecting clothes might expose her, so she temporarily stopped. I wonder if anyone from upstairs will have a change of heart and come down to suffer with us. The one who couldn't handle the gap already jumped to his death a few days ago. When will another one come down and bring some life to this floor? Hearing the woman mutter this, Shen Ruoran's eyes lit up, her brows lifting slightly. It seemed the opportunity she had been waiting for had arrived. This floor would be easier to gather information about Lai Yeqing, the versatile farmer. She also needed this chance to collect clothes. After waiting a bit longer and hearing nothing useful, Shen Ruoran untied her hair, deliberately messing it up. She grabbed some dirty dust from the ground and smeared it onto her clothes. Then she stepped out timidly, her voice trembling slightly as if on the verge of tears. Hello. May I find a place to rest? Just as she expected, the first to look up was the talkative woman. Before anyone else could react, she sprang up and circled Shen Ruoran, examining her. Which floor did you come down from? An elderly man asked before the woman could speak. Shen Ruoran lowered her head and casually guessed. Probably, the 17th floor. If that didn't fit, she could always say she remembered wrong and change it to the 18th, leaving herself room to maneuver. The woman rested her chin on her hand, her eyes darting suspiciously. 17th floor. If she remembered correctly, that was where upper-class people selected fallen women for entertainment. Her mouth was faster than her brain as she blurted out bluntly. So, are you one of the girls they use for fun? Shen Ruoran was stunned. Her intuition had really failed her. How had a random guess turned her into that kind of person? Just as she was about to explain, the elderly man, angered, scolded the woman. Kai Wanhua, can you have some decency? Don't casually slander a young girl like that. The 17th floor houses servants. The 18th is where that kind of place is. It was the first time he had stopped her nonsense. In his generation's values, accusing someone's chastity was as serious as taking their life. Kai Wanhua shrugged indifferently and glared at him. So what if I got it wrong? Are servants any better than prostitutes? Working for those thugs isn't honorable either. Back in the old days, that would be like being a traitor. Shen Ruoran felt her head buzzing from the indirect insults. If not for the fact that the building was crowded, and she wanted to quietly collect all the clothes from floors 13 to 16 without drawing attention or fighting the thugs, she would have already gotten into a full-blown argument with Kai Wanhua. Chapter 19: Sneaking Food. Shen Ruoran found a spot near the men's clothing area and sat down on the floor, resting her hands on her knees, no longer paying attention to Kai Wanhua. With no one chatting with her, Kai Wanhua talked to herself for half an hour before finally losing interest. Uncharacteristically, she quieted down and sat staring at an embroidered painting of 8 galloping horses. At 7 p.m., the wall clock chimed for the evening. Shen Ruoran then watched as the old man and others quietly took out blankets, pillows, and even straw mats from the corners, lying down neatly to sleep. Their movements were practiced like machines following a routine. She felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Gurgle gurgle. Having been focused on observing her surroundings, Shen Ruoran's stomach growled several times. She slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing what was strange. Didn't these people need to eat? She had entered the 14th floor around 3 p.m. Now it was 7 p.m., yet they had skipped dinner entirely and gone straight to sleep without issue. Still, their early sleep was good news for her. It made it easier to begin her clothing collection. Wantong Building had large floor spaces, wide open views and piles of clothing. Perhaps due to lack of cleaning, some of the outermost men's clothing even had thick spider webs on them. Shen Ruoran skipped the outer layers in disgust, carefully checking cleanliness before storing each item. After quietly collecting what she could, it was finally her usual dinner time. But for once, she hesitated. What kind of food has no smell and makes no sound when eaten? The moment food was taken out of her storage space, it would be hot and fragrant. Its aroma would definitely spread. Snacks weren't ideal either, the packaging would make noise. Shen Ruoran suddenly felt annoyed that her storage space couldn't hold people. If only she could enter it herself. Back when she completed her first hell-level apocalypse mission, the system had given her a choice between 2 spatial rewards. One was the personal storage space she currently used, divided into 3 zones with functions like infinite expansion, time stasis, and purification. The other was a manor space which required gold, zombie cores, or mutant crystals to sustain survival time within it. Given her strength, Shen Ruoran didn't need a protective refuge, so she chose the storage space without much thought. She didn't regret it, but right now she was annoyed that it couldn't hide people. In a dark corner, the lid of a grape-flavored jelly cup was quietly twisted open. The contents inside gradually decreased without a sound. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Shen Ruoran ate carefully. The jelly had almost no smell, and compared to other snacks it made very little noise. As long as she ate slowly, she could finish it quietly. After 2 packs she was still hungry. As someone who could eat a lot without gaining weight, she wanted fried chicken, snail noodles, and spicy hot pot. But she couldn't, those foods were too fragrant. The hungry people on the 14th floor would definitely wake up from the smell. Her resentment grew stronger. Ever since her death from overwork, she had never forced herself to endure discomfort like this. And she wasn't about to start now. The wind howled violently at night, rain pounding against the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an overwhelming symphony of sound. Snoring rose and fell, mixed with loud teeth grinding and murmurs. In a corner 100 meters away, 3 high-powered fans spun at full speed. A thick rope tied them together, the other end connected to Shen Ruoran's left hand. Meanwhile, in her right hand she held chopsticks, picking up slices of meat and eating happily. A large bowl of richly filled spicy hot pot sat openly on the 14th floor, but the powerful airflow quickly dispersed its strong aroma. Mama. Huang Xiaoya's little feet twitched in fear. She dreamed of drifting on a stormy sea with her mother. A towering wave turned into a monstrous face, rushing toward her. The girl woke up with a start, clutching Lu Yun tightly, feeling her warmth to reassure herself it was just a dream. She looked up in the dim moonlight, confirming it was really her mother. Rubbing her eyes, she blinked several times. Strange, this time it seemed like a good dream. She thought she had seen a beautiful fairy eating meat. Her small body stood up, and she walked toward the direction of the hot pot, drool trailing behind her. Noticing that Huang Xiaoya had woken up, Shen Ruoran reacted instantly. Using the rope connection, she retrieved the 3 fans and the half-eaten hot pot in one motion. Lie down. Curl up. Close eyes. All in one smooth sequence. Big sister, were you eating just now? I think I saw meat. Did you hide it? The soft, childish voice sounded near her ear. Shen Ruoran felt a tickle but continued pretending to sleep. Huang Xiaoya sniffed the air, trying to detect any lingering scent. Big sister, Xiaoya is so hungry. Can you give me a little? The girl pleaded, licking her lips as her stomach growled loudly. Shen Ruoran pretended to wake up, frowning in annoyance. Little girl, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Why come here to bother me? Huang Xiaoya froze in fear, stepping back timidly. She clasped her hands together like praying during New Year, bowing toward Shen Ruoran. Big sister, I saw you eating just now. Can you share a little? Xiaoya and Mama can work for you. Though Shen Ruoran felt some sympathy, she still replied coldly. You saw wrong. How would I have food? You're just dreaming, thinking too much during the day. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. She had prepared this excuse long ago. After all, who would believe something could disappear out of thin air? At worst, they'd think they imagined it or saw a ghost. But Huang Xiaoya was young, her worldview simple. She firmly believed Shen Ruoran had hidden the food. She kept pleading. Shen Ruoran felt a headache coming on. Her prepared strategy worked well on adults but not on children. Children believed what they saw while adults doubted themselves. Does no one on your floor get any food at all? Seeing she couldn't shake the girl off, Shen Ruoran gave up and decided to extract some information instead. Her sleep schedule had long been disrupted. By the faint light filtering through, she could just make out the electronic clock on the wall. It pointed to 10 p.m. Chapter 20. Dividing the Biscuit. It wasn't time for Shen Ruoran to sleep yet. Huang Xiaoya lowered her head in disappointment. Her voice was faint, mixed with soft sobs. Sometimes it comes early, sometimes very late. Someone will put food behind there, but there's only a little, very little, and it tastes bad. She pointed toward the location of the expensive carved artwork. Shen Ruoran followed her finger and immediately realized something was wrong. She was sitting too close to that spot. When food was distributed, it would be easy for others to notice her. She quickly grabbed Huang Xiaoya and changed positions, sitting somewhere else. She continued asking, "How is food distributed? How much do you and your mom get each day?" The little girl answered obediently. Children were simple. She believed that if she answered more, the pretty sister might give her some meat. Before, people fought for it. Mom and I were lucky to get scraps. Later, Grandpa Chen set rules and everyone gets an equal share. Now Mom and I only get half a biscuit a day. Half a biscuit per day over 24 hours? Shen Ruoran fell silent. Things were far worse than she had imagined. Didn't you bring food with you when you came here? According to what Shen Ruoran had seen online, people in this country love stockpiling supplies. They shouldn't be living this badly. Huang Xiaoya nodded desperately. Mom and Dad brought lots and lots of food. Then, as if remembering something terrible, her nose turned sour and her voice broke into tears. But then it was all taken by the people upstairs. They even took Dad away. Wah wah! The girl cried louder and louder. Shen Ruoran quickly covered her mouth. Don't cry. If you wake Kai Wanhua, She'll start insulting you and your mom again. The threat worked surprisingly well. The obedient little girl didn't want to cause trouble for her mother, so she forced herself to stop crying, wiping her runny nose with both hands. The sight was extremely distressing for someone with cleanliness obsession, but Shen Ruoran resisted the urge to hand her tissues and leaned back slightly to maintain distance. Huang Xiaoya didn't understand her discomfort at all. Instead, she moved closer, trying to stick to her, hoping the pretty sister might give her food. Stop! Don't come any closer. This was the first time Shen Ruoran had encountered someone this hard to deal with. After all, anyone else who tried to get close to her a second time had already had their hands and legs broken. She strictly followed the no more than 3 chances rule. She stopped Huang Xiaoya and tried to negotiate patiently, considering her young age. Stop crying. Tomorrow, I'll give you half of my share of food, but you must not tell anyone. Not even your mom. Understand? If you tell anyone what happened tonight, I won't give you anything, and you'll never see your mother again. Huang Xiaoya held back her tears, sniffling. Pretty sister. I don't want to leave my mom. Please don't do that. As long as you keep quiet, nothing will happen. I'll even reward you with food. Huang Xiaoya nodded hard. She would remember it well. Dozens of meters away, Kai Wanhua, still asleep, smacked her lips contentedly, turned over, vaguely saw the pair in the distance, and quickly fell back into deep sleep. Meanwhile, a bald man, shirtless on his upper body, snorted arrogantly. He casually walked up and spat on one of the sleeping people on the 15th floor. Then he carried a black 18-inch suitcase and slowly descended to the 14th floor. People on the 15th floor were crowded near the stairwell fighting over food. Moments later, angry shouting and scuffling echoed through the corridor. The bald man sneered, his face full of mockery. On the 14th floor, things were different. People slept far from the stairwell and did not wake up early to fight for food. He squatted down, unlocked the suitcase, and quickly took out a thin stack of biscuits before locking it again. There were 10 biscuits in total. Following his leader's instructions, he bit 2 of them and then swallowed them. Dry and hard, but he forced them down anyway. This was part of strategist Yang Jincheng's plan. Every floor must receive food that had been partially bitten. No waste allowed. This was psychological manipulation. Those who received incomplete food would feel separated from others. This was the first step in breaking group unity. The second step was irregular distribution times. Sometimes early, sometimes late. The first person to find the food would never be the same. Personal desire would eventually destroy collective cohesion. That was why they dared to leave people on each floor unsupervised. The bald man treated the 14th floor differently from the 15th. After dropping the biscuits, he glanced warily toward where old Chun was sleeping, then left. From the shadow of the stairwell, Shen Ruoran waited until the footsteps disappeared, then removed the newspaper covering her face and sat up. She looked at the bag of biscuits in the distance. One by one, the sleeping people gradually woke up. Pretty early today, Kai Wanhua muttered, rubbing her eyes. Her body ached from sleeping on the hard floor. Seeing Tu Zhozhou stretch, she started talking again. Hey Xiao Tu. How did you sleep last night? I think I woke up in the middle of the night and saw something, but I forgot. I was too sleepy. Tu Zhozhou responded vaguely and went to the bathroom. It stank. She went to the innermost stall, lifted a tile, and revealed a hidden space containing a 1.5 L thermos and a pack of instant noodles. The water in the thermos was at about 1.3 L. She carefully took a very small sip, not even enough to wet her lips, then sealed it again and restored the tile. When she came out, Old Chun was already breaking the biscuits into halves and distributing them one by one. No one fought. Even Kai Wanhua waited quietly. Shen Ruoran looked suspiciously at the biscuit handed toward her. The old calloused hand held a biscuit with clear bite marks. This is your ration for the day. Take it quickly. Chapter 21. Old Man Shen's background. The old man urged Shen Ruoran to quickly take the flatbread. He had to distribute the next one. Everyone was still hungry and needed to eat earlier. Seeing that Shen Ruoran still didn't respond, the old man simply threw the flatbread onto her lap. His tone turned heavy and resentful. Bites from other people don't mean you'll get one every day. Things here are fair. It's all on a rotation. He turned and handed the remaining flatbreads to the others. The others took them and immediately stuffed them into their mouths. Those with strong self-control would save a little for the afternoon. Those without would finish it all in one go in the morning, and then endure hunger until the next day. While the others were devouring their food, Shen Ruoran endured her disgust, wrapped her sleeve around her hand, picked up the flatbread, and moved behind a wall to block others' view. She secretly stored the bread into her space, planning to give it to Huang Xiaoya later as a reward for obedience. She would never touch something someone else had bitten. A few minutes later, Shen Ruoran casually found an empty spot to sit and observe everyone's movements. People on this floor, in order to conserve energy and reduce hunger, either sat where they were or lay down on the floor. Except for Kai Wanhua. The woman seemed unable to tolerate the silence and kept looking for topics, talking to herself non-stop. Soon her attention landed on Shen Ruoran. "New girl, what did you do on the upper floors before?" Kai Wanhua said loudly, walking over and sitting beside her. She reached out her dark, rough hand trying to touch Shen Ruoran's pale skin. Shen Ruoran frowned and leaned back 2 steps, avoiding her touch. She hadn't forgotten how Kai Wanhua had humiliated her yesterday. "You said people working for gangsters aren't good people. So why should I tell you anything?" she said coldly. Kai Wanhua chuckled a few times without the slightest embarrassment, smoothing things over herself. "Oh, don't be like that. Now that you're living with us on the 14th floor, we should at least know each other, right? We've got to get along in the future. You're a young girl, be more generous. Share what you should share." Hearing this, Shen Ruoran's head buzzed again. Despite her age, Kai Wanhua was very skilled at twisting words. Though she smiled while speaking, she was actually accusing Shen Ruoran of being stingy. If she didn't answer, it would mean she didn't want to get along with the people on the 14th floor. That would be a serious crime. Shen Ruoran snorted and walked to a load-bearing wall to sit down, unwilling to look at Kai Wanhua's petty face. Her hands rested on her knees as she considered her next move. Whether to continue going undercover or leave directly by boat. From the 13th and 14th floors, she had already collected over 700 sets of men's clothing, enough for the building's future male workers. As for women's clothing, what she needed to stock now were elderly and children's clothes. For adult women, she already had sizes covering all body types. All-round farmer Lai Yecheng. Shen Ruoran silently repeated the name. She had already missed Lu Chuan, who was worth 500 wealth points. In just a few days, several top industry talents on the map had dimmed one after another, their value numbers disappearing, likely meaning they had met misfortune and left this world entirely. Lai Yecheng was still alive in this building. If she left now, she might never have another chance to meet him. It was known that the building could upgrade, and special talents carried high-value chips that could accelerate that process. Shen Ruoran decided to stay for another 3 days. Within that time, she would find Lai Yecheng and take him away, to see if his 150 wealth points could trigger the building's first upgrade of the 31-story structure. The flood seems to have reached the 6th floor. Tu Zhozhou pressed his face against the glass window, murmuring in a daze. Old Man Chun walked over and looked down, letting out a heavy sigh. "With this old body of mine, am I really going to drown here?" More and more people gathered by the window, staring at the dark sky and the relentless downpour with despair. Kai Wanhua knelt on the ground, slapping her thighs hard as she cried and cursed, as if mourning someone. She was speaking in her hometown dialect, repeatedly calling out a single name. Shen Ruoran, resting alone nearby, kept her eyelashes lowered and did not go to the window. 3 more hours passed, and a sudden wave of screams nearly shattered their eardrums. Tu Zhozhou was the first to realize what it meant. He rushed to the window, his eyes blank and hollow. "Say 7th floor." Everyone, men and women alike, collapsed to the ground. At first, the flood rose by 1.5 floors every 1.5 days. Now in just half a day, the 6th floor had already been swallowed. At this rate, the 14th floor would be gone by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Huang Xiaoya clutched Lu Yun tightly, crying in fear. On the right side, Zhu Kai buried his head and sobbed loudly, louder than anyone else despite being a man in his 40s. After crying himself out, he crawled to Old Man Chun, grabbing his leg and begging, "Old Chun, please save us. You must have a way, right?" Old Man Chun sighed helplessly, not daring to meet Zhu Kai's eyes. Slowly, he bent down and pried his fingers off one by one, then hunched over and walked step by step to the wall. Facing the blank surface, he said nothing. The others on the floor stared at him in the same way Zhu Kai did, eyes filled with sorrow and despair. They pinned their only hope on the oldest man among them. Shen Ruoran had already noticed that old man Chen was not ordinary. Including what Huang Xiaoya said yesterday, it was clear that the old man was a figure even the gangsters didn't dare offend. She felt that the story of this building might be more interesting than even her transmigration experiences, something worth digging into. She quite liked gossip. She chose the right moment to interject casually. Why are you all making things difficult for an old man? In this building, survival is based on strength. The weak are prey. Someone immediately refuted her. You're new, what do you know? Old Chen's son works at the Capital Research Institute. Because of the equipment he sends, the upper floors can receive white flatbreads every day. Otherwise they would have already gone moldy. Another item to stock. Shen Ruoran added it to her supply list and asked curiously, then why is old Chen living with us on the 14th floor? What does that equipment do? The upper floors must eat better than us, right? Since it belongs to old Chen, why can't the 14th floor use it for a while? Her questions came one after another, leaving the previous speaker unsure how to respond. Old man Chen, suddenly becoming the center of attention, took the opportunity to clarify in his slow, aged voice. My son is a researcher in the capital. But I am not. The gangsters' fear of me is limited. If the rain doesn't stop, and if something happens to my son in the capital, then in their eyes I'll just be a useless old man. So don't expect me to negotiate anything. This old man doesn't have that ability. Chapter 22. Third area purification complete. In the end, he turned his gaze to Shen Ruoran, who had raised the question earlier, and answered her remaining two doubts. My son sent me a device. It's an instrument with a preservation effect tens of thousands of times stronger than a refrigerator. I heard from them that it also has a kind of reverse transformation function. If food has just started to spoil, putting it inside for a day and night can restore it to a fresh state. When that thing was taken by the gangsters, they specifically warned me not to think about taking it back. So sorry. I'm just an old man with no power to do anything about it. Shen Ruoran looked up in shock. With a strong spirit of scientific curiosity, she asked, Elder Chen, can this device restore any spoiled or rotten food back to freshness? Elder Chen shook his head. That was too deep a question, he didn't know. The old man rubbed the calluses on his rough hands. He was old now, sometimes knowing less was a blessing. Seeing that she couldn't get more answers, Shen Ruoran let it go for the moment. Originally, she had planned to stay here for at most 3 days. If she couldn't find Lai Yecheng, that would be his loss. He would miss the chance to live a good life with her. But now that she had learned about the reverse transformation device, Shen Ruoran changed her mind. She could stay a few more days. The atmosphere on the 14th floor was successfully diverted by the scientific topic, easing much of the tension. Kai Wanhua returned to idle chatter about everyday life. Inherent space, third area. Purification complete. All items restored to non-toxic, ownerless state. At exactly 12:30 noon during the usual lunch break, Shen Ruoran found a place where no one was around. Leaning against a wall, she closed her eyes and pretended to rest. Her consciousness connected to the third area of the space. The long entangled purple-gray mist had finally disappeared, and a faint brilliant white light shimmered within the area. Shen Ruoran was overwhelmed by sudden joy. Her excitement surged through her entire body. Not only had the third area been unlocked, her SS Plus level spiritual power had also returned. Through her connection with the spatial system, she knew everything inside was now harmless to her. She could hardly wait to see what kind of unimaginable treasure the legendary fourth pirate fleet of the interstellar era had left behind. Host's spiritual power is limited. Please exercise restraint when retrieving items. Her consciousness was suddenly forced out by a powerful force. Her vision spun, her face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out instantly. The dizziness was intense. The reincarnation system had previously evaluated her mental strength. SS Plus level, surpassing 98.99% of interstellar natives. It was already extremely powerful. This showed that whatever was inside the third area might contain power capable of shaking the world. Shen Ruoran had been careless. She assumed everything in her own space could be used freely, not expecting backlash. Leaning half-lying on the ground, she rested for over 20 minutes before her spiritual power gradually recovered. She tried again. This time she carefully extended her spiritual sense to the outer edge of the area, probing for weak points. Finally, a faint flicker of light appeared, and her spiritual power quickly locked onto it. Something like a white ceramic tile appeared in her palm. Shen Ruoran. What the hell? Some random piece of trash. As if hearing her complaint, the spatial system promptly issued an explanation. Interstellar divine items are too advanced. To preserve the technological development trajectory of the normal world and avoid technological disruption, all interstellar objects will be disguised as everyday items. Their usage methods will also be modified for easier concealment. Say medium displacement device. Tile when attached to any flat surface of the same plane, it can move vertically or horizontally. The distance of movement depends on the user's spiritual strength. Good item. Shen Ruoran tested it. With her spiritual power, she could move up to 20 floors at once. Since she was on the 14th floor, she could directly reach the top or go all the way down to the bottom. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people on the other side, waiting in despair, felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively turned toward the direction of the laughter behind the wall. That girl must have gone crazy from fear of the flood. Kai Wanhua frowned, her eyes filled with pity, firmly convinced of her conclusion. Little two don't end up like her. If you lose your mind after going crazy, you lose the meaning of being human. Kai Wanhua habitually tried to talk to Tu Zhozhou, but after a while of no response, she turned around and saw the girl squatting on the ground, arms wrapped around her knees, silent. Little two, what's wrong? You still have to stay optimistic. The flood hasn't even reached the 14th floor yet. Her rough, dirty hand waved vigorously in front of Tu Zhozhou's face to snap her out of it. Just as she was about to pat her shoulder, Tu Zhozhou shook her head to stop her. I just want to be alone for a while. Go talk to someone else. Her hair, unwashed for many days, was tangled and messy, just like her chaotic thoughts. She missed her home. She missed her parents. If she had known, she would have gone home that weekend. Then she wouldn't be unable to contact them now. The flood was rising faster and faster. Between death and tomorrow, which one would come first? Her eyes were red, tears trembling in her gaze as she forced herself to stay strong. After a moment, she gave a helpless self-mocking smile. This was a devastating apocalypse. She was probably just destined to be cannon fodder. She thought of the drinking water and instant noodles she had hidden behind the bathroom tiles. Should she eat them all tonight? Or hide them a few more days? If the flood reached here tonight, she would die here as a starving ghost. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoran, who could not empathize with ordinary people, was already excitedly planning a nighttime operation. Her target was the reverse transformation device and then Lai Yecheng. A dark, heavy night still showed no stars. The sound of pouring rain was especially loud. Accompanied by the familiar snoring on the 14th floor, Shen Ruoran walked to where Lu Yun and her daughter were sleeping and quietly slipped half a white bun from the morning into little Huang Xiaoya's pocket, pressing it in so it wouldn't fall out. She returned to her resting spot from the day, took out a blonde wig with bangs from her space, applied makeup to her face, adding a bit of everything, then put on black-rimmed glasses and changed into clean clothes. Still feeling it wasn't safe enough, she finally put on a ghost mask. After getting ready, she activated her spiritual power and used the same medium displacement device tile, teleporting herself to the 19th floor. Based on Shen Ruoran's guess, the 17th floor was for servants, the 18th for entertainers and courtesans, so by deduction, the 19th floor was likely where important figures lived. Same medium displacement device used. Cooldown: 1 hour. As expected, interstellar items had hidden pitfalls. They only explain things after use. Fortunately, Shen Ruoran was strong enough that. Chapter 23. The 21st floor. There were only two choices: continue hiding or force her way out. The 19th floor was filled with entertainment facilities for both adults and children. Claw machines, whack-a-mole games, kiddie rides, slot car tracks. There were also dozens of large generators running. The air was thick with choking cigarette smoke. Disgust filled Shen Ruoran's expression. Every step she took, she would step on several cigarette butts. This floor was clearly different from the 13th and 14th floors below. Downstairs, the walls had mostly been knocked down, forming a vast open space. But here, the layout from before the apocalypse had been preserved. Several storefronts had been converted into KTV rooms or private mahjong and card rooms. One bamboo. Who? 800 points. Hurry up and give me the chips, damn, I've earned a lot of food again. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Your old man really gave you a fitting name, Hu Itong. The men's coarse voices carried clearly even without Shen Ruoran getting close. TSK, how ironic. On the lower floors, people lay on hard ground, forcing themselves to fall asleep quickly, living like beggars, starving daily, and constantly at risk of being drowned. Meanwhile, on the higher floors, people indulged in luxury and pleasure, living even better than before the apocalypse. About 20 meters diagonally across from the card room, another shop had been turned into a KTV. Light shone through the windows, casting silhouettes of men and women embracing inside. Shen Ruoran's lips twitched. These people were really in the mood for enjoyment. She took out the same medium displacement device tile, again, and teleported to the 20th floor. She didn't stay long on the 19th floor. First, there was no way the gangsters would keep something as valuable as the reverse transformation device here. Second, if her target, Lai Yecheng, was living among such decadence, then her building would have nothing to do with him. Of all the floors she had seen, the 20th floor was the most crowded. The load-bearing walls removed from below had been rebuilt here into small rooms. Each room had a sign hanging outside, covered with names. Using a small flashlight, Shen Ruoran examined them one by one, silently criticizing the terrible handwriting. Messy cursive scrawls that were hard to decipher. Probably written by uneducated thugs. What a disgusting damp smell, Shen Ruoran muttered. She took off her ghost mask, put on a face mask, then put the ghost mask back on. It smelled unbearable. Complaining inwardly, she carefully continued forward with her flashlight. At the innermost room, she saw a sign covered in twisted strokes like crawling worms. After studying it for a while, she felt one of the characters resembled yeah. Combined with the others, something like Shu, Qian, Yi, Wu. Couldn't be that much of a coincidence. Out of 3 characters one matched, there was a high chance this was the person she was looking for. Shen Ruoran pressed her ear against the door, but heard nothing. Judging from the chaotic sign, about 23 characters total, this room likely housed at least 8 people. It was impossible to hear nothing at all. Even if they were asleep, at least one of them would be snoring. Shen Ruoran had relied on her instincts countless times in different worlds. She trusted her intuition completely. She quietly pushed the door open. There were many rooms on the 20th floor. Though it looked like better living conditions than the 14th floor, in reality it was no different from a prison. The doors were closed but not locked. They could be pushed open with force. In a space of only about 20 square meters, 8 or 9 people were crammed together. It was crowded and the air was foul. A thick stench filled the narrow room, sweat, foot odor, mold from the walls, dampness, all mixed together into a nauseating smell. Shen Ruoran covered the mouth area of her mask tightly, bent over and quickly fled. She felt intense anger toward whoever designed such a layout. If she ever met them, she would beat them senseless. Make sure they'd never dare design such a place again. Maybe it was her imagination, but ever since she opened that door, the stench seemed to follow her everywhere on the 20th floor. Unable to endure it any longer, she teleported up one more floor. The 21st floor was relatively more spacious, but only relatively. Each room still housed 5 or 6 people. After a glance at the 21st floor, she went up to the 22nd floor. This level was much more luxurious, fully furnished, with large generators continuously supplying power. In the hall, a beautiful woman serving drinks knelt respectfully on the ground, her head lowered in submission, evoking pity. Her qipao was wrinkled, the collar disheveled, as if it had been forced onto her. A pot-bellied fat man and several tattooed men with dyed yellow and green hair lounged lazily on the sofa, their expressions lewd. One of them lifted the woman's chin, signaling for her to remove her clothes. Dance something sexy for us. Shen Ruoran had teleported into a shadowy corner behind the sofa, out of the light. After several uses, she had figured out a hidden feature of the displacement device. If no one was present, it would teleport her to the exact coordinates. If people were present, it would automatically place her in the nearest unoccupied area. As social order collapsed, human vices naturally flourished. Though it was nighttime, the place was still brightly lit, generators humming and overheating. Sooner or later, these pleasure seekers would drain all the electricity. The yellow-haired man was already losing control, forcing the woman closer. He enjoyed seeing women resist helplessly. The more they struggled, the more excited he became. Shen Ruoran turned her head away, clenching her fists, taking deep breaths to remind herself to focus on the bigger picture. Don't. You bastard. Animal. Don't touch me. A loud slap rang out, leaving a clear red mark on the woman's face. You bitch, if you don't obey, I'll have your son gang raped. The woman's fear turned into anger and shock. She lashed out desperately. You animals. You've all gone mad. That's a 5-year-old boy. The fat man unbuckled his belt provocatively. Brother Huzi, the boss is calling you to the 27th floor. Just as things were about to escalate, a lackey interrupted. Huzi, the yellow-haired man, glared angrily at him and kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Damn it. Brother Huzi, spare me. The boss said it's urgent, you need to go now. Impatient, Huzi snapped. What's so important? Isn't the boss usually lying in a pile of women at this hour? I was just about to enjoy one after him in an hour. The messenger forced a smile, clutching his chest. It seems that farmer actually managed to grow something. The boss is calling everyone up. Huzi's face lit up with excitement. He shoved the woman aside. Chapter 24. Cherry Radish. That's something we should properly congratulate the boss for. Those freeloaders finally contributed something. The fat man and the green-haired man hurried after them, panting as they followed. Being able to grow crops indoors without sufficient light, water, or fertilizer meant they would never have to worry about running out of food again. It was a huge victory. The foul-smelling men walked away without looking back. Under the dim yellow lights, the ink-dark storm outside felt even lonelier. A tear slid down the woman's cheek. Her pupils were unfocused as she numbly raised her hands, desperately covering her torn clothes. Her upper body was half exposed, while she guarded her lower half tightly. She muttered under her breath, I have to live for Xiao Bao. I have to live. Shen Ruoran arrived at the 27th floor before the yellow-haired man by using the same medium displacement device, tile. This time her landing spot was unusual, deep inside a planting greenhouse. She stood among rotting wooden planks, surrounded by hardened damp soil. Here and there, a few patches of land showed tiny green sprouts, mixed with the yellow of late autumn. Who wants to try this cherry radish first? A sharp, high-pitched male voice rang out from outside the greenhouse. The boss said the first one goes to someone who has made outstanding contributions to the building. Everyone here qualifies. The boss selflessly put himself last so the brothers can eat first. Don't you think the boss is great? Great. Wise boss. Long live the boss. Cheers and whistles filled the air, praising the boss like a savior. Everyone believed they had contributed the most and demanded to eat first. After days of instant noodles, canned porridge and snacks, they were already sick of it all. Even those who disliked radishes were now eager to fight for it. A thumb-sized cherry radish, painstakingly grown in the apocalypse, was now their prize. Since her position was too hidden, Shen Ruoran released her spiritual power to observe the outside. The floor was decorated in a classical European medieval style. Bright lights illuminated everything, giving the entire level a noble and elegant atmosphere. Aside from the luxurious decorations, the vast floor contained only a massive planting greenhouse, leather sofas, and a patch of soil enclosed by bricks. A group of men stared intently at the cherry radish in the shirt man's hand, swallowing audibly. It felt like they might rush forward to grab it at any second. The only person seated on the leather sofa, the building's boss Shi Jingtao, casually signaled to the suited man beside him. He wanted him to decide who would get the radish. The well-dressed man, Yang Jinshan, was the strategist behind the scenes. the one who advised the gang. The population distribution of the lower floors and the daily rationing of white bread had all been designed by him. Under his control, the entire building had formed a distorted social balance. Yang Jinshan took the small cherry radish, ignored Shi Jingtao's hint, and leisurely walked toward Lai Yeqing and the group of farmers. His tone was indifferent. Is this cherry radish the limit of your cultivation? Fang Dazhuang's legs trembled violently as he shrank behind Lai Yeqing, terrified. He had said the wrong thing earlier and had already been kicked several times. It still hurt. But if he didn't voice his concern about whether the radish was safe to eat, and something really went wrong, he would feel he had betrayed his ancestors. How could a farmer's hands grow poisonous crops? As the core of the group, Lai Yeqing gently patted Fang Dazhuang's shoulder in reassurance. He didn't think Fang Dazhuang had done anything wrong. Growing crops required large amounts of water. But the clean water they received wasn't even enough for daily drinking. How could they spare any for irrigation? In this desperate survival situation, they had been forced to sign a life-or-death agreement. If they failed to grow crops within a month, they would be tied with ropes and thrown off the rooftop, becoming human waterfalls into the raging flood below. With no other options, Lai Yeqing had thought of the rainwater pouring from the sky. He secretly collected it and used it to water the soil. To his surprise, it worked. A cherry radish had grown. Though it looked undernourished, its shape was roughly correct. Shi Jingtao was cautious and suspicious by nature. When he heard the news of the successful crop, he didn't intend to eat it himself. Instead, he randomly picked someone from Lai Yeqing's group to taste it. Now that he held absolute power and resources, he indulged in pleasure, but remained extremely cautious. He was afraid someone might poison him using the radish. The unlucky person chosen was Fang Dazhuang. Under the pressure, he couldn't hold it in and revealed that the crops had been watered with floodwater. As a result, the innocent farmers were brutally beaten again. Back when television still worked, the news had repeatedly warned that anything touched by floodwater was unsafe to eat, even sealed cans. So those who knew the truth believed there was a 90.99% chance the radish was toxic. Shi Jingtao definitely wouldn't risk eating the only radish. But he also didn't want the farmers to eat it, since they were still useful. He couldn't afford to demoralize his subordinates either, so he deliberately handed the decision over to his most trusted confidant, Yang Jinshan. No one could truly understand Yang Jinshan's thoughts. His sudden question left everyone stunned. Is this cherry radish the limit of your cultivation? It was obvious Lai Yeqing was the leader of the farmers. He cleared his throat and answered calmly, as long as we have sufficient resources, it won't be the limit. Yang Jinshan studied him for a long moment, then shifted his gaze to the trembling Fang Dazhuang. You eat it. His slender finger pointed, and with a slight curl of his lips, he let the cherry radish drop to the ground, rolling to Fang Dazhuang's feet. The yellow-haired man stared at the fresh, juicy radish, dissatisfied that it had been given to someone as foolish as Fang Dazhuang. His temper flared instantly. He kicked over a glass container beside him, shattering it, then stood with hands on his hips and shouted at Yang Jinshan. Hey! Why let a lowly farmer eat something this good? The boss said it should go to those with the greatest contributions. Are you ignoring us? We've been through life and death with the boss. His words resonated with the other thugs. They glared at Yang Jinshan, rolling up their sleeves to reveal muscular arms, silently threatening him. Xiaoyang, what do you mean by this? Shi Jingtao frowned. He had originally wanted the farmers to test it out of fear of poisoning. But now the situation had changed. If the radish was likely contaminated by floodwater, then the farmers couldn't be allowed to eat. Chapter 25 The Meeting. His fox-like almond eyes narrowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Boss, you told me to choose who would test it. I've made my choice. If you're not satisfied, you can decide yourself. There was a faint hint of provocation in his tone. Shi Jingtao fell silent for a moment. His deep, shadowed eyes revealed nothing of his thoughts. After a while he said, Then let him eat it. A slight smile curved Yang Jinshan's lips. Of course he understood Shi Jingtao's intention, to make him play the villain and assign a physically strong subordinate to test the unknown risk cherry radish. As for why Shi Jingtao didn't pick someone from the lower floors, Yang Jinshen suspected it was because if one of the thugs ate it and was fine, he could use that to win over even more loyalty. A win-win situation. With trembling hands, Fang Dezhuang stuffed the cherry radish into his mouth, chewing extremely slowly, his teeth chattering. He used all his strength just to swallow the small pieces. It tasted slightly bitter compared to what he'd eaten before, but refreshing. Compared to the tough flatbread, it was practically a delicacy. It's pretty good, Fang Dezhuang said, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. People surrounded him in layers. The thugs didn't dare vent their anger at Yang Jinshen, so they directed it all at Fang Dezhuang, glaring at him like wolves. Some even raised their fists, making threatening gestures. At the first opportunity, they would beat him badly. Inside the greenhouse, Shen Ruoran counted the number of people gathered on the 27th floor with her spiritual sense. Her pale fingers moved rhythmically, and she seemed to be in a good mood. 73. Not many. She could take them all. Especially now that her SS plus level spiritual power had returned, eliminating a group of ordinary people in an instant would be easy. It would just consume a large portion of her energy and require time to recover. The greenhouse covering was lifted, and several men in ragged clothes were thrown inside, falling onto the muddy ground. The damp soil sank under their weight. You lot stay here for the night. Don't come out. Tomorrow, Dr. Zhang will check Fang Dezhuang's condition. If there's no problem, you'll be released. At some point, the crowd outside had completely dispersed. Yang Jinshen's expression was icy, his gaze dark as he issued a quiet warning. The lights went out, plunging both inside and outside of the greenhouse into darkness. Fang Dezhuang clutched Lai Yecheng's arm like a lifeline, his entire body trembling. Brother Cheng, what is Yang Jinshen planning? Why insist on isolating me alone, even against Shi Jingtao's wishes? Seeing his brother stay with him no matter what, Fang Dezhuang gratefully knocked his head against the ground several times. Lai Yecheng and his cousin Lai Yunqing quickly pulled him up. Their dialect, though caring, sounded almost like scolding due to how fast they spoke. What are you doing? Why are you like this? Get up. What are you kneeling for? Lai Yunqing had grown up in the village since infancy. He spoke dialect fluently but wasn't good at standard Mandarin. By chance, he and his cousin Lai Yecheng had taken refuge in Wantong Building. Fang Dezhuang, a man weighing over 180 pounds, finally couldn't hold back his tears. He cried loudly, wiping his nose as he sobbed. That beast Yang Jinshen looked at me like he wanted to kill me. Thank goodness Brother Cheng didn't abandon me. You negotiated and pressured them, so I didn't have to stay here alone. He cried so hard his voice grew hoarse. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Now you all have to sleep in this muddy pit because of me. Lai Yecheng didn't mind. They lived off the land, made their living from it. Sleeping in a greenhouse for one night meant nothing. In the dark corner of the greenhouse, Shen Ruoran tilted her head as she watched. It was her first time seeing a man in his 40s cry so miserably. There were even bubbles of snot. Up. She shuddered in disgust and shook her head. These past 2 days, all she had seen were people crying. One was Huang Xiaoya crying for food, the other was Fang Dezhuang crying after eating. The comfort from his brothers only made Fang Dezhuang cry harder. He couldn't stop. Everything he had endured since the rain began poured out in this moment. Hey, stop crying. If you have the energy to cry, you might as well think about how to avoid being killed tonight. A woman's calm, indifferent voice echoed through the darkness, low and eerie, like a whisper from hell. The men were instantly startled and looked toward the source of the sound. The deepest part of the greenhouse was pitch black. They couldn't see anything. A ghost! A few superstitious men screamed. Who's there? Don't hide, come out. There are plenty of us. We can easily beat one person, Lai Yecheng said firmly. As a former college-educated agricultural entrepreneur, he had seen more of the world than the others. He didn't believe in ghosts. Shen Ruoran was satisfied with his composure. As expected of someone chosen by the system, she tossed over a small pack of tissues. Tell your friend to wipe his nose. It's disgusting. Hearing the light thud, Lai Yecheng followed the sound and picked it up, rubbing it between his fingers. Tissues. He tore open the package, pulled one out, then paused. He split it in half before handing it to Fang Dezhuang. Use it sparingly. He stuffed the other half back inside, pressing the package closed. Then he made a motion as if to toss it back. Thank you for the tissues. We're done. Should I throw it back to you? Because of the tissues, Lai Yeqing formed a favorable impression of the hidden woman. His tone softened, signaling goodwill. Recalling what she had said earlier, he asked with concern. Do you know someone is going to kill us tonight? Shen Ruoran. Yes. Do you have any basis for that? Lai Yeqing pressed, worry flashing in his eyes. He had examined the tissues carefully. They were brand new. Even Shi Jingtao might not have something like that. So what this woman said was likely true. When she didn't immediately respond, Lai Yeqing introduced himself and his companions, then asked again. This concerned everyone's lives. He had to be thorough. A candle was lit, illuminating the entire greenhouse. The sudden brightness made it hard for Lai Yeqing and the others to open their eyes. After more than half a minute, once they adjusted, Lai Yeqing finally saw Shen Ruoran clearly. She wore a flashy wig, a terrifying ghost mask, and clean clothes that seemed out of place in this rain-soaked world. It really is a ghost. Fang Dazhuang's lips trembled as he leaned against Zhou Ergui, nearly fainting. Chapter 26. Tearing down the greenhouse. The men sucked in a breath, forcing themselves not to throw up. Shen Ruoran froze for a moment. She had completely forgotten what kind of makeup she had on. Now she desperately wanted to rewind to the second before she confidently took off her mask. Her face was painted in bright, messy colors, exactly like a clown. She quickly put the mask back on, pretending nothing had happened. Ahem. Shen Ruoran cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on track. Let's talk about the cherry radish. That scheming, sinister thug boss Shi Jingtao gathered his men on the 27th floor to pick someone to test whether it's poisonous. But he didn't want to be the bad guy. So he let that hypocritical scumbag Yang Jinshen make the choice. Lai Yunqing, Fang Dazhuang, and Zhou Ergui all strongly agreed with her evaluation of the two men. They nodded along with every sentence. Seeing that everyone had forgotten her awkward moment, Shen Ruoran clasped her hands behind her back and put on a mysterious, knowing air. No matter how this plays out, the only one who benefits is Shi Jingtao. If the subordinate eats poison, it's Yang Jinshen's fault for choosing him. If the subordinate eats it and survives, Shi Jingtao gains another wave of loyalty by letting his men eat first. Lai Yeqing and the others listened intently, finding her reasoning very convincing. And then, they urged. Shen Ruoran continued. Judging from Yang Jinshen's demeanor, it's clear he's ambitious and unwilling to remain under Shi Jingtao. So he won't follow Shi Jingtao's expectations when choosing. Fang Dazhuang slapped his thigh hard. So that's why he picked me. Shen Ruoran nodded. After choosing you, how can he make sure Shi Jingtao doesn't benefit, and instead make himself the one who gains? She didn't spell it out, but anyone with a bit of sense could guess the only move Yang Jinshen would make to rise in power. Poison Fang Dazhuang. Even if the cherry radish wasn't poisonous, he could make it look like it was, so Shi Jingtao's men would be grateful to him. A perfect way to win people over. Fang Dazhuang clutched his throat in terror. Thinking back to Yang Jinshen's look before leaving, it really had been murderous. The group inhaled sharply, chills running down their spines. Even though they worked diligently every day trying to grow crops, they had still become pawns in someone else's power struggle. Since you're willing to tell us all this, do you have a way out? They asked, their attitude toward Shen Ruoran growing more respectful, treating her as their only lifeline. There were only 4 of them. Each day they got 3 pieces of flatbread, often already bitten into by the thugs. Even divided, it was never enough. Without enough food, they had no strength, yet they still had to tend the crops. They knew clearly that even a single well-fed killer sent by Yang Jinshen could easily poison them. Shen Ruoran, the master manipulator, didn't give a solution right away. Instead, she continued to scare them. On the surface, Shi Jingtao runs this building, but in reality most decisions follow Yang Jinshen's advice. If the storm continues, this will become the apocalypse for all humanity. You all know the truth. The situation will only get worse. Right now, all food resources and the reverse transformation device are in Shi Jingtao's hands. Do you think Yang Jinshen wouldn't covet that? He's even smarter than Shi Jingtao. Many of the building systems were designed by him. A man like that must have his own faction. As life gets harder and food becomes scarce, survival itself becomes a crime. And your consumption and production don't balance. Lai Yecheng pressed his lips together, frowning deeply. After a few seconds he spoke. You mean we'll eventually become sacrifices in their struggle? We'll die unnaturally in this building, possibly as soon as tonight. Fang Dezhuang immediately followed the logic. Based on Yang Jinshan's plan, I think I'll be poisoned tonight, and you guys will probably die from infection after me. Shen Ruoran gave Fang Dezhuang an approving look. Internally she gave him a thumbs up. Not only had he understood her point, he had expanded it into a full group wipe scenario. The others clearly believed it too. After all, for simple farmers, the old saying, better to believe it exists than risk it not, had stood the test of time for a reason. Shen Ruoran hadn't expected her. You'll die if you stay here logic to work so smoothly. She didn't even need to exaggerate. Fang Dezhuang was doing it for her. The tension in the air thickened. Only then did Shen Ruoran calmly offer a solution. I've hidden a boat here. I can take you somewhere safe. But you should know, in the apocalypse no one carries freeloaders. You'll need to contribute labor or information. The greenhouse was large but enclosed with poor air circulation. After staying inside for dozens of minutes, Lai Yecheng and the others began to feel short of breath and dizzy. They didn't have the energy to respond. You don't feel well? Shen Ruoran didn't want to bring back 4 sick people, so she violently tore apart the plastic covering of the greenhouse. Boom! In just 1 second, dozens of support frames collapsed. The greenhouse is destroyed. The thugs will beat us to death. Fang Dezhuang's limbs went weak, nearly unable to stand. The culprit, Shen Ruoran, lightly leaped away from the muddy ground, placed the candle on the floor, and casually sat on the leather sofa as if nothing had happened. She deliberately avoided the spot Shi Jingtao had been sitting on. Calmly she asked again. What do you think about what I just said? The 4 farmers lowered their heads, hands hanging at their sides, giving bitter smiles. You've already destroyed our means of survival here. We have no choice but to go with you. When it comes to farming, we'll do our best. Only then did Shen Ruoran realize her act of helping had unintentionally accelerated their decision to leave. They now had only one path left. Follow her. You asked where the reverse transformation device is? Lai Yecheng repeated her earlier question, already forming a guess. The woman before him must live in another high-rise. She had probably heard about the device and came here for it. If the greenhouse stood, they lived. If it fell, they died. To survive, they had to rely on Shen Ruoran. Chapter 27 Q&A. Shen Ruoran memorized the location Lai Yecheng mentioned and glanced at the time, 9:30 p.m. She paused to think. Then she walked into a spot the candlelight couldn't reach, pretending to fumble around as if picking something up. In reality, she took out axes, kitchen knives, short blades, and long knives from her space. They clattered onto the ground, dazzling the 4 men. Pick a weapon you're comfortable with. You'll need it for self-defense later. 2 chose kitchen knives and 2 picked axes. Zhou Ergwei swung his weapon in the air a few times, striking poses. A long-lost smile appeared on his face as he recalled slaughtering pigs back in the village. His skills had once been top-notch, earning genuine praise from the townsfolk. What are you planning to do? They asked respectfully, unsure how to address her. Shen Ruoran casually picked a long blade and a short knife, raising an eyebrow lightly. What else? If you've got weapons, you use them to fight the thugs. Lai Yecheng forced a smile and pointed at himself and the others. Don't be fooled by our size, we're just rough farmers. We don't actually know how to fight. It's not that we're afraid, but they have hundreds of people. The strength difference is too big. We'd be wiped out. The 3 behind him nodded pitifully, their messy beards trembling. Shen Ruoran sharpened her blade for a moment, then looked up and said lightly, Oh, I meant I'll be the one fighting. You just hold those for self-defense. Lai Yecheng froze. Oh? Did he mishear? He turned around. His 3 companions all wore the same stunned expression. The Western-style clock above the fireplace chimed the hour. It was now 11 p.m. A man dressed entirely in black, wearing a mask, carried 2 spray bottles as he sneaked out under Yang Jinshan's orders. The guard on the 23rd floor was fast asleep and didn't notice him. The same went for the 24th floor. The guards were snoring loudly. Hey, recite the 24 core values of country H. Hurry up, you've got 30 seconds. Holy shit. 5 masked ghosts. Someone get over here. We've got intruders in Wantong building. If you can't recite that, you can sing the national anthem instead, but don't go off key. Wang Fugawei, who had been sleeping in the stairwell corner, smacked his lips in his dreams, imagining endless white buns and noodles. A luxurious feast of carbs. The increasingly frantic shouting woke him up. He opened his eyes and found himself staring directly at the man in black. The stairwell was pitch dark, with only faint light leaking from nearby floors. Wang Fugawei immediately assumed a defensive stance. After confirming the man wasn't holding any weapons, his courage grew slightly. It hurts, damn it. Are the others dead? Someone come save me. My time is limited. 10 seconds left. Sing. Or do you need someone to start you off? Ah! With a crack, bone snapped. The man screamed in agony, shouting incoherently. I never studied. Went to prison as soon as I became an adult. Just got out a few years ago. What the hell do you want me to say? What use are those stupid values? Sing your ass. A sharp blade sliced across his chest. He tumbled down the stairs, landing in a pool of blood right in front of Wang Fugawei and the man in black. Wang Fugawei covered his mouth with trembling hands, trying desperately not to scream. He cautiously edged toward the stairs, wary of both above and beside him. Don't move, you two. Blades don't have eyes. A familiar yet terrifying voice drew closer. A flashlight beam illuminated Wang Fugawei and the man in black. Shen Ruoran lazily lifted her gaze, lingering a moment longer on the man in black. I was planning to clear this place floor by floor. But since you want to cut in line, I'll deal with you two first. Wang Fugawei's brain short-circuited. Deal with what? Then he slapped himself hard. Even at death's door he couldn't stop talking. Having just witnessed the one-sided slaughter, Lai Yecheng finally understood Shen Ruoran's confidence in taking on the entire building alone. She fought brutally. She was incredibly strong. And unbelievably fast. Wanting to support their leader, Lai Yecheng answered Wang Fugawei's earlier question, then raised 3 fingers. 30 seconds. Answer. While everyone's attention was on Wang Fugawei, the man in black quietly loosened one spray bottle and released a large amount toward Lai Yecheng, then sprayed the remaining amount toward Fang Dazhuang and the others. He assumed the killers upstairs were men, and that Lai Yecheng was their leader. He didn't even consider Shen Ruoran a threat. A woman? He could handle her with one hand. As Lai Yecheng collapsed, he looked at the man in black with a hint of sympathy and amusement. He sprayed everyone. Except the real boss. An invisible layer of spiritual power wrapped around Shen Ruoran, blocking the sedative. She kicked the man in black flying. He slammed into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth and staining his pants. What did you spray on them? Shen Ruoran grabbed his collar and lifted him like a chicken. Wang Fugawei shrank into a corner, his face filled with terror. He had thought about running, but after seeing the man in black get kicked like that, the idea vanished completely. He forced himself to stay calm, silently reciting the 24 core values and the national anthem, hoping that answering correctly might save his life. The man in black was in agony, unable to move, still unable to comprehend how a woman could possess such terrifying strength. It's just a sedative. No poison, he blurted quickly, seeing her raise her foot again. Shen Ruoran glanced at the unconscious Lai Yecheng and the others slumped on the ground, then let out a soft, oh. With a swift motion, another life was taken. Just as her attention turned toward him, Wang Fugawei finally managed to answer one question. Satisfied, Shen Ruoran asked her next. Name a scientist or someone who made major contributions in country H. Wang Fugawei's mouth hung. Chapter 28. Spirit Liquid. Wang Fugawei cautiously named a medical academician who had recently made a historic breakthrough. From the original host's memories, Shen Ruoran also recognized the person. Barely acceptable. Last question. Why are you guarding the stairwell here? After everything that had just happened, Wang Fugawei's already weak nerves were on the verge of collapse. His ears rang, his mind spun, his heart pounded violently. He had no energy left to lie, so he told the truth. People who refused to work for Shi Jingtao had to publicly sign a life-or-death agreement, promising never to move to the upper floors. But I didn't dare take the risk. If the rain keeps falling and the flood reaches the teens' floors, I'd just be waiting to die. So I gave up all my supplies in exchange for this job, to stay on the higher floors. Shen Ruoran only killed those with ill intent. Wang Fugui hadn't done anything wrong, so she spared him. Calmly, she warned him to avoid making a fatal mistake. Don't get involved in Shi Jingtao's affairs tonight. Don't worry, the cancer of this building will soon be removed. After that, take care of this place properly. Watching her conjure a ceramic bottle with an ancient design out of thin air, Wang Fugui stood frozen, unable to tell whether this was a dream or reality. The moment the lid was opened, a sharp, indescribable smell burst out, making it hard to breathe. Cough, cough. Wang Fugui pinched his nose, his face turning red. Shen Ruoran, already used to the smell, sprinkled 3 drops onto Lai Yeqing and 1 drop onto each of the half-conscious others. Ugh! The smell was too strong. Lai Yunqing gagged, though he had nothing to vomit. Shen Ruoran's expression sharpened immediately. Breathe it in. Don't waste it. Each drop is expensive. It'll come out of your pay later. The spirit liquid in the bottle had an extraordinary awakening effect. In a short time it could push a person's strength, speed, and stamina to their maximum limit. The effect would last at least 3 days with no side effects. Since Lai Yunqing had inhaled the least sedative, he regained clarity first. Curious, he asked, "Boss, I've never smelled anything like this before." "What is it?" Shen Ruoran carefully put the bottle away. She only had 10 of these in her entire space, the only 10 in this world. It was obtained from her 73rd transmigration mission, Beast Survival Arena. Priceless. This is made from the brain matter of a Makanu beast, the saliva of a Kase bird, and the blood of an ancient dragon, with 3 level 6 mutated beast cores added. A great tonic. Within seconds, Lai Yunqing felt fully awake, energy surging through his entire body. He didn't really understand and assumed she was joking. Maybe she'd read too many fantasy novels. He guessed it was just some high-dose medication. Meanwhile, Fang Dazhuang, who had started getting used to the smell, believed her completely and chimed in enthusiastically. "Boss, this is even better than the reverse device." Shen Ruoran thought, of course. Even the weakest of those beasts could destroy an entire city. Nothing like the reverse device. Lai Yeqing regained consciousness. His vision felt unbelievably sharp. He rubbed his eyes, muttering in disbelief. Did my eyesight just improve? I can see everything so clearly. It's like the lights are on. Brother Chang, hurry up. Boss is going to get the reverse device. Unknowingly, their way of addressing Shen Ruoran had changed, from respectful you to boss. Even Lai Yeqing's status had dropped a level. Zhou Ergui excitedly gripped his axe, eager for action. Lai Yeqing followed at the back, still dazed. After hearing the explanation, he was shocked. They had found a powerful backer. No normal medicine could wake someone instantly like this. It must be some advanced research product. The fact that Shen Ruoran used something so precious on them proved she was a humane leader. Even in the apocalypse. The 26th floor was the storage base of Wantong Building. There were 23 large doors, each secured with 3 to 4 thick iron chains. One door had 8 locks and required a specific fingerprint to open. Security here was far stricter than the stairwells. Each door was guarded by a thug, trusted followers of Shi Jingtao. Paranoid by nature, Shi Jingtao would clear out floors 25 to 27 before using the reverse device, entering the fingerprint-locked room alone. No one knew what he did inside. Shen Ruoran took out 2 spray bottles and examined them under her flashlight. There were no instructions, only 2 English words. Ecstasy and poison. Sedative and toxin. Lai Yeqing recognized them immediately. These were the same sprays used on him earlier. Shen Ruoran handed the sedative to Lai Yeqing and the poison to Zhou Ergui. She instructed them to approach and use the sprays, treating it as real combat practice. The 2 hesitated, looking down at the bottles, unsure. "You're scared?" Shen Ruoran asked. She once gave 2 drops of spirit liquid to a 90-year-old woman, who then kicked 3 wild beasts away and became addicted to fighting. Zhou Ergui hesitated to speak, afraid of embarrassment. Lai Yunqing, more composed, voiced their concern. Boss, what if we accidentally inhale some while spraying? Shen Ruoran tilted her head, her colorful face making her look like a ghost in a horror film. For the next 72 hours, your bodies are immune to all toxins. Even if you inhale the entire bottle, you won't be poisoned. The spirit liquid gives absolute protection. She added. Lai Yunqing, you had 3 drops. Even if someone cuts you, the wound will heal instantly. The others looked at Lai Yunqing with envy, wishing for such an invincible body. With that reassurance, Lai Yunqing and Zhou Ergui's confidence surged. They strode forward and began spraying wildly. Unlike Wang Fugui, the guards here were battle-hardened and alert. Some woke instantly at the disturbance, shouting to alert others. Grabbing their weapons, they charged. Chapter 29 Massacre. Lai Yunqing worried that the 2 of them wouldn't be able to handle more than 20 thugs. But seeing Shen Ruoran casually yawn, with no intention of helping at all, he could only pace anxiously back and forth. His heavy footsteps echoed. Brother Chung, awesome. And that spray from Ergui, perfect timing. Fang Dazhuang clapped and cheered, thrilled that just 2 bottles had taken down most of the thugs. Lai Yunqing and Zhou Ergui had completed their task with remarkable efficiency. The 2 scratched the backs of their heads, grinning foolishly. Dozens of thugs who usually swaggered around were now either unconscious or poisoned. What goes around comes around. Watching a few of them foaming at the mouth, Fang Dazhuang felt immensely satisfied. Boss, what about these doors? Thick chains wrapped tightly around them. Even a professional locksmith would need hours to figure them out. Not to mention, the doors were made of high-grade reinforced steel, virtually impossible to break open by force. Shen Ruoran reached out and touched the door. Solid. She moved to the fingerprint scanner, crouched for a few seconds and pressed a button. The lock clicked, revealing a numeric keypad. Whoa! Boss, can you do magic too? Lai Yunqing laughed and nudged Fang Dazhuang. Rich people's fingerprint locks usually come with passcodes too. Some even have facial recognition. Not like our village doors, just keys. Fang Dazhuang chuckled dumbly. Bet that Shi Jingtao is just like me, a country bumpkin. Probably uses fingerprint every time, and doesn't even know this high-tech stuff exists. Zhou Ergui and Lai Yunqing imagined Shi Jingtao awkwardly pressing his finger every day and burst into laughter. Boom, 8 chains snapped. The locks remained intact, still closed, without any visible damage. The central chain was split cleanly in 2 by an immense force. The steel door took a direct punch. 3 seconds later, cracks spread outward from the dent like a spider web. A 1.6 m x 2.3 m security door, destroyed by brute force. Insane. Respect. So cool. Amazing. The 4 men couldn't help but praise her one after another. So the weapons she gave them really were just for self-defense. She alone would handle everything. Shen Ruoran coolly tossed out an order. You 4 guard the entrance. If anyone comes, come inside and find me. Then, unable to suppress her excitement, she quickly stepped inside. This area used to sell top-tier luxury jewelry from overseas. The layout hadn't changed much. Glass display cases were filled with near-expired food, moldy snacks, rice, and flour. After scanning the room, aside from the semicircular glass counters, there were only a few redwood cabinets and several strange items, clearly added later. A black remote control. A peculiar lamp shaped like a crescent moon. A half-human height mecha doll. A password-protected safe. And a disgusting lump, like clay mixed with marshmallow, covered in sticky goo, resembling chewed gum. Just glancing at it made her nauseous. One of these had to be the reverse device. She had just put on gloves to examine them when a furious roar echoed. Who's upstairs? Grab your weapons. Anyone trespassing on the 26th floor. Kill without mercy. Shi Jingtao sensed something was wrong. He had planted a tiny listening device in this room, painted white to match the wall, hidden behind a half-solid, half-transparent glass display. Even Shen Ruoran's light footsteps were picked up. A static buzz came through his Bluetooth earpiece. Always wearing it, Shi Jingtao immediately sprang up, alarmed, and summoned all his men to rush upstairs. Following Shen Ruoran's earlier instructions, Lai Yunqing's group immediately slipped into the shop upon hearing movement. Boss, they're coming. Close your eyes. They obeyed instantly, standing completely still. Shen Ruoran quickly collected the redwood cabinets and all 5 items into her space. She let out a breath. If she'd had more time, she would never have taken that disgusting sticky lump. Though the lamp seemed most likely to be the reverse device, she couldn't risk guessing, so she took everything. The door lay shattered on the ground, steel fragments scattered everywhere. Shi Jingtao's fury exploded. He ordered his men to scout ahead. He would kill every single intruder. Boss, 5 people inside, 4 men, 1 woman. All wearing masks. A subordinate reported eagerly, itching to attack. They had the numbers. Victory was certain. Boss, should we rush in and kill them now? Shi Jingtao's face twisted in rage. When he saw the redwood cabinets were gone, his expression turned ashen. His eyes bloodshot, he looked like a raging beast. You thieves! Where did you put my cabinets? Attack! Cut them down, leave one alive. We'll torture them for the reverse device. The thugs charged forward. Shen Ruoran, seemingly testing the effects of the spirit liquid, made no move to help. She ignored their looks for help and casually watched. Lai Yecheng immediately understood. This was a test. He steadied himself and quickly assigned targets and roles to the others. The battle erupted. Despite being outnumbered, the 4 displayed overwhelming superiority. Every strike was precise, 1 hit, 1 kill. Their dodging was flawless. The thugs couldn't even get close. Realizing this, some of the more cunning attackers shifted their attention to the only woman. Several blades swung toward Shen Ruoran, but she dodged effortlessly. Her first kick sent a thug flying through a glass case, shards piercing his heart. Her second kick launched another into the ceiling before crashing down, crushing 3 more. The thugs hesitated, retreating in fear. But Shen Ruoran had rested enough. Now she was in the mood to fight. With dual blades in hand, she moved like a phantom. Each swing a perfect kill. The 100 square meter room became a slaughterhouse. Bodies fell one after. Chapter 30. Gather on the 14th floor. Soon, fewer and fewer of the people Shi Jingtao had brought remained. The thugs, gripped by fear, no longer dared to step forward. Ignoring his orders, they slowly backed away, squeezing into the corridor outside the shop. Only Yang Jinshan remained by his side. He looked calm on the surface, but his clothes were soaked through, his pockets drenched with cold sweat from his trembling hands. With a casual flick, Shen Ruoran threw her blade. The tip grazed past Shi Jingtao's right ear with terrifying precision, missing by just 0.0001 millimeters, before embedding itself into the wall behind him. She shook her head helplessly, feeling a trace of regret. Among the piles of corpses there might have been people like Wang Fugui. But the moment they raised their knives, their fate was sealed. To choose evil was the original sin. Watching so many of his men die, Shi Jingtao roared without regard for his image. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle 5 people? Those outside, get in here. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all and avenge our brothers. No one moved. Going in meant one-sided slaughter. Every strike was lethal. Damn it, Shi Jingtao spat. Useless cowards when it mattered most. He threw away the scabbard and handed his sword to Yang Jinshan, who had never fought before, and ordered in a low voice. Xiao Yang, they're cowards, but you're not. With your talent after watching so long, you must have learned something. Go. Kill them, and I'll reward you with plenty of supplies. Yang Jinshan looked at him like he was an idiot. Taking the sword, he turned and bolted downstairs, his footsteps rapid. Damn! Shi Jingtao cursed, pulling a dagger from his pants. He shook back his sweat-soaked bangs and shouted arrogantly, "Come out and fight. If I don't teach you a lesson, my surname isn't Shi." The space, over 100 square meters, was filled with corpses piled 2 to 3 meters high. There was barely any room left to move. Shen Ruoran didn't care about the environment. She had fought in far worse places. Bloody corpse fields, muddy swamps, dark canyons, thorny mineral pits. Let's fight downstairs, she said, intending to wipe out the rotten habits of Wantong Tower in one go, as a kind of charity. Shi Jingtao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. He couldn't have asked for more. Downstairs were all his people. Surely everyone would unite to protect the building and eliminate these 5 masked bandits. Gladly. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance toward the redwood cabinet, then backed away in large strides. Reaching out, he smacked the nearest thug on the head and ordered him to gather everyone in the building on the 14th floor. Then he ran off at full speed, so fast it looked like he was fleeing for his life. His slightly protruding belly bounced noticeably as he ran. In poorly ventilated rooms, bacteria thrived. Having worn her blue and white long-sleeved shirt for too long, Jojo's body itched unbearably, covered in rings of red rashes. Using a quarter of the flatbread she had received that morning, she traded for a basin of rainwater collected from the rooftop. After wiping herself down, she changed into a clean black long-sleeved shirt and a pair of black cropped pants she had been reluctant to wear. She felt refreshed. That night, for once, she didn't fall asleep early as usual. She lay flat on the floor, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. Hurry, gather on the 14th floor. Someone stole the reverse device. They're trying to kill everyone in the building and take over. We have to unite and fight back. Everyone, get up and go to the 14th floor. There are ruthless killers upstairs. Don't pack your things, it's too late. A group of cannibal demons has arrived. Hearing the commotion, Jojo immediately sat up, turning her body to listen carefully to the noise from above. This was the first time voices from other floors had been heard in this top-tier building with excellent soundproofing. Her expression grew increasingly grim. The screams and cries were getting closer. Sensing something was wrong, she shouted while shaking awake the people beside her. The residents of the 14th floor, still groggy, had barely opened their eyes when more and more people rushed in, ignoring the previous agreement about life and death. One of the original residents instinctively asked Old Chun, "Old Chun, what's going on? Didn't we agree that the lower floors would hand in all food for distribution, and people from other floors weren't allowed to enter here freely?" Old Chun's weathered face showed a calm acceptance of impending death. "Where is Old Chun? Where is he?" Shi Jingtao shouted anxiously, his features twisted with urgency as he searched. The original residents of the 14th floor remained silent in unison. No one pointed out that Old Chun was right among them. "Turn on the lights. Bring Old Chun to me." In the darkness, Shi Jingtao pushed several people aside, but none were the one he was looking for. Someone, emboldened by the darkness, retorted, "Turn on the lights? Are you joking? Who was it that abandoned the lower floors? There's no generator here at all." All the building's power equipment had been centralized in Shi Jingtao's entertainment area. The rest had long since adapted to nights of complete darkness. Shi Jingtao was momentarily speechless, then glared viciously toward the voice. The speaker was clever, deliberately standing among a crowd. "Where's Yang Jinshan? Get out here." Unable to find Old Chun, Shi Jingtao switched targets. Still no one responded. A few people who hated Yang Jinshan fumbled around, hoping to find him and report him immediately. Watching dogs bite each other was always entertaining. Shi Jingtao's face turned ashen. His voice grew sharp and hysterical as he cursed, "Traitors! All traitors! That's how the reverse device got stolen. Those inhuman devils used despicable means to kill hundreds of the building's defenders." As soon as Shen Ruoran returned to the 14th floor, she heard his righteous-sounding slander. She hadn't originally intended to kill. As long as someone could recite the core values of country or sing the national anthem without going off-key, she was willing to give them a chance to reform, so long as they hadn't committed crimes like murder, arson, assault, or looting. But once someone swung a knife at her, they could no longer exist in the same world. Shen Ruoran was fair. If others tried to harm her, she would harm them. It was just that her combat strength was too overwhelming. She often killed in a single strike. Lai Yecheng's lips twitched. No wonder Shi Jingtao could lead thugs. Just a few words and he had turned black into white, painting himself as the righteous victim. 4 large candles were handed to Lai Yecheng, his cousins Fang Dezhuang and Zhou Ergui. Each also took a lighter, responsible for illuminating a section. Flames suddenly lit up in the corners. Everyone cried out in fear, quickly searching for companions and huddling together. Shi Jingtao and his thugs gathered on one side. Chapter 31, Shi Jingtao's Slander. "Daddy!" Xiao Yata Huang was held in Lu Yun's arms, one hand supporting the child's head, so she wouldn't turn around and see the bloody scene that was about to unfold. The little girl pouted in grievance, tears gathering in her eyes and falling one drop at a time. Lu Yun froze. She didn't dare look back. She didn't know how to face that man. Familiar yet strange. Wife. Nan. Huang Haohua called out in pain, his voice trembling as if his heart could no longer bear it. He took a deep breath, gathering immense courage, and walked over to Lu Yun. He took their sobbing daughter into his arms. Gently patting the child's back, his eyes lingered on his wife, who refused to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, wife. I'm sorry, Nanan. Dad didn't leave you because I don't love you. I had to prepare for the worst. If the flood keeps rising and we all stay on the 14th floor, we'd only be waiting to die. I had to climb higher so that I could bring you with me when the time came. So you could survive. Shi Jingtao was extremely pragmatic. He believed children and the elderly were burdens in a natural disaster and unfit to live on higher floors. So Huang Haohua had been forced to abandon his wife and daughter, constantly currying favor with those above him, hoping that when the time came, he could secure a place for them. But Lu Yun hated him. How many anxious days and sleepless nights had she endured? Wishing they had faced everything together as a family of 3 instead of being left alone with their daughter in despair. Her eyes were red, but she stubbornly refused to let her tears fall. Haohua, I understand you, but I won't forgive you. We were a family. Why didn't you discuss it with me? You handed over all the supplies we brought from home without even looking back. Did you ever think about how I and Nan would feel? Even if you had left us a blanket to rest under. Little Nan was too young to understand the meaning of the adult's words, but she knew her mother was hurt because of her father. She struggled out of Huang Haohua's arms and ran toward Lu Yun. She wanted to blow on it to make her mother feel better. Lu Yun naturally took her daughter into her arms. She no longer listened to Huang Haohua's explanations, and shifted her gaze toward the direction where Shen Ruoran stood. For some reason, she felt that the figure wearing the ghost mask looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the ordinary civilians quietly observed the confrontation between the big figures. Even Kai Wanhua, who usually mocked Lu Yun for being love-struck, remained silent about the man's return. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, praying just to survive. Shi Jingtao was very aware of his own combat ability. He had once injured the national third-ranked taekwondo athlete and could take on 3 people easily. But the 5 people in front of him, especially that woman, were monsters. His only chance now was to let everyone else exhaust the masked group first, and then he would finish them off and retrieve the reverse device through Old Chan. Shi Jingtao assumed a grand rhetorical posture, and with passionate rhetoric, denounced the atrocities that had occurred on the 26th floor. He called on everyone, men, women, young and old, to unite and fight together to defend the building. With his experience of issuing commands in KTVs, unmonitored places, and among groups of friends, Shi Jingtao easily stirred up his thug followers, who eagerly grabbed knives and prepared to fight. However, this momentum instantly collapsed the moment they met Shen Ruoran's gaze. They would be kicked to death. The ordinary civilians, on the other hand, remained unmoved. Shi Jingtao had never treated them well anyway. As long as the ghost-faced people didn't kill them and still provided a little food each day, who cared who controlled the building? Shen Ruoran changed her voice, not wanting acquaintances on the 14th floor to recognize her. We won't kill indiscriminately. Instead, we will help establish a new, normal, stable order. He and the young Jinshin hiding on other floors must die. As for the rest of you, we are willing to give you a chance. She pointed at Shi Jingtao, her sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Feng Dezhuang looked at her with admiration. As expected of the leader, she knew everything, even that young Jinshin wasn't here. Of course, Shen Ruoran wasn't using any special ability to track him. It was obvious. Young Jinshin would never hide among large crowds. That would be suicide. But he also couldn't escape Wantong Building. Outside was an endless, chaotic flood. Deal with Shi Jingtao first, and young Jinshin could be handled later. Seeing his men hesitate, Shi Jingtao was furious enough to want to slap them all. Didn't they hear she was going to kill him? A bald thug with a somewhat youthful face, covered in tattoos, trembled as he raised his hand. Can I ask a question? Shen Ruoran nodded. She was always willing to answer questions. If we don't fight you, what are the chances we survive? And what exactly do you mean by a new, normal, stable order? Shen Ruoran replied, I will choose someone among you suitable to manage this building. The areas not submerged by the flood will be transformed into livable spaces. Not a depraved hell meant only for the enjoyment of a few. Bullshit. Shi Jingtao spat, cutting her off. He knew if she kept talking, his men would completely turn against him. His hair was disheveled, his face twisted, saliva flying everywhere as he shouted without any dignity. Don't believe her. All the supplies from the 26th floor are gone. These 5 people use some kind of trick. Who knows? They might even raise you as livestock and eat you. Lai Yecheng rushed forward in fury and punched Shi Jingtao to the ground. Grabbing his collar, veins bulging on his neck, he snarled, You're filthy yourself. Don't slander others. Not satisfied, he kicked him again. Lai Yecheng adjusted his mask, signaling silently. Shen Ruoran understood. Fine. The mask came off, revealing a face familiar to most people. Lai Yecheng's reputation in Wantong Building was no less than that of Old Chan, who had brought the reverse device. Before the disaster, in local and national agricultural programs, his work had been repeatedly praised. His self-created Lai-style farming method had helped an entire village become prosperous. Other villages followed his methods and achieved repeated bumper harvests. The poorest town and city had achieved shared prosperity thanks to him. Wait. Chapter 32, Dealing with the Thugs. Why are they wearing ghost masks? He's that strong. Yet he was still bullied by Shi Jingtao's people before? I even saw him in person. Those thugs poured muddy water over his head and even into his ears on purpose. Lai Yuncheng, Fang Dezhuang, and Zhou Ergawei took off their masks one after another and introduced their relationship with Lai Yecheng. Many people recognized them. Whenever harvest results were inspected and they failed to deliver, they would be dragged downstairs and beaten and tortured. Seeing that they were all familiar faces, the crowd visibly relaxed. More and more people began to believe Shen Ruoran's earlier promises. A long-suppressed emotion surged up, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, suddenly stirring ripples. Lai Yecheng's voice grew louder and more righteous as he calmly stated the facts. We finally managed to grow cherry radishes under extremely difficult conditions, but Shi Jingtao didn't dare eat them. Then Yang Jinshan tried to use them to sow discord between Shi Jingtao and his subordinates. He made us eat them first, and then tried to poison and kill us to seize power. Fortunately, we were saved. Now we can help everyone so you won't be oppressed anymore. A long blade pierced Shi Jingtao's chest. He didn't even have time to cry for help before blood splattered onto Lai Yecheng. The man's expression was calm and relieved. No one was saintly enough to speak up for the dead Shi Jingtao. Instead, they only felt immense satisfaction. Less than a month had passed since the torrential rains began, and the suffering they had endured made them quickly accept Shi Jingtao's unnatural death. Fang Dezhuang said excitedly, full of anticipation. Boss, what next? Do we go find Yang Jinshan first? Or organize things here first? He wanted to personally kill Yang Jinshan to avenge being hired assassins who tried to poison him. Shen Ruoran took a blueberry-flavored lollipop from her pocket, tore open the wrapper, and thought for a moment. Let's organize things here first. Divide them into 3 groups. Thugs, people who worked for the thugs, and ordinary low-floor residents. The sweet blueberry aroma spread across her tongue. Both those who liked sweets and those who didn't swallowed hard, suddenly craving a taste. The thugs didn't need instructions. They quickly formed a 12 by 12 square formation. The extra 2 people consciously stood in the front row. They looked like obedient recruits awaiting orders. The scene stunned the others. These unruly thugs were actually behaving like this? Their leader had been killed by Lai Yecheng, but there were so many of them. Why were they so obedient? The thugs didn't need to guess what others were thinking. They remained silent, standing at attention like college military training students. Inside their minds they were screaming, "We're not afraid of Lai Yecheng. We're afraid of that terrifying woman who can kick someone to death." Shen Ruoran walked around the formation while eating her lollipop and asked questions that shocked everyone. Most of the thugs had left school early and had no idea what she was talking about. The same young thug who had asked a question earlier raised his hand again, uncertainly answering bit by bit, glancing at her expression after every word. It was a 24-character statement expressing expectations and standards for the country, society, and individuals. He felt the question was too simple and didn't understand why she asked it. Then Shen Ruoran asked a second question, the same one she had once asked Wang Fuguwei. Name a scientist from country H or someone who had made outstanding contributions in an important field. The young thug froze, stammering for a long time before finally naming an esports player who had recently won a world championship, explaining his achievements uncertainly. He was almost about to cry, afraid Shen Ruoran would be as rigid as his parents, but as someone who had dropped out of junior high, he genuinely couldn't name scientists or famous figures. Saying something was better than silence. In Shen Ruoran's previous world, esports was an official competitive sport, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. Excellent people in that field also brought honor to their country. Finally, she asked a third question. Why did you end up on this path? Have you ever committed any illegal acts? Then she added, smiling slightly toward the other two groups. You are welcome to report them. If you have grievances, settle them now. The young thug relaxed slightly and let out a breath. He didn't like fighting or killing. He only occasionally ran errands for others and hadn't done anything truly bad. As for the first question, however, regret flashed deeply in his eyes. Because of his love for games, his grades had plummeted. Because of his obsession with esports, he stayed up all night in internet cafes, eventually dropping out of school and trying unsuccessfully to join a training team. After failing, he spiraled further into compulsive gaming. He eventually broke ties with his parents, ran away from home and had nowhere to go, ending up as a wandering thug following others. Shen Ruoran told him to stand behind Lai Yunqing. As he passed by, at the moment their positions overlapped, Shen Ruoran's eyelashes flickered slightly. In a calm voice she said, winning a world championship in esports is something each country citizens can be proud of. Next time you talk about it, be more confident. Loving esports is a normal youthful interest. It only became a problem because you built it on harming your health and future. From now on, just love this building the way you love esports. Her gentle voice was like a soft breeze, seeping into his heart. Like a beam of bright sunlight, it illuminated a long-closed part of his life. She repeated the first question. This time 3 or 4 people raised their hands. Their answers were incomplete, stumbling, missing parts or getting several wrong. On the other side, Kai Wanhua screamed like a madwoman. If she weren't afraid of being killed, she would have rushed over to bite, beat, and kick him herself. He's the bad one. My son was beaten to death by him. You must not let him go. People like him should go to hell. Others chimed in. He beat me too. I still have pain in my body. I couldn't move for 3 days. If my family hadn't taken care of me, I would have starved to death. Zhou Erguwei swung his axe and dealt with the publicly condemned thug. Out of more than 100 thugs, only one could correctly recite the 24-character statement. The rest either missed parts or got it wrong. A pile of bodies was thrown into the corner. The remaining 7 people huddled together, trembling. They had passively participated in wrongdoing, helping drag victims while others committed crimes, but not directly taking part in the worst acts. People like this were just as culpable as enforcers. However, considering that the building would still need some level of security in the future, Shen Ruoran did not wipe them out completely. She warned them that they must change their ways. Otherwise. Chapter 33. Appointing Old Chan. The few remaining people knelt together in fear, repeatedly promising that from now on they would use their lives to protect this place. Absolutely do no evil, distinguish right from wrong, and never indirectly help wrongdoers again. After dealing with the thugs, Shen Ruoran began questioning the second group, those who had served Shi Jingtao. What she mainly wanted to know was why they had handed over all their supplies in exchange for a work position on the upper floors. Among the crowd, there was an old acquaintance, the fat man who had bullied the Cheongsam-clad woman on the 21st floor. At that moment he was threatening another man on the right, trying to force him to tell him the last 8 characters of some slogan. A flying knife shot out with perfect accuracy and pierced his heart. The over 200-gene burly man's eyes widened in disbelief, still confused before death. Why was he the one targeted? Shen Ruoran rested her chin on her hands and said mysteriously, "In fact, I can sense the level of sin each of you carries. That fat man deserved to die. The rest of you, if you tell the truth, I might spare you more leniently." The sudden death of the fat man set off alarm bells in everyone's minds. Their hearts pounded violently, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Yuan Jiwei, who prided himself on being an upright and kind man, quickly recalled how he had once spat on the ground and littered. He wondered nervously if those small actions would get him punished too. The woman who had been bullied by the yellow-haired man and the fat man on the 21st floor turned pale. Her hands trembled violently, cold sweat soaking her back. She had killed someone. In the silent tension, Shen Ruoran suddenly laughed for the first time, the corners of her lips curling into something almost demonic, like a Satan from hell. "Next, I'll give you a chance. Those who confess first will be forgiven more." Yuan Jiwei stood up faster than the woman and quickly confessed everything, from spitting and littering to wasting water and electricity, even recalling how he had once made a girl cry in elementary school. Shen Ruoran waved him away and told him to stand with the group of thugs. When he reached about 2 meters from them, he immediately sat down, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and casually wiped his sweaty hands on his clothes. Next, the woman stood up decisively and shocked everyone 3 times with 3 sentences. "I've killed people. 2 people at once. They tried to assault me. I pulled out a hidden knife to defend myself and killed them. Afterward, I framed it on a drunk man named Chandaguang. Everyone thought he did it, and the matter was dropped." In a post-apocalyptic disaster, women, especially beautiful women, were often targeted for their looks and bodies. Such a killing was considered legitimate self-defense. Shen Ruoran naturally allowed her to move to the safe zone. After sitting down, the woman's earlier anxiety vanished completely. Tears welled up as she hugged her knees and cried loudly. Finally, she had been understood. "Remember this, everyone living here, men or women, must behave themselves. Anyone who causes trouble will end up like Shi Jingtao." When it was Huang Haohua's turn, Lu Yun pinched her thigh tightly, occasionally glancing at him, secretly worried. He passed. The second group had far fewer reports. Only a handful had once used power to bully others, but none had committed major crimes. Finally came the third group, the ordinary residents from the lower floors who had signed the life and death agreement. Shen Ruoran briefly listened to their stories and demands and did not make things difficult for any of them. "Lai Yeqing must come with me. Do any of you 3 want to stay and manage Wantong Building?" She sped up the restructuring, wanting everything settled before dawn so she could return to Xingju Garden to watch shows, eat a big meal and sleep well. Fang Dezhuang, Lai Yunqing and Zhou Ergui all shook their heads like rattles. They refused completely, as if escaping punishment. Without Shen Ruoran, they were nothing. And if Brother Chung wasn't staying, there was no point for them either. None of them had any interest in power. Farming was more appealing. Shen Ruoran respected their choice and gave them a task instead. Go upstairs, find Yang Jinshan and kill him. The 4 of them left excitedly, with Fang Dezhuang leading the charge, cursing under his breath, determined to personally eliminate that traitor. Shen Ruoran gestured to Old Chan, who was sitting on the side, asking him to come over. Surprised that the ghost-faced figure suddenly called him, Old Chan slowly stood up with trembling steps and walked forward. Still wearing her mask, Shen Ruoran greeted him as a 14th-floor resident. "Old Chan, thank you for your fair distribution." Old Chan looked at her in surprise for a few seconds, then smiled. "So it was you, girl. No wonder you didn't quite fit in with us hungry, cold folks." The other residents of the 14th floor were too far away to hear their conversation. Shen Ruoran explained her plan and proposed an equal exchange. "What? You'll provide food and daily supplies long-term, and all you want in return is the reverse device." Old Chen's eyes lit up. His 70-year-old body trembled with excitement. "Yes," Shen Ruoran nodded. The supplies in her spatial storage were enough to support tens of thousands of people for over 100 years. Feeding Xingju Garden and Wantong Building at the same time was no problem at all. The lollipop melted in her mouth. She opened another pack of Oreos and took a bite before continuing. "You must tell me everything about the reverse device. And don't refuse the position of second in command of the building. Only you will make them feel secure." It was 3:30 a.m. In 3 hours she had spoken to everyone. Some kept their heads down, afraid to look at her. Some pinched themselves to stay calm. Some had red eyes but tried to stay strong. No one was not worried about what life would become afterward. Shen Ruoran could not take all of them back to her own building. It would disrupt its internal balance. Taking over Wantong building and appointing Old Chun as second-in-command was the best solution. Old Chun would provide trust through the well-known reverse device, while the people below would feel protected under his presence, and also be restrained by Shen Ruoran's overwhelming strength. The corpse of a thin man dripped blood, his face bruised and swollen. Strong hands dragged him in and threw him onto the pile of bodies, forming a pyramid-like heap. Young Jinshin was dead. He had been found. Chapter 34. Returning to the building. Just then, Zhou Ergwei and Lai Yeqing still had unused sedatives and poisons left. Feng Dezhuang sprayed some directly into Yang Jinshin's mouth. An eye for an eye. Watching him writhe in pain from the poison, Feng Dezhuang only felt satisfaction. He spat on him and then cleanly drove a blade into his chest, ensuring Yang Jinshin would not survive. "Boss, you really have good stuff," Feng Dezhuang said enviously, staring at the remaining Oreo cookie and swallowing hard. Shen Ruoran raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding. She took out another pack from her pocket, actually from her spatial storage, and handed it over. "Split this among the 4 of you." Then she handed Old Chun a pack of sugar-free sakama, very thoughtfully. "Old Chun, you can definitely chew this. Don't be polite with me. Trust me, you'll be able to eat your fill every day from now on." Old Chun tremblingly accepted it, carefully tore open the package and took a small bite. Soft, easy to chew. He never expected that at over 70 years old, he would still shed tears. His teeth were weak. Every morning, he had to hold the ration flatbread in his mouth for a long time before slowly biting it apart. If it was too hard, he could only swallow it down, and his throat often felt blocked and uncomfortable. Old Chun gave a thumbs up. For the first time in his life he tasted sakama, and it was delicious. A simple pack of snacks made him feel respected. He openly explained everything to Shen Ruoran. The lamp shaped like a crescent moon was indeed a major component of the reverse device, but not the whole system. The black remote was the switch. The mechanical doll contained the device's battery. The safe held his son's handwritten manual and instructions. The sticky mask contained a genetic sensor. All 5 items placed on top of the redwood cabinet were essential. "A genetic sensor?" Shen Ruoran asked curiously. "What is that for? Is it related to the reverse device?" Old Chun nodded. The genetic sensor had been specially designed by his son for him, an elderly man nearing the end of his life. The reverse device would enter a dormant state every month. Only someone with a specific genetic marker could activate the sensor and reactivate the device. And Old Chun himself was the key to keeping the reverse device running. Shen Ruoran sincerely remarked, "Your son is very filial. Even the body temperature parameters were set so precisely. The reverse device is a blessing for surviving natural disasters, but anyone who wants to keep using it must protect you." No wonder Old Chun held such a high status in Wantong building. At 4 a.m., yawns echoed one after another. Shen Ruoran wasn't sleepy. After briefly discussing matters with Old Chun, she decided to appoint Yuan Jiwei and Tu Zhozhou as his right-hand assistants. The two, who had never held important roles before, stood frozen in disbelief, pointing at themselves. They had been ordinary workers before the apocalypse, yet now, after Shi Jingtao's death, they were suddenly promoted. Zhou Ergwei sat idly on the stairs of the 8th floor, lazily licking a quarter-sized piece of biscuit, unwilling to bite it. Lai Yunqing beside him glanced in disgust and spoke in heavy dialect. "Ergwei, hurry up and eat. Don't disgust me." Zhou Ergwei looked pleased and said proudly, "You just don't understand slow tasting. I never knew Oreo biscuits tasted this good. Why didn't I ever buy them before?" The flood had risen to the 7th floor, and sea winds blew up to the 8th, making everyone shiver. Lai Yeqing kept looking up toward the staircase. Their boss had told them to wait there. "Let's go." The moment Shen Ruoran arrived downstairs, she happened to see Zhou Ergwei take the biscuit out of his mouth again and lick it carefully like a treasure. It was enough to give people goosebumps. Lai Yecheng stared in fascination at the massive submarine in front of them. Under Shen Ruoran's guidance, he carefully climbed aboard. When it was Zhou Ergui's turn, Shen Ruoran pretended to be stern and teased him. When you arrive somewhere new, don't take half an hour just to eat a tiny biscuit. Zhou Ergui scratched his nose awkwardly and agreed. He just hadn't eaten anything sweet in so long and couldn't bear to eat it quickly. The submarine set sail, speeding through the torrential rain falling from the sky. That night, Wantong Building was brightly lit. The men were divided into 3 groups, one handling piles of corpses, one moving generators down so floors 15 to 27 could have electricity, and one transporting the supplies Shen Ruoran had left behind. Beds, blankets, bottled water, refrigerators, instant noodles, biscuits, bread, meat, vegetables, rice. The women were also divided into 2 groups. Most cleaned the floors and arranged rooms. Others skilled in cooking gathered in Shi Jingtao's former kitchen, making dumplings with various fillings and storing them in the fridge to extend freshness. Fatigue was replaced by energy. Everyone was enthusiastically rebuilding the building. Little Huang Xiaoya, holding a small towel Lu Yun had cut for her, ran to the floor-to-ceiling window and crouched down, diligently wiping away bloodstains. Muttering happily, she said, "Xiaoya has a home again. I need to clean it properly." With help from others, Old Chun settled on the 23rd floor, a mid-level floor suitable for his weak legs. Tu Zhozhou held a stack of thick books and discussed with Old Chun how to organize learning from them. Before leaving, Shen Ruoran had not only left extensive supplies but also books such as textile techniques, embroidery basics, wool clothing notes, and cotton product notes. Next time she came, she would bring raw materials and tools so they could make wool clothes, down jackets, and quilts. If results were poor, they would be punished by having building rations reduced. As for where the raw materials would come from in large quantities in such a short time, the 3 men sitting in the submarine couldn't stop sneezing. The submarine quickly reached its destination. Shen Ruoran transferred 5 wealth points to each of them, gave final instructions, and instantly teleported back to her 28th floor bedroom, leaving Lai Yecheng and the others staring at each other. Lai Yunqing slapped himself, staring blankly at the flood-submerged first floor, laughing foolishly. "This place is amazing. Boss said the 5 wealth points she gave us. Is that money?" Zhou Ergui touched the clean walls as if in a dream and murmured, "Even if those 5 wealth points are..." Chapter 35. Moving in. With a calm expression that showed little excitement, Lai Yecheng interrupted them and continued to give instructions for the next steps. "Let's go. First, we'll head to the rental registration office that the boss mentioned and rent rooms. Then we'll go to the supermarket upstairs to get some food to fill our stomachs." Fang Dezhuang was in a good mood and kept praising Lai Yecheng with rainbow flattery. No matter when or where, Brother Cheng always stayed composed and handled things with proper judgment. Huh? Fang Dezhuang blinked in confusion. Was he seeing things? Why did Brother Cheng's walking posture look a bit like he was moving with the same hand and foot? A huge high-definition screen continuously displayed rental information for the building. The money they had was borrowed from Shen Ruoran. Although they collectively had 80 wealth points, they didn't know the wage system of the building yet, so they didn't dare spend recklessly. After browsing the room types and prices, Lai Yecheng paid the rent and booked a cheap 4-person youth hostel room, spending 0.8 wealth points. No one split the bill. The others didn't object either. Today he paid, tomorrow they would pay. Brothers didn't need to calculate things so precisely. "Should we go check the room first or buy food first?" Fang Dezhuang asked, already drooling uncontrollably. The boss had said the supermarket had all kinds of snacks, fresh meat, vegetables, and even a shared kitchen on the 3rd floor where they could cook. The 4 of them, aside from being good at farming and raising pigs, were also quite good at cooking. Lai Yecheng stepped into the elevator. After everyone entered, he pressed the button for the 7th floor. "Let's go check the place we're staying first. See what's missing. Then we'll go shopping all at once to avoid running back and forth." The building's corridors were equipped with voice-activated lights. The bright illumination reflected off the clean floors, making everything feel especially pleasant. Even compared to luxury hotels before the apocalypse, it was not inferior. Following the room numbers, they looked up and saw room 701. Tenant face authentication passed. Entry permitted. High-tech. Zhou Ergui remarked. The four-person youth hostel room was similar to a college dorm. Bunk beds with desks underneath, a small balcony and a private bathroom. Neatly folded quilts were placed on each bed, with pure white pillows on top, clearly brand new and unused. This place is really nice, Fang Dezhuang said, stroking the patterned bedding, unable to hide his smile. The desk was empty, and even the wardrobe by the balcony had nothing inside. Lai Yunqing was the first to check the bathroom. There was no smell at all, only a faint fresh fragrance. Following the scent, he found a bottle of perfume placed by the sink, with only a thin opening left. The toilet was a smart toilet. He searched for a long time but couldn't find the flush button. He even knelt down, tilting his head and trying to find a switch at the bottom. When Lai Yecheng walked into the bathroom, he saw his foolish cousin making a strange, awkward posture in front of the toilet. "Brother, this toilet is weird. Where's the flush button?" he complained innocently. Lai Yecheng, who had previously visited five-star hotels for agricultural seminars, recognized it and explained it to him. Lai Yunqing's face turned red with excitement. "Brother, this automatic toilet is amazing. Next time I need to pee, I'll try it properly." Fang Dezhuang popped his head in from behind, urging them to hurry and go to the supermarket. The elevator quickly rose to the 21st floor. The four grown men, Lai Yecheng included, who had always been relatively composed, ran around excitedly. "Canned porridge, take it. Instant noodles, take it. Big chicken legs, take it. Bread rolls, take it." From snacks to fresh food. Pork, lamb, beef, chicken, duck. Every cut imaginable. Fang Dezhuang swung a bag of beef shank and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, there's a shared kitchen right outside our room. Whatever you want to eat, I'll cook it later." However, Lai Yecheng immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm, crushing his dreams of a hot meal. "Not today. The kitchen doesn't have utensils or seasoning yet, and we're using borrowed wealth points from the boss. We need to save." Seeing Fang Dezhuang's drooping expression, he patted his shoulder and added with a smile, "But once we earn money later, we'll have a proper feast." "Deal." The four of them made a promise, eyes full of anticipation for their new life. Their total spending this time was 9 points. Besides food, they also bought daily necessities. 4 towels for toothbrush sets, 4 cups, a kettle, a notebook, and a pen. To save money, they didn't even buy bags and carried everything down by hand. Each of them claimed a bed and dumped their food and belongings onto the table. They tore open packaging and ate greedily. Bread crumbs stuck to their faces. They picked them off and ate them again without wasting anything. Lai Yecheng opened a can of 8 treasure porridge. Finding the spoon too small, he simply put his mouth to the opening and drank loudly. After eating and drinking their fill, Lai Yunqing fell asleep in under 3 seconds. Zhou Ergui lay on his bed, burying his face in the pillow and inhaling deeply. The real texture confirmed that everything was real, not a dream. He kept forcing himself to open his eyes again and again, afraid this was all illusion. Fang Dezhuang wiped himself in the bathroom, wrapped a towel around his waist and walked out casually. He greeted the only one still awake, Lai Yecheng, who was sitting at the desk writing seriously. Curious, Fang Dezhuang leaned in and saw that he was recording everything. On the right page were all the day's expenses and wealth points. On the left were notes about the floors they had visited. Fang Dezhuang didn't disturb him and quietly climbed into bed, falling asleep peacefully. Deep floodwaters had risen to the 9th floor, and the rain was gradually easing. A light drizzle fell. For the first time in this warlike natural disaster, the sun broke through the clouds. Its light reflected on the shimmering water like a vast mirror of the world. Chapter 36. The Fall of a Country. This time she woke up naturally. She slept from the early hours of the morning all the way until 7 a.m. the next day, over a full day and night of sleep. Holy crap! The moment she opened her eyes, Shen Ruoran's eyelashes trembled. Overjoyed, she rolled once on the bed and let out an excited shout. 2 good things happened first thing in the morning. The system detected that certain specialized talents had moved into the building, and automatically credited 150 wealth points. She also received an upgrade prompt. She was now 191 wealth points away from the first building upgrade. Shen Ruoran, the salted fish type who loved doing nothing, suddenly found direction in life. She set a small goal for the building. Earn 200 plus wealth points within a month and achieve the first upgrade. The second good news was that at 014 today, the self-inflicted our country had officially ceased to exist. Nuclear wastewater rapidly spread into surrounding waters, triggering massive disruptions in the oceanic magnetic field. Tsunami waves over 20 stories high swallowed most of the cities. Only 2 of our country's tallest buildings, both over 40 stories, remained standing. Radiation contamination worsened rapidly, infecting all surviving people. At 014, the last person in the island nation who had been exposed to radiation finally died. Their body was skeletal, skin sunken inward, covered in red and purple rotting lesions. Filthy fluids dripped from exposed bones. They looked exactly like a zombie. Shen Ruoran felt no sympathy. She only thought, they deserved it. They had known how dangerous nuclear wastewater was to humanity, yet still recklessly discharged it into the ocean. This outcome was simply karma. According to the spread speed of nuclear wastewater and radiation, it would reach each country in just over 200 days. Thinking of this, she sighed helplessly and made herself a cup of premium Longjing tea, blowing on it until it cooled before drinking. Temporary staff member Bo Jia requests work assignment. Shen Ruoran smiled. New employees really were enthusiastic. Without tasks, they even actively asked for work. After thinking for a moment, the building didn't seem to need much odd-job labor at the moment. However, since this was a special job type, it was useful for maintaining direct communication channels. So she waved her hand and let him arrange his own tasks flexibly, moving wherever needed. Limited to 3 areas: supermarket, restaurant, and the first-floor reception center, also the visitor registration area. Bojia's message reminded her that she still hadn't assigned jobs to the 4 people she brought back. Using her authority, she relocated the visitors to the 26th floor corridor, the building's dedicated ecological breeding zone. After having breakfast in the restaurant, Lai Yeqing and the others sat chatting with Zhou Qing, mainly asking where Shen Ruoran was. From yesterday until now, she had seemed to disappear completely. Not even her shadow had been seen. Including them, only 7 people had entered the restaurant. Zhou Qing told them that the boss they were referring to was probably the owner of the entire building. A stunning young girl. Oval face, faint dimples, cherry lips and white teeth, skin like snow. A once-in-a-lifetime beauty. Lai Yeqing's expression froze. He awkwardly smiled and exchanged a glance with Zhou Erguwei. Both shook their heads in silent understanding. That definitely wasn't their boss. They had seen their leader's face under the mask, ugly beyond description. Not just not pretty, but not even average. Impossible. Sister Zhou, besides the man and woman who came here for breakfast and the building owner you mentioned, there should be another woman, right? Slim, tall, extremely strong in combat, cold in speech but warm in action. Zhou Erguwei added quietly, she has colorful birthmarks on her face. She was the one who brought us in yesterday. Zhou Qing wiped the bar counter and smiled without answering directly. The next second, all 4 of them disappeared. As she turned on the faucet to wash dishes, Zhou Qing glanced at the 4 empty chairs and immediately understood who they were talking about. She paused slightly, then calmly continued washing. The surroundings shifted from the restaurant to a plain corridor. The air carried a faint grassy scent, familiar to anyone from the countryside. Shen Ruoran opened the door to the planting zone and called them in, ready to assign tasks. Lai Yeqing, who had never seen her real face, stood frozen and asked cautiously, "Who are you? What are we doing here?" Suddenly teleported to the 26th floor and facing a stranger, he grew wary and stopped Fang Dazhuang from stepping forward. Shen Ruoran looked at her reflection in the glass wall, then remembered the strange makeup from yesterday. Headache. Reluctantly, she pulled out her mask from her spatial storage and waved it slightly. "Hurry up and come in. You were calling me boss yesterday." She swore she would never randomly mess with makeup in dark places again. Inside the planting zone, advanced systems simulated lighting and temperature. She split them into groups, 1 for planting, 1 for animal breeding. Same pay, 8 wealth points per day. This was the first time she encountered a job that skipped probation pay entirely and directly offered 8 points. higher than Zhou Qing and Jia Feifei after regularization. The four of them excitedly discuss grouping. During the discussion, Fang Dezhuang kept sneaking glances at Shen Ruoran. He hadn't expected their boss, who could kill with a kick, to be this beautiful. She only gave them 10 minutes. After that, she planned to go to the reading lounge. After they decided, Lai Yeqing explained that Zhou Ergui's family raised pigs, so he was suitable for breeding work. Lai Yunqing and Fang Dezhuang were skilled in farming and planting, so they would go to the planting zone. As for himself, he wanted to work in both areas and requested a flexible role. Shen Ruoran liked decisive, outspoken employees and agreed immediately. Before leaving, she casually stabbed them in the heart. "Oh right, the spirit liquid I gave you yesterday, each drop is worth 100 wealth points. That's a loan. Including yesterday's 80 points, you now owe me a total of 680 wealth points." Fang Dezhuang clutched his chest in pain. "Boss, how much did she say?" 680. Zhou Ergui replied mournfully. "We're going to become deadbeats. For people earn only 32 points a day. Even without eating or sleeping, it would take 22 days. Chapter 37. Planting and Livestock Farming. One drop equals 100 points of wealth value. It's definitely worth it. If it weren't for the spiritual liquid provided by the boss, we might have already died and wouldn't be alive today. Lai Yeqing calmly analyzed for everyone. Besides, do you really think the boss is the kind of creditor who comes after you for money? Zhou Ergui and Fang Dezhuang exchanged a tacit glance and shook their heads. Before leaving Wantong Building, they had heard that the boss had left 3 months' worth of supplies for the people there. In today's world, even if you worked like a beast of burden or even sold yourself or your organs, you still couldn't get that many supplies. In their eyes, Shen Ruoran's actions were already at the level of selfless dedication, enough to rank first in each country's Person of the Year award. Ba ba ba. Cluck cluck cluck. Moo. Hearing the familiar sounds of animals, Zhou Ergui felt a surge of joy. He had originally thought the breeding area designated by Shen Ruoran would only include small animals like rabbits, chickens, and ducks. He hadn't expected it to include large livestock like cattle and sheep as well. He hurried to the entrance of the breeding area, where a facial recognition system was still in place. To improve efficiency, Shen Ruoran had divided their work into different responsibilities, but in reality, both the planting and breeding areas were accessible to all four of them. Inside the duplex-style large apartment, sturdy cowsheds, pig pens, and sheep pens had been built. On the upper level of the spiral staircase were separate enclosures for chickens, ducks, and geese. Through a passage connected to the neighboring unit, there was grassland, fruit trees, and even a stream. My goodness! Zhou Ergui felt as if he had stepped into another magical world. Everything before him once again overturned his understanding of the building. He bent down and gently touched the fresh green grass, not daring to press too hard, afraid of harming its fragile vitality. He muttered in confusion, could this be some kind of feng shui treasure land? Without careful maintenance, it would be impossible for plants and animals to grow so naturally here. And he was right. The pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, as well as the grassland and stream, had just been released by Shen Ruoran from her spatial storage. The reason she hired Lai Yeqing and the others was to have them manage large-scale breeding and crop harvesting. The planting area was much simpler in environment. There was an additional storage shed containing various seeds and animal feed. Lai Yeqing didn't rush to start working. Instead, he took Fang Dezhuang and his cousin Lai Yunqing around to familiarize themselves with the layout and discuss planting plans. Lai Yunqing, who usually had a big appetite, suggested prioritizing staple crops first to ensure food security. The rain gradually intensified again, and dark clouds once more covered the sun. Leaning against the clean white wall, Fang Dezhuang rubbed his reddened ear and absent-mindedly played with a pinch of soil in his hand, firmly opposing the idea of only planting staple crops. He said, just from the layout of this building you can tell the boss values quality of life. What you said makes sense, Yunqing, but we're working for the boss, we should follow her preferences. We should plant a variety of vegetables so she can eat comfortably. The practical Lai Yunqing still felt it wasn't appropriate. Before leaving Wantong Building, the boss already left a lot of food there. If our planting area is only meant to feed the 8 people in this building, your idea is fine. But there are still so many survivors in Wantong. What about them? At this, both of them turned to Lai Yeqing, waiting for him to decide. Lai Yeqing rested his hands under his chin. Both sides made sense and he couldn't decide immediately. How about we check the warehouse again? He suggested. Hands-on selection is better than talking it out. Maybe we can find a compromise. The seeds were stacked one box after another on the shelves, with blank cards and markers placed nearby. The three of them carried the boxes down, opened the taped packages, identified the types of seeds, and labeled them with markers. An experienced eye could immediately tell the quality of the seeds, and both Lai Yunqing and Fang Dezhuang, as well as the usually calm Lai Yeqing, couldn't help but praise them. As expected of the boss, she preserved these so well, Fang Dezhuang said. He had been bending over for a long time and felt uncomfortable, so he straightened up and stretched his back. Seeing this, Lai Yunqing moved a chair over and wiped his hands before carefully pressing Fang Dezhuang's sore spot, massaging him skillfully. His words sounded annoyed, but his actions were precise. You massaging yourself won't help. I'll do it for you. That'll make you feel better. Fang Dezhuang let out a comfortable sigh, enjoying the massage. Watching this, Lai Yeqing smiled faintly. The two of them had just been arguing so fiercely they nearly turned red in the face, but as the elder brother, he didn't need to mediate. Their arguments never affected their brotherly bond. Cheng, Dawang, Yunqing. Zhou Ergui entered the planting area but didn't see the others and anxiously called out as he wandered around. Come to the warehouse, they replied. Following the sound, Zhou Ergui turned left and right before finally finding a hidden door at the very back. He went in and saw the three of them organizing shelves. Excited, he said. The breeding area doesn't have a separate warehouse, but it's also great over there. I'm definitely going to raise those animals to be strong and fat. Lai Yeqing pointed at the shelves opposite and said with a smile, that area is all feed and fertilizer. You sort it out first. We'll finish here and then come help you. All right. Zhou Ergui shouted enthusiastically and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Thinking of the feed storage area in the breeding zone being empty, he carried 2 bags over and started feeding the animals. The pigs, sensing the smell of food, rushed forward crazily, nearly bumping into him as he poured it out. In this place they had found the respect and happiness that Wantong building had never given them, and a longing for a new life. Book lounge. In a brown luxury reclining chair that swayed gently, Shen Ruoran was seriously reading nuclear energy and nuclear weapons. Lu Chuan had been taken away by people from the capital of country H, leaving no one in city be capable of nuclear research. From the very beginning, Shen Ruoran had planned to conduct research herself. The spiritual liquid she had once sprayed on the unconscious Lai Yeqing was something she had developed based on ancient texts. Unfortunately, apart from the magical beast world, no other time travel worlds had produced the 3 great magical beasts again, and the spiritual liquid in her spatial storage had become a discontinued rarity. However, she still had many similar bottles and jars stored in her space, items obtained from different time travel worlds. In the quiet, relaxing atmosphere, only the occasional sound of page turning could be heard. Her finger paused at page 53, line 6. The book only mentioned that nuclear weapon structures require the interaction between X-rays and shockwaves, but not how they are coordinated. After finishing the book, it was already past meal time. Shen Ruoran took out preserved vegetable braised pork, stir-fried spinach and pork heart, and a box of fragrant, perfectly cooked rice from her space. She ate heartily. Then she moved on to the next book. Chapter 38. GPS Malfunction. As the sky grew darker, Shen Ruoran lazily closed her book and half squinted on the recliner. On the blue-green porcelain coffee table beside her were stacked 6 heavy books on nuclear studies. At the very top lay a brand-new leather notebook, opened neatly. Elegant handwriting filled the pages. Shen Ruoran had carefully listed her questions about nuclear energy, nuclear weapons, nuclear radiation, and nuclear wastewater. The available literature on nuclear topics was too limited. Very few had been officially published in Country H, based only on what she had read. She still knew far too little. Many crucial concepts were only briefly mentioned, and the more she read, the more unanswered questions formed in her mind. Shen Ruoran glanced out the window at the lightning and thunder. The earlier drizzle had intensified into a violent storm vortex. Ding! After 3 seconds she heard it again. Ding! 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 Ding ding ding, what is it now? Shen Ruoran frowned in irritation, overwhelmed by the nuclear knowledge she couldn't fully digest. She opened the system interface, intending to forcefully mute the sound source. The interface appeared normal, but the next second, the character recognition icon flickered and emitted another ding. A city map unfolded across the screen. Deep blue covered the entire area. Something strange was happening near Huaying Mountain. A small figure labeled Lu Chuan appeared at the foot of the mountain, wandering back and forth. Peering, disappearing. Peering, disappearing. Peering, disappearing. Huaying Mountain lay right on the border between City B and City Z. Taking the mountain base as the center, the east side belonged to City B, while the west side belonged to City Z. Shen Ruoran's map permissions only covered City B. Since Lu Chuan was a key-tracked individual, his marker would automatically appear when he entered City B and disappear when he left. He kept crossing the border repeatedly. 10 minutes passed like this. At the same time, a violent surge of waves pushed a small safety boat fully toward the eastern side of City B. "Captain, which direction do we go?" Wu Wei didn't know whether they were currently in City B or City Z anymore, and turned to Chan Machine for instructions. His forehead was drenched with sweat, revealing his growing anxiety. The GPS navigation inside the safety boat had malfunctioned unexpectedly. Ever since leaving Qing University, they had been circling around the outskirts of City B. If not for Huaying Mountain's distinctive shape, Wu Wei might not have recognized this nationally famous landmark after several loops. By the time the diesel and electric engines ran dry, they still might not have realized the GPS had broken. "The boat's fuel is at 12%. We definitely won't reach the capital's safe base now," Chan Machine said coldly, her face dark with frustration. "We can only gamble on finding a nearby high-rise that still has power. I suggest we return to Qing University. It's not far. As one of the top 2 universities in Country H, it has enough stored energy to recharge the boat and then head to the capital." Leaning against the wall in her black tactical suit, she clenched her teeth. "When we get back to base, I will personally deal with whoever is behind this. They're harming the entire country." The GPS systems of national safety vessels were built with the most advanced technology available. They were already certain the boat was deliberately circling City B. Such a precise and patterned malfunction could only be caused by human interference. Someone didn't want Lu Chuan to reach the safe base. The impatiently Fei subconsciously reached for a cigarette to calm himself, but stopped mid-motion and shoved the lighter back into his pocket. No open flames were allowed on board. It could trigger an explosion. He cursed angrily instead. "Damn this rain. Does it want to turn Blue Star into Water Star?" He dropped onto the floor, suppressing his rage, then forced himself to speak more calmly. "Professor Liu, you've lived in City B for so many years. How come you don't even know the way?" Li Fei had wanted to ask this for a long time. Normally, anyone who stayed in a city for 2 years would at least recognize its landmarks. Yet Lu Chuan seemed just as unfamiliar as they were. He couldn't even recognize Huaying Mountain. He had held back out of respect for Lu Chuan's academic achievements, but now that their lives might be on the line, he couldn't stay silent. Lu Chuan apologized awkwardly, looking somewhat ashamed. Although he had studied in City B and worked there after graduation, he rarely left Qing University except for specific academic exchanges and nuclear research conferences. More importantly, he was directionally challenged. The university had installed detailed signage all over campus for him, especially along his 5-point route. Research building, teaching building, administrative building, faculty dormitory, and cafeteria. As for the safety boat's route planning, he simply couldn't offer any useful advice. The cabin fell into silence. To conserve energy, Wu Wei shut down the long-range lighting and navigation systems, leaving only close-range illumination. The supplies provided were enough for 6 people for 1 month. If the GPS had not malfunctioned, it would have been sufficient for 2 round trips. But under the current circumstances, every resource had to be saved as much as possible. Lu Chuan removed his glasses and pressed his brow, a faint hope in his voice, still gentle and scholarly. "Captain Chun, if possible, Please pass the experimental materials in that box to someone worthy. Worried about the country's anti-nuclear efforts, he broke the confidentiality agreement he had signed long ago and began explaining his past. When I was a junior at Qing University, I signed a secrecy agreement with the state. I was fortunate to participate in some early-stage research. Most of the results have already been delivered to the liaison, and only a few are still under verification. Although I don't understand much about meteorology or astronomy, the fact that the state sent you to retrieve me means there's at least an 80% chance they've already predicted that nuclear wastewater and nuclear pollution will affect the entire planet. They must want me to bring the remaining classified results and continue participating in research to resist or eliminate nuclear radiation. The disabled safety boat drifted about 20 meters above the ground, slowly carried along by the water current toward an unknown destination. Lu Chuan looked up at the dark water surface outside. Garbage of all kinds, countless floating corpses, and strange crawling insects and snakes filled the view. He shivered violently. The scene looked no different from the apocalypse. As if delivering final words, he murmured to himself, or perhaps to the others on the boat, "If only I had more time. I could have finished that thing. But there's no time left. Today I violated the secrecy agreement. I am willing to accept all consequences. I only beg the heavens, please don't let such Chapter 39. Octopus Fishing Rod. Chen Ruoran straightened his back and solemnly gave Lu Chuan a military salute. Li Fei, Tang Chun, and Owen put aside their irritability, stood at attention, and also saluted Lu Chuan with full respect. Wu Wei, who remained in the driver's seat and could not leave easily, also looked straight ahead and gave a serious salute, silently expressing that he stood with his teammates. The storm-shrouded night was endlessly long. The dead silence of the entire city only magnified the senses of those still awake in the darkness. A faint but distinct sound came from the rear. Everyone except Wu Wei rushed to the windows and looked out together. A strange object, shaped like an octopus with multiple tentacles, was firmly attached to the edge of the safety vessel. Under the faint light from inside the ship, its tentacles shimmered in different colors. Jet black blending into the night, nearly transparent pale white, metallic silver like starlight, muddy earth yellow, sky blue, vivid red, brown and gray. Mixed together it looked extremely ugly. On the other end of the octopus-like rod was a much smaller submarine. Inside the submarine's control cabin, Shen Ruoran wore an expression of utter helplessness, as she used her mental power to control the bizarre fishing rod, while piloting the submarine back along its original route. Because of its strange shape and colors, the rod was extremely conspicuous. Shen Ruoran rubbed her forehead helplessly. This was a theft tool from the interstellar legend of the Yashan pirates. To adapt it to this world's technological level, it had been transformed into a fishing rod. However, its functions were too powerful for an ordinary rod to support, causing it to evolve into this absurd octopus fishing rod. Different colors corresponded to different operational modes, allowing rapid theft in various environments, based on concepts similar to camouflage and mimicry in biology. Inside the safety vessel, everyone leaned against the windows in confusion, watching the submarine guide their direction without any intention of resisting. With fuel running low, forcibly confronting the other vessel might only accelerate their sinking. Waiting and observing was the best option. Chen Ruoran entered a password, opened the storage compartment, took out several guns, loaded them, and distributed them one by one. Uncertain whether the other side was friend or foe, they could only prepare for the worst. If anything goes wrong, protect Professor Liu at all costs, Chen Ruoran ordered. He must deliver the confidential nuclear research results. Lu Chuan did not want to be a burden in a life-or-death situation. His tone was resolute. "Don't worry about me. I'll tell you the password and the code right now. As long as one of us survives, that's enough." Li Fei quickly covered Lu Chuan's mouth to stop him from continuing. Such top-level national secrets were not something they were allowed to hear. "Professor Liu, those are orders from above. Before coming to City B, our team signed military vows and even wrote our wills. Please don't make things difficult for us. You just need to safeguard the secrets and protect yourself." Chen Ruoran looked deeply respectful. Her gaze fell on the national flag of country H hanging on the wall, filled with reverence. She paused, then saluted it again. Professor Liu, we are soldiers. Saving this wounded blue star cannot be achieved through force alone. Only scientists like you are the final hope of the people. As long as you are alive, this disaster cannot shake the foundation of the nation. Lu Chuan remained silent for a long time, his fists clenched tightly. He said nothing more, but stood up and returned a military salute in the same manner. The vessel's speed slowed further. The octopus fishing rod gradually pulled them downward, creating a strong sensation of weightlessness inside the cabin. Everyone gripped the internal support frames tightly, while keeping their other hands near their weapons, ready for combat at any moment. Just before they reached the ground, the strange rod began to swing wildly in all directions, like a pendulum gaining momentum, and then used inertia to swing them like a playground swing. Lu Chuan nearly fell, but Chen Ruoran reacted quickly and grabbed his wrist, pulling him back. After several swings back and forth, the octopus rod finally released the safety vessel. A vortex pushed the vessel forward, where it became wedged at the entrance of a building corridor. Forced toward the rear by an unseen force, Li Fei stumbled and pressed against a transparent window on the left side. He wiped it clean with his sleeve and squinted hard, trying to see who was inside the submarine. But the water was too dark. He couldn't see anything. Wu Wei sat frozen in the driver's seat, eyes wide in shock. Fast, look ahead, there's no water. Not only him, everyone saw it too. The front and back of the submarine seemed separated by two different worlds. Felt like a dream. Captain, should we get out? Someone asked. All eyes turned to Chen Ruoran for the decision. She tucked another gun into her pocket, held one in her hand, and calmly analyzed the situation. The people in that submarine probably don't mean us harm. Otherwise, they could have easily used those steel rod-like things to smash our vessel to the ground instead of carefully placing us here. Lu Chuan pressed his lips together and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there were many ways to kill them. The fact they were placed safely here suggested assistance, not hostility. Chen Ruoran signaled Wu Wei to open the top hatch. She would go out first. The ground outside was clean, polished stone. The interior decoration looked luxurious and modern. After jumping down, she carefully observed her surroundings. This place resembled a normal high-rise building. I'll go inside and take a look. Don't come out yet. Keeping low and hugging the wall, she entered the first-floor activity center. A large high-definition screen was scrolling rental listings for rooms in the building. On the counter was a staff ID card. Jia Feifei, responsible for utilities, rent registration, and collections. Chen Ruoran raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Despite the torrential storm outside, everything inside looked as if it were still in the pre-disaster era. If the researchers saw this, they would probably go insane. She then noticed the elevator sign and turned toward it. Having experienced the swing ride inside the vessel, she had a rough sense that this was a tall building. The elevator would be the fastest way to understand it. Next to the elevator buttons was a clear list of floors. 1 to 31. Factories, restaurants, hostels, supermarkets, internet cafes. The higher she looked, the more shocked she became. Even clinics, planting areas, and livestock zones existed on the upper floors. It was unbelievable. She quickly ran back and opened the hatch. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she said, I walked around the first floor and didn't see anyone. There's a floor directory by the elevator. This place. Chapter 40 New Employees. Not far away, Shen Ruoran watched through the submarine screen as Chen Ruoran paced back and forth with a gun, growing a little bored as she waited. On her system panel, the visitor's remaining stay time was continuously counting down. Once it reached 0, even the safety vessel would be forcibly packaged out. Shen Ruoran deleted a message she had half-written to Bo Zhixia after seeing that Lu Chuan and the others had all already left the safety vessel. The octopus fishing rod appeared again, quickly attaching itself to the tail of the safety vessel. In just a second, the massive object vanished from sight. Holy shit! Li Fei cursed, eyes widening in shock. One moment the safety vessel was firmly stuck at the door, then it was gone. Lu Chuan's hands turned cold. Quietly, he clenched the pocket of his coat. Fortunately, before coming out, a small chance thought had crossed his mind, that the vessel might be swept away by floodwater. So he had already placed the confidential materials in his pocket and sealed it with a zipper. Otherwise, he would never have forgiven himself. Chan Machine rushed to the doorway with a dark expression. He had been careless. He hadn't expected something so bizarre. What exactly was this building? The flood outside could not enter it at all. He looked up at the hovering submarine. If he wasn't mistaken, he had just seen 8 differently colored tentacle-like objects. The submarine's white light was so bright that it made everyone squint. When the light faded, the submarine was gone, and in its place stood a slender woman. Her oval face was as delicate as jade. Her eyes clear like autumn water. She looked like a fairy who had stepped out of the world of mortals, gentle and otherworldly, and strangely somewhat familiar. The system panel showed only 3 minutes left for the visitors' stay. Shen Ruoran decided to forcibly convert them into employees first, then deal with everything else later. Lu Chuan noticed dazedly that additional lines of text had appeared before his eyes. He hadn't fully processed it. As a researcher focused solely on academics, he was a firm materialist, but everything he had seen tonight kept shattering his understanding. Name Lu Chuan. Identity 1. Research type employee. Experimental field. Salary. 20 wealth points per day. Bonus based on contribution. Work type. Laboratory staff. Identity 2. No housing assigned. Denon. Balance. 0 wealth points. Captain Chan, I think I've been hired as a staff member of this building, Lu Chuan said quietly beside Chan Machine, keeping his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Chan Machine gave a soft his gaze still fixed on Shen Ruoran. They must have met before. You're the woman who appeared in the Qing University lab last time, Chan Machine said coldly. What was your purpose trying to enter the lab? And the sudden disappearance of the safety vessel, was that your doing? When the flood had reached the 4th floor, this woman had suddenly appeared in the lab building. Back then, he already suspected she was not a student of Qing University, and now it seemed he had been right. Shen Ruoran casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her luxurious long earrings swaying slightly. She gave a soft hum, neither confirming nor denying anything. Instead, she smiled meaningfully. You should be more polite now, she said leisurely. After all, you're my employees. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shen Ruoran. I am the owner of this building. Li Fei, Tang Chan, Owen and Wu Wei exchanged glances. From each other's expressions, they confirmed that the system messages they saw earlier were real. They had truly been employed. Captain, we really became employees of this building, Li Fei sighed. His assigned role was building security. Far too underutilized in his opinion. Chan Machine stared at Shen Ruoran intensely, about to question her further. But she was interrupted. You must be hungry. I'll take you all for a late-night meal. Shen Ruoran walked straight into the elevator and waited inside. None of them moved. They still couldn't figure out what she was planning. Lu Chuan spoke first. She said we've all become her employees. I'm a research-type staff member. What about you? The contrast was too sharp. Li Fei's face turned red with frustration. He turned away, refusing to look at anyone. Tang Chan and Owen, who were usually quiet, spoke at the same time. We're assigned as internal patrol staff. Wu Wei said. External patrol staff. Chan Machine added. External patrol staff. Li Fei. So I'm the only one who got screwed over, huh? Everyone glanced at him. He kept his mouth shut, tighter than anyone else. Move faster. If you don't come to the restaurant now, you won't eat for the next 48 hours. Shen Ruoran's warning finally saved Li Fei. He let out a relieved breath and rushed into the elevator like he was escaping for his life. On the dining table were 7 steaming bowls of signature dishes from Beigang Grand Restaurant, as if they had just been freshly cooked. 2 of the dishes alone cost over 1,000 yuan. Owen swallowed hard several times. If not for strict upbringing, he would have grabbed the food with his hands immediately. Before the disaster, he had always been picky about food, only hot, fresh dishes. But now, in this flooded apocalypse, simply having something to eat was already a blessing. Holy shit. Li Fei had probably said more holy shits today than in the entire past year. He sat down, staring at the beef, pork and chicken dishes. Even Chan Machine felt tempted by the feast, though his mind was still full of confusion about Shen Ruoran's true intentions. But she didn't seem like a bad person. Shen Ruoran took a bowl and chopsticks and started eating casually. Then she pointed to the corner, signaling them to take their own utensils. Owen quickly ran over, brought 6 sets of chopsticks and distributed them. He then picked up a thin slice of fish and shoved it into his mouth. So good. The fish is so tender and flavorful, soaked with broth. Every bite is fresh and delicious. Li Fei gave a thumbs up after swallowing crab roe tofu. Tang Chun silently devoured his food, eating faster than anyone else. Soon the dishes were almost gone. Wu Wei, Lu Chuan, and Li Fei leaned back in their chairs, patting their full stomachs in satisfaction. Boss, why aren't you eating? Li Fei finally noticed that Chun Maxin hadn't touched a single bite. Chun Maxin glanced at Shen Ruoran and said calmly, I'm not hungry. Under the table, his hands slowly tightened. In his mind, he was already planning how to train these people's resistance to hunger once they returned to the capital. From the beginning, he had never let his guard down against Shen Ruoran. Even though she used public chopsticks like everyone else, what if she had already taken an antidote in advance, just to poison them? Chapter 41. Moving into the duplex penthouse. After finishing her meal, Shen Ruoran lazily stretched, gave a few instructions, put down her chopsticks and stood up to leave. Chun Maxin immediately stood up to stop her, but she easily evaded him every time he tried to block her path. After a few exchanges, Chun Maxin realized his combat ability might not be a match for hers. She moved with ease, even seemingly without using full strength, and had no intention of wasting time fighting. Her combat power was likely very strong. By the time he came back to his senses and chased after her, the elevator was already heading upward. Captain, our employee panel just received a debt-type wealth value entry. Everyone got 3 points. Wu Wei reported after stepping out. Before leaving, Shen Ruoran had first told them that used dishes didn't need to be cleaned. Restaurant staff would handle them the next morning. She also reminded them to go to the first floor to register for housing rental. If they insisted on sleeping in the hallway, they must maintain public hygiene and not disturb the building's normal operations. That last sentence was directed at Chun Maxin. The man had not eaten a single bite at the table. He likely also wouldn't rent a room here. Chun Maxin lowered his gaze and made a decision. Let's look at other floors first. Rooms available for external rent were not open for touring. According to the elevator guide, they visited the laboratory floors. Only Lu Chuan had access. The others could only wait outside the corridor. Floors 24 and 25, both duplex large apartments, had been transformed into national-level laboratories. The equipment and experimental environment were no less advanced than those at Qing University. To Lu Chuan, everything before him was a treasure. He put on a lab coat in the changing room and walked around inside. 2 of the lab layouts were very similar to the 7th floor of Qing University. Lu Chuan suspected Shen Ruoran had relocated them directly from there. The outer equipment was new, but the inner instruments felt exactly like the ones he usually used. On a blackboard, 3 neat lines of chalk writing were posted. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Chuan read the lab rules carefully. Lab staff working hours are limited to 8 hours per day. Recommended schedule: 8:30 to 11:30, 13:30 to 17:30, 19 to 20 hours. Significant research achievements benefiting the building or humanity will receive rewards starting from 50 wealth points, with no upper limit. The final amount is decided by the landlord. The lab primarily focuses on anti-nuclear radiation research and nuclear wastewater treatment. After reading, Lu Chuan felt that living here might actually be a good choice. There was a proper lab for daily research, no need to worry about flooding, and there were hot meals available. The only downside was the limited lab time. Outside, Chun Maxin and the others were still waiting, so Lu Chuan did not stay long. He changed out of the lab coat and returned it. After regrouping, he briefly described the interior layout and mentioned the lab rules. Everyone fell into silence. So was this massive towering building actually something beneficial to Country H? First floor rental registration office. After touring the building thoroughly, everyone had witnessed its high-tech systems, abundant supplies and luxurious interiors. Even the tap water in the public bathrooms was crystal clear, completely unaffected by the polluted flood outside. Chun Ma-shin's frown eased. His vigilance toward the building dropped significantly. It lacked nothing: food, clothing, equipment. It even provided salaries and housing for ordinary people. Perhaps one day, this place could become something that saves country H. The large digital screen refreshed every 3 seconds. On the counter lay a paper rental guide, which Wu Wei sat reading carefully on a high stool. "Captain, how are we going to live here?" Li Fei asked, drinking water from a disposable cup, still not fully satisfied. Chun Ma-shin didn't immediately answer. His fingers tapped lightly on the marble table. He turned to Lu Chuan first. "Professor Lu, the safety vessel should be in the hands of that woman named Shen Ruoran. We still don't know how she made such a massive object disappear instantly. Since we can't return to the capital for now, let's rent rooms here temporarily. If you don't mind, how about all 6 of us share a 6-person hostel room? It'll be easier to protect you." Lu Chuan hesitated, his gaze lingering on the luxury penthouse listings upstairs. Monthly rent, pay later, 200 wealth points after 30 days. Not expensive. He could afford it with 10 days of salary. "Captain Chun, would you prefer another type of room?" Chun Ma-shin asked. Lu Chuan nodded somewhat awkwardly. "I usually sleep late and wake early. 4 hours a day is enough for me. Most nights I stay in the lab doing research, sometimes even all night. If we lived together, it might cause some inconvenience." He suggested, "Why don't we rent the top-floor duplex suite instead? We can all live together. I'll pay half, and you can split the remaining 100 rental points." A total of 200 points split among 6 people meant about 33.4 per person. Enough for a single room, balcony, kitchen, and living room. Except for Li Fei, who was clearly hiding something, the others' salaries were sufficient to cover it. Chun Ma-shin grabbed Li Fei's arm. "What exactly is your salary?" Li Fei muttered. 3 wealth points. The others earned the same base salary, but Li Fei's mood clearly differed. Chun Ma-shin thought for a moment. It was probably due to job type. "Li Fei, don't tell me you were assigned to gate security?" Li Fei stiffened instantly. As expected, the captain had guessed it. Though he was somewhat satisfied with the late-night meal, as a top-rank Special Forces soldier, being a gate guard was still far too humiliating. Wu Wei chuckled and patted his chest. "Be content. Same salary, but your job is the easiest. Internal patrol, external patrol. It sounds much harder than yours." Chun Ma-shin made the final decision. "We'll rent the 3003 duplex penthouse. 6 people split the rent." Seeing that Lu Chuan still wanted to say something, Chun Ma-shin interrupted him first. "Professor Lu, we cannot let you pay most of it. The restaurant and supermarket prices are already very cheap. 3 wealth points per day is more than enough." The elevator rose from the first floor to the 30th. The 6 of them stepped out empty-handed, impressed by the building's calm atmosphere. So far, they hadn't seen anyone other than Shen Ruoran. All public areas required face recognition for access to private or paid zones. Li Fei walked in front, passed authentication, pushed open the door. Chapter 42: 3 Major Surprises. Li Fei really wanted to light a cigarette to celebrate, but unfortunately the cigarette pack had been left inside the safety vessel, and he hadn't brought it out. In the capital safe base, facilities like this were only something big shots could enjoy. Li Fei hadn't expected that he would get to live in such a luxurious place, even in the apocalypse. Owen couldn't suppress the curve of his lips as he stepped inside. He kicked off his shoes and walked barefoot onto the golden-patterned white carpet in the center of the living room. He was extremely satisfied with the duplex furnishings and decoration, unable to hide his excitement as he touched the genuine leather sofa. The material felt excellent. Owen's family wasn't wealthy, and he usually lived very frugally. This was the first time he had ever stayed in a luxury residence worth millions. Wu Wei complained while tidying up the shoes his 2 teammates had carelessly left behind, as if they were still children. Looking up at the others who hadn't entered yet, he said, "There are no slippers in the house. The landlord said our salaries will be credited to our employee accounts tomorrow. So in the morning we should pool a bit of our wealth points as shared expenses, and I'll go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities." Lu Chuan did some quick mental calculations and said seriously, "You're all on internship salaries this first month. After paying rent, you'll just barely cover basic needs. If you buy necessary supplies, your wealth points might not be enough. Captain Chen, don't argue with me on this. For the first month, all shared expenses will come from my salary. Tomorrow morning I'll transfer 17 wealth points to Wu Wei, so he can go shopping." Chen Machine still felt it was inappropriate. They were special forces soldiers, how could they live off a university professor? Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. Chen Machine and the others were indeed assigned by the state, but he also couldn't shamelessly enjoy all these conveniences. In the end, they reached a compromise. Lu Chuan would subsidize the first month, and once they became regular employees, the other 5 would repay him. Lu Chuan chose a bedroom with a desk and bookshelf upstairs, suitable for reading and organizing his thoughts at night. Chen Machine chose the room next to him, equipped with a treadmill, boxing gloves, and other fitness equipment. Tang Chanan, who loved music, became Lu Chuan's other neighbor. His room had a classical record player, MP3 devices, and other audio equipment. Even without internet, he could still enjoy music and soothe his agitated mind caused by the apocalypse. The 3 rooms on the lower floor also each had their own features. The room near the kitchen had a large area filled with unopened Lego sets, dolls, and airplane models. It was significantly larger than the others. Owen especially loved building Lego. When he couldn't sleep at night, he would sit on the floor and build quietly under the lamp and moonlight. Congrats to old O on moving into the kids' room, definitely worth it. Li Fei teased from the doorway, only to be hit by a flying pillow which he dodged quickly. He picked it up and threw it back onto the bed. Wu Wei dragged Li Fei away like an elder teaching a child. "You really should stop teasing Owen's hobbies. There are 2 rooms left, choose quickly." "I want to wash up and sleep." Li Fei made a playful gesture. "All right, I'll decide now and let you go to sleep." The last 2 rooms were fairly similar. The only difference was the bathroom. One had a shower, the other a bathtub. Li Fei chose the one with the bathtub and left the shower room for Wu Wei. While they were still choosing rooms downstairs, Tang Chanan upstairs had already started snoring loudly. The sound echoed down the staircase. Chen Machine, who had originally planned to just wash up and sleep, walked to Tang Chanan's door and gently closed it. The room's soundproofing was excellent. The snoring stopped the moment the door shut. Gurgle. Feeling his stomach growling, Chen Machine smiled self-deprecatingly. It was too late today. Tomorrow he would definitely feed himself properly. Straightening his posture, he calmly returned to his room and locked the door behind him. Alone, he leaned against the door. Confused. Helpless. After a long while, he turned off the light. Lying on the bed with eyes open, in the pitch-black room, faint intermittent breathing could be heard. Little electric butler reminds you. Alarm time 9 o'clock. A soft melody played as an intro. Shen Ruoran rubbed her sleepy eyes and, still half asleep, told Xiao Jian to stop the alarm. Rarely setting an alarm, she was not used to it and still felt sleepy. It took her 5 minutes before she finally forced her eyes open. Unexpectedly, she received 3 major surprises today. The system detected that the specific talent Lu Chuan had moved into the building, automatically adding 500 wealth points. This met the requirement for an upgrade, which the building operator could choose to initiate at any time. The upgrade process was estimated to take 3 hours. The third surprise was unexpected. The system detected a non-designated area elite team, Chen Machine, Wu Wei, Li Fei, Owen, Tang Chanan, had moved in, triggering a new mission. Retain an outstanding off-site team. Reward, 50 wealth points per month, with a chance to unlock long-distance inter-building interaction functions. Shen Ruoran could tell that Chen Machine clearly wanted to leave. Normally she might have let him go, but not now. She was quite curious about the long-distance interaction function. From the name alone, it sounded like she might be able to freely roam between buildings once unlocked, which would better satisfy her desire to explore in this apocalypse world. Today she didn't plan to go out exploring. She changed into a black dress, her hair falling loosely over her shoulders, giving her a soft yet striking beauty. She took out eyebrow pencil, foundation, lipstick, and other cosmetics. With enough light available today, she took her time, spending half an hour doing a beautiful full makeup look. Satisfied with her reflection, she ate a slice of durian millefeuille as dessert after breakfast, then set the building upgrade time between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. She also casually assigned a side task to Bojixia. Inform all tenants. After 10 p.m. tonight, no one is allowed to leave their rooms. Anyone found wandering after 10 will be immediately expelled. Bojixia, who hadn't received new tasks for days, was helping Jia Feifei make a new rental handbook for visitors. The original one needed updates marking which rooms were already rented to simplify manual registration. Seeing the new task, Bojixia carefully pulled out a walkie-talkie from her bag and informed Zhou Qing that no one should go out after 10 p.m. She also asked whether Lai Yeqing's group of 4 and the newly arrived 6 people were in the restaurant. If so, she could relay the message directly instead of him running around looking for them. Zhou Qing held the walkie-talkie close to her ear, then brought it back to her mouth and spoke loudly. Chapter 43. No leaving the room after 10 p.m. Lai Yeqing and the others went back to the ecological breeding area on the upper floors to continue working shortly after you left, Zhou Qing said. As for the other 6 people, they were all quite quiet. There was one particularly lively one who kept talking and laughing, but I couldn't tell which floor they'll be working on later. Oh right. When we were sitting down eating pork dumplings this morning, I think I heard someone respectfully call another person professor. I'm guessing the laboratory on the 21st floor was specifically prepared for that person. Bojixia hadn't paid much attention to that group before, but now that he would be interacting with them, he asked curiously, Aunt Qing, do they seem easy to get along with? Recalling the cold-faced man standing at the restaurant window ordering food, Zhou Qing couldn't help but shiver. The man's gaze looked like a police officer interrogating a suspect. His sharp stare made her feel like she was working in some shady shop. But when they left, that same man and the other 5 politely thanked the staff with sincere manners, and she didn't feel as afraid anymore. Jixia, don't be afraid to interact with them. If they were really bad people, why would the landlord let them in? When you meet the newcomers later, just be a bit sweeter in speech. A couple of them look fierce, but they're actually quite polite. They even thanked me before leaving. Jia Feifei took the remaining 3 pages of the rental handbook from Bojixia, smiling encouragingly. Xiaoxia, go ahead and get busy. Maybe you'll even make some good coworkers or friends during work. I'll finish the rest of the handbook myself. Thank you for your help. Bojixia smiled shyly. He had nothing to do anyway, so helping out was easy. Feifei sister, if you run into them, remember to tell them not to go out after 10 tonight. Jia Feifei agreed and sent him off. At the entrance of the planting area, hearing a knock, Fang Dezhuang took off his gloves and ran over to open the door. Xiaobo, why are you here? What's wrong? Bojixia relayed Shen Ruoran's instructions and asked which floor the 6 newcomers were on. Fang Dezhuang laughed. Aren't you all living on the same floor? We 4 don't even know what jobs they're doing. He glanced around and leaned closer mysteriously. I heard Brother Chong say those guys have the temperament of high-level officers. The refined-looking one especially seems like a university professor. He even uses academic terms during breakfast. I suggest you check the 21st floor. They might be specially brought in by the landlord for research. Bojixia smiled, revealing his sharp little canine tooth. Thanks, Uncle Dazhuang. Aunt Qing said the same thing. I'll go check the 21st floor. The earlier I notify them, the sooner I can relax. As expected, on the corridor of the 21st floor, Bojixia saw Owen on patrol, walking from one end of the hallway to the other, and then back again. Feeling socially anxious, Bojixia mentally prepared himself. Just as he was about to step forward, the elevator arrived. Tang Chanan stepped out and saw him. Little brother, who are you looking for? He asked politely. Bojixia scratched his green hair awkwardly to ease his nervousness. The landlord asked me to inform everyone that no one is allowed to go out after 10 p.m. tonight. If you break the rule, you'll be expelled from the building. Owen, who had just come over to take over patrol duty from Tang Chanan, froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He casually draped an arm over Bojixia's shoulder. Little Bo, how long have you been living in this building? Bojixia, simple-minded and unaware of hidden intent, answered honestly. I've been living here since the end of last year. The Bo family had business ties with real estate, and his unit in Zhenjiuan was one of the first units sold. This building already existed last year? Owen silently recorded this information and exchanged a meaningful glance with Tang Chanan. Then he casually continued. So you usually can't go out after 10 p.m.? Thinking they were just chatting, Bojisha shook his head honestly. No, this is the first time the landlord has issued this rule. Tang Chanan coughed lightly. The two grown men, nearly 30 years old, took turns subtly interrogating the innocent high school student. Their friendly tone, little brother this and that, left Bojisha a little dizzy. Then Tang Chanan said casually, according to the building rules, tenants need the landlord's permission to leave. There don't seem to be many people living here. Did someone not come back yet? The questions were becoming increasingly intrusive. Bojisha finally felt something was off. He quickly and politely excused himself and ran off, knocking urgently on the lab door. Professor, please open the door. I have something important to report. Owen didn't move. He waved casually. Little brother, when Professor Liu is doing research, he blocks out external noise. He won't hear you knocking. And the soundproofing here is excellent. You can't hear outside either. Come here, let's chat a bit more. You just arrived, right? We want to learn more about the place. Don't worry, we'll tell Professor Liu everything at lunchtime. Owen raised his hand solemnly as if swearing an oath. Tang Chanan nodded in support. There are 3 other people who came with us. You probably haven't notified them yet, right? Then you don't need to. We'll tell them at lunch too. Bojisha blinked, looking at the overly friendly 2 men with confusion. Too friendly. Almost suspiciously friendly. He politely said thank you, then quickly left. Afraid they might follow him under the excuse of walking the same way. He took the stairs down 2 floors before switching back to the elevator. Something about them felt off. At the entrance of the 28th floor, Bojisha took out the walkie-talkie hidden carefully in his pocket. Landlord, can I report my work progress? I'm on the 28th floor now. You can just speak directly through it. Chapter 44. Mao Shui Wang. Spicy hot pot with duck blood. From the nearby corner, faint sounds of brush grinding could be heard. Brother Liu, I've reported everything to Sister Qing and Sister Fei. After that, I went to the planting area upstairs. Uncle De Zhuang said he would inform the others. Then I went to the 21st floor because during breakfast, both Sister Qing and Uncle De Zhuang noticed that one of the new tenants seemed to be a professor, so they guessed one of their workplaces might be the laboratory. Shen Ruoran already guessed that something must have happened outside the lab. Otherwise, Bai Chunzhou wouldn't have added so many unnecessary details when reporting. She didn't rush to tell him what jobs the newcomers had been assigned, patiently waiting for him to finish. When I got to the 21st floor, I saw a buzz-cut handsome guy walking back and forth at the lab door. His walking style looked like he was patrolling, but I didn't understand why he only walked in one fixed path. After a while, another guy wearing a black hat came out of the elevator. They both saw me and started asking me about the building, first when I moved in, then whether there were often rules about not being allowed out after 10 p.m., and then I answered like this. They said they would go inform the other 4 people, and they also wanted to talk to me more, but I refused. Bai Chunzhou asked nervously, Sister, are they really good people? Why did it feel like they were trying to extract information from me? Shen Ruoran chuckled softly. She roughly understood what was going on. The 5 of them were likely state-assigned personnel sent to protect and escort Professor Liu. As for O1 and Tang Chanan acting suspiciously, it was probably because of her. The floor patrol worker job required employees to rest in designated areas, and they were not allowed to stay too long elsewhere. Otherwise, it would be marked as lazy work. In addition, unless there were special circumstances, they had to complete patrols of all floors within a day, except the 28th floor for now. In order not to affect their work while still protecting Professor Liu, O1 and Tang Chanan had likely adopted a rotating patrol system. To avoid being marked as idle, O1 had been pacing around during the waiting gaps. As for probing by Chunzhou, Shen Ruoran wasn't worried at all. The innocent high school boy spoke only the truth, but that actually made the situation misleading in a different way, which worked in her favor. Since the big sister said they weren't bad people, Bai Chunzhou trusted her completely, and the earlier discomfort vanished. He crouched by the wall and pressed the walkie-talkie button again, asking about the other 3 people's work locations. As an excellent worker, he felt it was still necessary to confirm whether everyone in the building had been informed about the rule. No one could go out after 10 p.m. Shen Ruoran replied. Li Fei is assigned to security duties, basically a guard at the entrance on the first floor. Chen Maqin and Wu Wei are assigned as external patrol workers. I haven't decided on their specific patrol zones yet, so for now I've assigned them to supervise the second-floor production line. Bai Chunzhou let out a surprised ah. He had been helping at the rental registration desk after breakfast, so he had actually been very close to the others all along. After answering his questions, Shen Ruoran turned off the walkie-talkie and continued enjoying her calligraphy practice. At lunchtime, the restaurant unexpectedly gathered everyone. Boss, is there any dish you especially want to eat? I can make it for you. Seeing Shen Ruoran come to the restaurant rarely, Zhou Qing couldn't hide her smile as she brought out the cutting board and knife, waiting for orders. Shen Ruoran smiled faintly, scanning the dishes before pointing at what she wanted. Give me a large portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried winter melon, and also a separate serving of mao shui wang, extra spicy with heavy numbing chili. The 4 people sitting at the table instantly felt their food lose its appeal. Their usual meals were relatively light, and they hadn't had spicy dishes in a long time. Uncle De Zhuang couldn't resist and leaned over, acting spoiled despite his burly build. Sister Qing, can you make a bigger portion of mao shui wang? I want some too. From behind him, 3 voices chimed in. We want it too. We'll pay however many wealth points it costs. Zhou Ergui laughed. At this rate, Sister Qing is about to become the second richest person in the building, after the boss. Since everyone wants it, I want a small portion too. Just a taste, said Jia Feifei, raising her hand. She really hadn't eaten mao shui wang in a long time. Zhou Qing agreed repeatedly, taking out ingredients from the fridge. She glanced at the 6 newcomers sitting in the corner and didn't ask them if they wanted any. For some reason, they all felt like they had been forced to move in. Unlike normal tenants who treated Shen Ruoran like a savior, these 6 always carried a guarded, almost hostile vigilance. The aroma of spicy hot pot soon filled the air. Bai Chunzhou, whose stomach was relatively weak, quickly finished his meal and left the restaurant like he was escaping, afraid he might lose control and end up with stomach trouble. Soon the freshly cooked mao shui wang was served. The largest portion was placed in front of Shen Ruoran. The rest was divided into 2 bowls, 1 small portion for Jia Feifei, and 1 large shared bowl for the 4 from Zhou Dazhuang's group. Dressed in a black dress, Shen Ruoran elegantly picked up a piece of duck blood coated in bright red chili oil and took a slow bite, savoring the numbing spicy flavor spreading through her mouth. Her lipstick, already vivid, became even more striking under the chilly heat, leaving the men present momentarily stunned. Boss is so beautiful. Why did she deliberately look ugly in Wantang building before? Zhou Dazhuang muttered with his mouth full of bean sprouts. Li Yicheng rolled his eyes helplessly, tapping his chopsticks against Zhou Dazhuang's bowl as a warning not to talk nonsense. Clearly, that day she had been unknowingly disguised. There had been no deliberate ugliness at all. Chen Maqin, who had been quietly observing the restaurant the entire time, silently memorized the words Wantang building. He ate a piece of sweet and sour pork rib with refined composure. Li Fei's hand was held tightly by Wu Wei, preventing him from acting rashly. The 2 of them communicated fiercely with their eyes. Li Fei, why are you stopping me? This is so good, why can't I eat it? Wu Wei, the boss hasn't spoken. Can you be more cautious? We don't know the situation yet. Learn from the captain. The restaurant was split into 2 groups. One lively and chatting. Chapter 45. Meeting in the living room. Li Fei angrily scooped up a mouthful of plain rice and shoved it into his mouth, glaring at Wu Wei with obvious dissatisfaction. After we finish eating during the lunch break, everyone goes to the 30th floor living room for a meeting, Chen Maqin said, putting down his chopsticks. After saying this, he turned and walked out. Living room of 3002. Everyone sat neatly arranged on the sofa, back straight and posture disciplined. Even Lu Chuan, who had been mentally calculating experimental data all morning, sat quietly waiting for Chan Maxin to speak. Lu Chuan had spent the entire morning in the lab and felt it was as good as Tsinghua University. He quite liked this building. Chan Maxin glanced at his watch. There were still 40 minutes before the afternoon work shift. He got straight to the point. Did anyone find out why we're not allowed to go out after 10 p.m. tonight? On the coffee table, which had been empty yesterday, there were now packs of Vinda tissues, 6 empty cups labeled with different names, and a hot water kettle filled to the brim. Wu Wei walked over to the table, opened the kettle and filled each cup with hot water. Taking a sip like he was drinking tea, he said, "Owen, Tang Chan and Li Fei, only you three had the chance to gather extra information." He leaned back on the sofa, relaxing his shoulders, and first mentioned Lu Chuan and himself. Professor Lu stayed in the lab doing research. The captain and I stayed in the production workshop. That boy named Bo Jia didn't even step inside. He just shouted from outside twice. I almost called him back to ask more. But he ran off faster than anyone, saying he had to go inform Li Fei. Li Fei quickly waved his hand. He also hadn't obtained any useful information. My interaction with Bo Jia was basically zero. He didn't even come close to me. After making sure I heard him clearly, he immediately ran off. The two of them simultaneously turned to look at Owen and Tang Chanan. This Special Forces team trained as national key assets. Surely all 5 of them couldn't have come up empty-handed. Tang Chanan smiled faintly, raising his eyebrow. With a finger gesture from his shooting hand, he handed the speaking opportunity to Owen. Owen gathered quite a lot. He scared little Bo a bit, so it affected your so-called professional intelligence gatherers. Owen pulled out a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chan Maxin. I wrote down everything I discussed with Bo Jia this morning, word for word. Earlier I intentionally ate the slowest so I could casually chat with the cafeteria auntie. She moved in here at the end of last year. That means even before the natural disaster, this building already existed. It was probably the result of some long-planned high-tech operation. Chan Maxin's gaze darkened. He looked up at Owen. Are you sure the building looked like this when they moved in? What if they were already residents here? And it was only after Shen Ruoran appeared that the building started to change like this. Owen froze. He was skilled in psychological analysis and was certain Bo Jia hadn't been lying. So he had instinctively assumed the building's abnormal features existed earlier than expected. Captain, what do you think is the probability that the building's special functions appeared after the apocalypse? Tang Chanan asked, habitually tapping his thigh with his index and middle fingers when thinking. Chan Maxin. 99%. I stayed with Wu Wei all morning studying how to operate a workshop on the 2nd floor. The equipment boxes came with manuals, and the production dates on those machines are all from this year. Do you think residents who lived here before the apocalypse would agree to let Shen Ruoran turn the 2nd floor into a factory? Besides, people who can afford such large luxury flats are either rich or powerful. Owen offered a different view. It's a 31-floor high-rise. People usually take elevators and wouldn't notice renovations on other floors. That's normal. The two of them argued endlessly about when the building had actually existed. Tang Chanan raised a hand in a stop gesture. The room fell silent instantly. This was a special rule of Chan Maxin's team meetings. This point is currently uncertain, he said. The information Bo Jia gave us is that there were no rules about not going out after 10 p.m. before. I estimate it'll be hard to get the real reason from anyone else. After tonight passes, we might know. The discussion returned to its starting point. Li Fei still couldn't accept being treated like a security guard, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Captain, you and Wu Wei are clearly assigned to outdoor patrol roles. Yet you're placed in production workshops. I'm in a security role. Why can't I be assigned somewhere else? Before Chan Maxin could respond, Wu Wei looked at Li Fei like he was an idiot. Li Fei, did you leave your brain at the 1st floor entrance? Not letting us patrol outside clearly means Shen Ruoran doesn't trust us. Patrol work requires transportation. She's afraid we'd use it to escape. Enough. Brothers, honestly I can't accept being a guard. Me, Li Fei, a top Special Forces graduate from the National University of Defense Technology, and now I'm reduced to guarding a gate. What was the landlord thinking? Aren't those big guys eating in the cafeteria more suitable than me? Mentioning Lai Yeqing and the others, Chan Maxin motioned to Owen and Tang Chanan. You two have advantages in intelligence gathering. You should have already figured out most of the building's personnel information, right? Owen nodded confidently. Lai Yeqing, Lai Yunqing, Fang Dazhuang, and Zhou Ergui work in the ecological farming zone on the 26th floor. Zhou Ergui is responsible for the breeding area, while the other three handle planting. Lai Yeqing occasionally helps with the breeding side. Jia Feifei and Zhou Qing don't need much introduction. Jia Feifei works at the rental registration desk, and Zhou Qing works in the cafeteria. As for Bo Jia, he calls himself the building's handyman. When Owen mentioned Bo Jia, he emphasized the name heavily. He was very certain that among everyone, Bo Jia would be the best breakthrough point. The others silently analyzed the situation. Li Fei frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The building didn't seem to offer any good jobs. Growing crops and raising pigs, he couldn't do that. Cooking and washing dishes, he was completely incompatible with kitchens. Being a handyman, Shen Ruoran wasn't his captain, so why should he obey her? Rental registration and utility collection, fine with few people, but with many residents it would be a headache. After thinking for a long time, Li Fei suddenly felt that being a security guard wasn't so bad after all. At least in the morning he had complete freedom. He could do push-ups near the entrance, practice horse stance, shadow box, and when tired, sit and rest while looking at the deep-sea scenery outside. No KPIs, no supervision, he was completely free. Although Li Fei had a strong personality, once he understood something, he accepted it quickly. As it was almost time for the afternoon shift, Chen Maxin stood up and shared his honest thoughts. Chapter 46. Safe Base. We'll observe this place for 3 days before deciding where we belong in the future. Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened. The life in this building was almost too idealistic. It wasn't like they had never imagined something like this before. Wu Wei, Li Fei, Owen, and Tang Chanan had all spent time living in the capital's safe base. Although their superiors had tried their best to maintain a normal social order, life was visibly becoming more bleak and constrained by the day. They lived in a shared dormitory on the 8th floor. Given the current water level of the floods, they would clearly have to move even higher. At minimum, they would be squeezed onto a single floor with thousands of others. In reality, the capital's safe base was formed by merging 3 major buildings. Hong Kong Building 81 floors, Anyun Building 52 floors, and Unju Building 36 floors, all connected through corridors on the 26th floor. Among them, the 36th floor building extended down to the 9th basement level, while the other 2 only reached the 3rd basement level. And it was these 3 buildings that housed most of the capital's surviving population. Meals were distributed 3 times a day by military and police forces. At first, many civilians on the lower floors became emotionally unstable. Dissatisfied with the small amount of supplies they received, they gathered and caused disturbances, attempting to seize resources by force. To stabilize the emotions of flood victims on the lower floors, the government deployed military personnel to each floor to live together with the residents. Before Chan Maxin's team was assigned to escort Lu Chuan, they had been responsible for the 8th floor of Unju Building. Life in shared dormitories was far harsher than sleeping in Tsinghua University's corridors or resting inside a rescue boat. Crowded, noisy, foul-smelling, hungry, and cold. Even soldiers with strong physical endurance could not withstand it over long periods. Compared to that, the life provided by Hsinchu residents now felt almost like paradise in the midst of disaster. Li Fei and the others froze for a moment. Although they thought this place was good, they had also been mentally prepared to leave. "Captain, are you serious?" Li Fei was an orphan with no parents. The capital didn't hold anything he was attached to. If he could stay here, he suddenly felt that even being a security guard didn't sound so bad. At least he could shop normally and eat normally. "So I want to stay here," he finally said, gathering his courage. Wu Wei kept rising onto his toes repeatedly, torn inside. This place was sheltered from wind and rain, and supplies were abundant, but his wife and child were still registered in the safe base. The GPS system of the National Rescue submarines had been deliberately sabotaged, indicating that dark forces within the base were involved in a power struggle. Without anyone realizing it, those forces had already rapidly grown into a major threat. If they hadn't been forcibly brought here by Shen Ruoran, their eventual fate would have been extremely grim. Owen and Tang Chanan were not from Yendu. Their families lived in other provinces. Their superiors had once promised that after safely retrieving Lu Chuan, they would help apply for submarine access to bring in out-of-town relatives. But clearly, the situation inside the safe base was already descending into chaos. That promise would likely never be fulfilled. Neither of them spoke. They simply lowered their heads in silence. Before meeting Chen Ruoran's team, Lu Chuan had originally planned to stay in the Tsinghua laboratory building indefinitely. He was relatively indifferent to life and death. If even a 7-story flood level could be submerged, then drowning was only a matter of time anyway. By sheer coincidence and fate, he had ended up in Shen Ruoran's building. He was not particularly picky about food, clothing, or housing. The laboratory established on the 21st floor perfectly matched his pursuit in life. Hearing everyone express their thoughts in different ways, Lu Chuan adjusted the zipper of his coat pocket. Something inside slightly protruded as he said calmly, "Although my research results were finalized by me, the entire process involved the collective effort of many academicians and professors. Several of them are now working at the National Research Institute in the capital. Once the results are delivered there, they will know how to continue the next phase of research. The 21st floor lab is very suitable for me. The familiar layout also shows that the owner of this building respects me, Lu Chuan. She supports nuclear research. If possible, I would like to stay. However, please rest assured, all research results will still be freely contributed to the country, just as before. I'm only changing the place where I work." Lu Chuan habitually adjusted his glasses. The moment he left the rescue submarine, this idea had already formed in his mind. There were people in the capital who wanted him silenced. He was not foolish enough to walk into a death trap. "I'm just an ordinary professor from Tsinghua. In the next few days I will organize the materials I need to bring to the capital, along with my own analysis and countermeasures regarding potential nuclear radiation and nuclear wastewater in the future. If any of you return, please help me submit them." Chen Ruoran nodded. "Professor Lu, we fully respect your choice. My family is in the capital. If possible, I'd like to talk to the building owner about borrowing a submarine. I'll bring the materials the country needs back, and also pick up my family on the way." The higher command's order is for Professor Lu to deliver the research results. This also fulfills the mission. The men exchanged smiles. It seemed their thoughts were aligned. Chen Ruoran put on the black coat draped over the sofa and stood up decisively. "Let's go. We'll work hard and make sure the building owner trusts us enough to let us operate a submarine to the capital, or even other provinces." With their emotions laid bare, the long-buried tensions about survival choices finally became clear. Bojia hummed a pop song as he casually shoved one hand in his pocket and swung the door shut behind him. He bounced over to the elevator and pressed the down button. Behind him, the sound of footsteps approached quickly. 6 people. "Hey there, little brother Bo, we meet again." A large, warm hand lightly patted his shoulder. Owen, with his sun-kissed complexion, smiled warmly and continued the morning's unfinished conversation. "What are you working on this afternoon?" Bojia stiffened. He wasn't used to such overly enthusiastic strangers. The boy pressed his lips tightly together and softly said hello. His eyes remained fixed on the rising elevator numbers, silently praying it would reach the 30th floor faster. He had asked the building owner whether these people were good or not. She only said they weren't bad people, but that was enough for him to still feel cautious. Chen Ruoran noticed the boy's tension and shot Owen a glare. "Stop teasing him. You're making him unable to speak." The elevator arrived. Bojia quickly ran inside and pressed the 3rd floor button. As the others entered behind him, Chen Ruoran softened his usually stern expression into a gentle smile and said warmly, "So, Xiaobo, heading to the 3rd floor to help Aunt Zhou in the cafeteria?" Bojia nodded. The building owner wants hot iron pot stew tonight. Sister Qing is too busy alone, so I'm going to help wash vegetables." Chen Ruoran naturally continued. Chapter 47. Chen Ruoran's fishing for information. Iron pot stew. That really brings back memories. When I was in university in the north, I often went out with my roommates to eat iron pot stew. That flavor so fresh and rich. Bojia had never left B City before. Chun Ma-shin's words immediately piqued his interest. I've never tried iron pot stew with Sister Ching either, he said eagerly. Big brother, if you have time, could you come to the cafeteria and guide us on how to make it more authentic? Oh right. Big brother, what's your name? Earlier in the cafeteria, Bojia had only heard others call him Captain. Since he wasn't part of their team, he couldn't just follow suit, and he felt a bit uncertain about how to address him. Chun Ma-shin first introduced his own name, then went on to introduce the other 5 one by one. When he mentioned Lu Chuan, he deliberately emphasized his background and academic qualifications. He used the kind of figure teenagers admired to quickly close the emotional distance between them. And as expected, Bojia couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Oh my God, a professor from Tsinghua who graduated so young, so amazing. My classmate said people like you even help write the college entrance exam papers. Before the heavy rain came, Bojia had been a high school senior preparing for the Gaokao. He was tortured daily by endless exam papers, and had longed to fast forward straight into university life. Lu Chuan corrected him rigorously. Professors from Tsinghua generally don't participate in exam setting. It would seriously affect the difficulty of that year's exam papers. Usually it's the teaching group leaders of key high schools. Only a very small number of outstanding undergraduates or graduate students from top universities get the opportunity. In 2019, when I was a first-year undergraduate, I was invited to set exam questions once. At that time, I was required to isolate all network devices and locked in a room, thinking about how to design the college entrance exam questions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. After that, I never accepted those invitations again. Setting exam questions is even more mentally exhausting than doing experiments. Bojia's eyes sparkled with admiration. He wasn't an outstanding student, but he deeply admired academic top performers. My classmates would be so jealous if they knew I'd spoken to a triple Tsinghua doctor who once wrote Gaokao papers. Chun Ma-shin suddenly interjected, seemingly casually. Do you still keep in contact with your classmates? Bojia obediently shook his head, completely unaware he was step by step falling into Chun Ma-shin's trap. No. Since the day the heavy rain started, I haven't left the house. My phone also lost network, so I can't access social media. Although the Special Forces team had already decided to stay and work in the building, their intelligence-gathering instincts still made them curious about its secrets. Owen and Tang Chanan knew they couldn't get anything out of him anymore. Bojia had already become wary of their questions, so they stood quietly in the corner of the elevator, acting as observers. Hearing that mobile phones inside the building lost network starting from the day of the heavy rain, the two of them widened their eyes and gave Chun Ma-shin a thumbs up in admiration. Captain is amazing. With just a few sentences, he had extracted such critical information. The elevator reached the 21st floor. Thinking about finally being able to work with instruments and materials, Lu Chuan smiled warmly and waved goodbye, stepping out quickly as if returning home, to his beloved laboratory. Tang Chanan followed him out. Before leaving, he patted Owen's shoulder. Watch the time. Come switch shifts with me on time. Owen nodded. The elevator continued downward. Chun Ma-shin checked the time. He needed to arrive at his work position in 5 minutes, and began acting again. He let out a long regretful sigh. Xiaobo, what time do you start making iron pot stew? I might have to come take a look after work. Bojia didn't know Sister Zhouqing's schedule. As a kitchen novice, he only went there to help wash vegetables like cabbage and winter melon. Unable to extract anything about Shen Ruoran's daily routine, Chun Ma-shin redirected the topic. Aunt Zhou hasn't eaten iron pot stew before. How does she know how to cook it? Bojia answered without any guard at all, thinking Chun Ma-shin was simply interested in the cafeteria's special dish. It's fine. The building owner gave Sister Ching a cookbook covering all major cuisines. It includes the method for iron pot stew. To ensure authenticity, she also provided a special table and a large pot. As he spoke, it even triggered Bojia's appetite. He pulled out a small piece of mint candy from his pocket, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth. The cool, refreshing sweetness spread across his taste buds, satisfying him pleasantly. He focused on the candy and didn't notice the flash of calculation that passed across Chen Maxin's face. They arrived at the 3rd floor. Bojia politely said goodbye. Even as the elevator doors closed, he could still be seen happily bouncing away. Li Fei couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter, pounding the metal railing. He bent over, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Ha ha, Captain really is the captain. That change in expression and tone is something I can't even hope to imitate. Wu Wei smirked in agreement. One move from the captain and Xiaobo got stripped bare of information. Tang Qianan even applauded. Compared to the morning, he and Owen were clearly the aggressive type. They should learn from the captain's slow and steady approach. Seeing his teammates showering praise, Chen Maxin only smiled faintly. The elevator reached the 2nd floor, but no one rushed out. Before leaving, Chen Maxin specifically reminded Li Fei, "Work properly. Don't cause trouble." You also heard it, the building lost internet earlier than the outside world. That means the building owner knew about the disaster long ago. She's not ordinary. After the elevator doors fully closed, Li Fei muttered unwillingly, "Yesterday at the table when we ate with the building owner, who was it that didn't even touch a single dish?" Tang Qianan chuckled and stepped out first, carefully patrolling every public area, not even missing the corners. 2nd floor production workshop. Chen Maxin and Wu Wei squatted in front of a half-height machine. They discovered a piece of paper stuck inside. The sharp, powerful handwriting gave the document an unusually refined feel. Wu Wei read aloud. "As production workers, you have the right to make suggestions regarding the type and quantity of goods produced in the workshop. If you wish to exercise this right, take this paper, organize your ideas, and come to room 2803 to find me. So we can decide what to produce? Captain, I suddenly feel like I'm running the place." After reading it, Wu Wei felt a sudden surge of excitement. Chen Maxin stared intently at the paper in Wu Wei's hand, his inner suspicion growing even stronger. "Let's go," he said. "We're going to see the building owner." Wu Wei, still honestly thinking about workshop planning, Chapter 48. Going to the 28th floor. "Captain, do you already have a plan? What do you want to produce here?" Chen Maxin chuckled. Wu Wei. This piece of paper is not some startup plan. It's the building owner deliberately letting us see it. She's testing whether we're willing to integrate into this place." Wu Wei still didn't fully understand. But this paper wasn't placed out in the open. It was hidden in a gap inside the machine. You couldn't find it without opening it. If the building owner really wanted us to see it, why hide it so deep? He paused, then suddenly came to a realization. This wasn't a one-sided test. If they hadn't seriously inspected the workshop equipment, if they had slacked off, they would never have discovered this paper at all, and would have lost the chance to stay in the building. Shen Ruoran clearly knew their identities. Her sense of control was precise and subtle. She only brought them into the building. What happened next depended entirely on their choices. Xiaodian detected that unfamiliar individuals stayed at the entrance for more than 3 minutes. Relevant footage has been recorded and sent to the owner. A massage chair hummed as it worked, automatically massaging Shen Ruoran's head, neck, arms, back, calves, and soles at a 180-degree range. Beside her, on a movable side table, was half a large watermelon. One section contained watermelon pulp, cherries, and grapes. The other was a mixture of sparkling water and whiskey. Shen Ruoran leisurely picked up a fork, speared a piece of fruit, and popped it into her mouth, clearly enjoying her afternoon. The voice of Xiaodian rang out, and she immediately guessed who was at the entrance. She turned off the massage chair, pulled a silk shawl from the coat rack, draped it over herself, and opened the door. Mischief flickered in her eyes as she teased. Well, what wind blew you two up to the 28th floor? Didn't someone refuse to eat the food in my building?" The someone in question gave an awkward smile. "Thank you for your magnanimity, building owner. I was stubborn before and did indeed worry something was wrong here. Everything in this building is too perfect, almost unreal." As he spoke, he handed over the paper found inside the machine. Chen Maxin introduced himself directly. "I, Chen Maxin. Wu Wei, Li Fei, Tang Qianan, and Owen, we formally request to join your team. We ask for your approval." Lu Chuan was not included. Shen Ruoran knew very well that Shen Ruoran's previous actions clearly meant she intended to keep a core group for nuclear research. As long as Lu Chuan wished, he would undoubtedly be allowed to stay. Shen Ruoran lowered her head and glanced at the paper. It was indeed something she had deliberately left behind. Her building did not keep people with ulterior motives. She waved her hand, returning the paper. She had never intended for Chen Ruoran and Wu Wei to actually decide what the factory should produce. Instead, she said lightly, "The day after tomorrow, I'll take you on patrol outside the building." This was her way of accepting them. Just as the door was about to close, Chen Ruoran felt it necessary to clarify something in advance. "Building owner in the future. Can we borrow your submarine to go to the capital?" Cold sweat formed on his forehead. If she refused, he wasn't sure whether revealing all national secrets would cause her to change her mind. The research data in Lu Chuan's possession was extremely important. So important it could influence the country's entire future nuclear strategy. He absolutely had to return to the capital. Sure. The rental fee for the submarine is 1,000 wealth points, and an additional 1,000 wealth points as a deposit. In other words, they needed 2,000 wealth points for a single trip. Wealth points could be earned, and Shen Ruoran's agreement instantly made Chen Ruoran and Wu Wei tightly clench their fists in excitement, their eyes burning with determination. Neither of them expected the building owner to be so easy to negotiate with. Wu Wei hesitantly stepped forward, his tone cautious and almost flattering. "Building owner. What if we want to bring people from the capital here?" Shen Ruoran casually picked up a bottle of lemon water from the bar, though in reality it came from her spatial storage, unscrewed it, took a sip and asked, "Who? How many?" Wu Wei swallowed, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the full bottle of lemon water in her hand, envy flickering in his eyes. "My wife and child are in the capital. If possible, I want to bring them here to live with me." Chen Ruoran also added, "I want to bring my parents as well." Shen Ruoran set the lemon water down, changed into outdoor slippers and stepped out of the room. She looked at the two tall men with interest. "My building does not support idle people. So tell me, what work can your family members do here?" Work. Wu Wei had initially thought that by spending less of his daily wealth points, he could cover his family's living expenses. But he quickly realized that everyone in the building had a job. His idea was essentially a death sentence. He immediately shut his mouth and began thinking carefully. Chen Ruoran came from a branch of the Chen family in Yindu. His family owned numerous businesses, and his parents held 5% shares in one subsidiary company. They lived comfortably off dividends and investments. But if asked what job they could do here, even he was at a loss. Stocks, funds, bonds, none of these had anything to do with Shen Ruoran's building. His father would have no use here. His mother, meanwhile, spent most of her time traveling or playing mahjong with friends. Shen Ruoran waited patiently, watching the two tall men struggle to think. A faint smile appeared on her face. "What, none of your family members have any useful skills?" From the beginning, when she chose to run this building in an unconventional way, she had already decided on one principle. Residents and workers must coexist. The building must function normally. Therefore, she absolutely did not accept idle people. No one could live here without working. Wu Wei and Chen Ruoran quickly shook their heads in panic. "They can do many kinds of work. We're just thinking about which jobs suit them best." Wu Wei, worried she would lose patience, quickly listed every job his wife had ever done, even part-time work from university years. When it came to his 6-year-old son, he hesitated. He wasn't sure whether the building even hired 6-year-olds. At an age where even eating required coaxing and feeding, what kind of job could he possibly do? Not willing to lie, Wu Wei honestly described his son. "He sleeps late, wakes early, is picky and needs coaxing to eat. Loves toys but cleans up after playing. Likes reading though he barely recognizes most characters, rarely cries and is quite obedient." Shen Ruoran paused slightly. Chapter 49. Outsiders in Diving Suits. She pursed her lips slightly, her fingertips curling as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. What she said next made Wu Wei overjoyed. "Your wife used to work as a bank teller and later as a financial officer in a private company. That works out. I actually do plan to set up a bank inside the building. Limited to lending services. Your son is a bit young, but he can be trained. We can assign him as an apprentice in a certain industry, and let him learn skills step by step from a master. Chanmashine honestly repeated the same information about his parents as Wu Wei had, leaving the final judgment to Shen Ruoran. Shen Ruoran sincerely admired this. Chanmashine's mother's past life was actually the retirement life she once dreamed of. Building owner, what do you think my parents could do here? Chanmashine asked. After listening carefully to his explanation, Shen Ruoran was about to respond when her system detected multiple new visitors entering. She quickly opened and closed the door, slipping away from their line of sight and teleporting to the first floor. Her voice floated back in the air. There are many suitable jobs for them. We'll discuss it next time. I'm busy right now. At the first floor entrance, Li Fei stood facing a group of more than a dozen men and women wearing diving suits, all completely drenched. To his surprise, once they entered, they found themselves in a dry environment and immediately began peeling off their heavy gear. Li Fei watched them remove their diving suits and suddenly remembered his duty as a security guard. He drew a clear boundary with a serious expression. He kicked back a diving suit that was thrown toward him and emphasized the rules. Without the building owner's permission, no one was allowed to cross this line. Yao Lily leaned weakly against her boyfriend Zhang Feixiang, her almond-shaped eyes quietly observing Li Fei, as if thinking about something. Among the newcomers, the strongest man, Gao Pinggu, was also staring at Li Fei. He found it extremely interesting that there could be a building unaffected by natural disasters. In his mind, he already started thinking about taking it over, just like another building in the neighboring district. So you're the security guard here? Gao Pinggu asked. Who is this building owner you mentioned? And how many people are still alive in this building? Li Fei ignored him. His hand moved behind his back to the concealed dagger, his gaze sharpening as if he had returned to the days of interrogating international criminals. That's what I should be asking you, he said coldly. Why did you come here? Yao Lily's frail body trembled slightly. She felt as if she were being stared down by a police officer. Gao Pinggu, used to being domineering, was extremely dissatisfied with Li Fei's attitude. Earlier, while wearing diving gear, they couldn't carry weapons. Now, emboldened by his men behind him, he clenched his fist and threatened. You damn gatekeeper talk too much. Hurry up and tell us how many people are upstairs, or don't blame us for throwing you out. Shen Ruoran stood in the corridor, perfectly positioned outside their line of sight. She retracted the foot she had just stepped out with, deciding to see how the Special Forces soldier Li Fei would handle this. Gao Pinggu's words completely enraged Li Fei. He let out a furious laugh and threw a punch. Caught off guard, Gao Pinggu was knocked to the ground, nearly falling back into the rushing flood outside. Fuck you. All of you attack him. This damn gatekeeper's too arrogant. Teach him a lesson. Li Fei didn't even use the dagger on his body. To him, these people were all weaklings. He could take them down alone without effort. Except for the 3 women who did not participate, all the men were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Feixiang had his foot stomped hard. He rolled around clutching his knee, sweating in agony. Lily, help me up. Yao Lily stared blankly at Li Fei, who was stretching his muscles after the fight. Only after a while did she hear her boyfriend calling her. I'm coming, she said reluctantly. She walked over, but her eyes were still fixed on Li Fei, as if trying to attract his attention. When helping Zhang Feixiang, she deliberately avoided direct contact, only grabbing his sleeve so their hands would not touch. Lily, why are you so weak? Put some strength into it. Stop dragging your feet. Zhang Feixiang frowned in pain. Yao Lily rolled her eyes in displeasure. She had just seen him get kicked away without even touching Li Fei. When she turned back to him, however, her gaze immediately softened again. She said sweetly, Feixiang, I'm sorry. I just got so scared seeing you hurt like that. I was completely overwhelmed. I was only thinking about you. Her voice was so soft that only the 2 of them could hear. Zhang Feixiang couldn't resist her coquettish tone. He was about to kiss her red lips when the pain in his back flared up again and he screamed. The others were the same. What they thought was fading pain came back even stronger, like their bodies were being torn apart layer by layer, as if they were falling through the 18 levels of hell. This beating had a lingering aftereffect. clearly mixed with Li Fei's personal frustration. Li Fei lazily pulled out his dagger and slashed it through the air toward Gao Pingu's head. So, he said coldly, tell me immediately, how did you find this place? Gao Pingu trembled violently, his earlier arrogance gone. Now he looked like nothing more than a frightened civilian. We're from the neighboring district. The flood has already reached the rooftops, so we put on diving suits to find a tall building for shelter. Someone in our group saw lights here at night occasionally, so we followed them and found this place. Li Fei immediately noticed he was leaving out key details. Before that, he asked, what were you all doing? Gao Pingu rolled his eyes and claimed they were construction workers. With his dark skin and strong build, it sounded believable enough. Most of the men quickly followed his lead. When it came to Zhang Feixiang, however, a new identity appeared. He claimed to be an assistant to the chairman of Aeoli Company. When he mentioned Aeoli, he looked proud. It was a subsidiary of the Chun Group in City B, and his position was essentially equivalent to a deputy department head. Even regular employees there earned more than most private company managers. A security guard, huh? He sneered. Just listen to my cousin. When the flood goes down, I'll get you a job as a security team leader at Aeoli. Li Fei's mouth twitched in speechless annoyance. Have you ever seen a security team leader who can take on a whole group of people alone? The Chun Group sounded oddly familiar. His captain, Chun Machine, his father seemed to hold shares in one of the group's subsidiaries. Chapter 50. Aeoli Company. It was Yao Lily's turn. She brushed back a strand of loose hair, feigning shyness as she murmured softly, I also work at Aeoli. I'm mainly responsible for advertising and promotion of Aeoli products. Li Fei was genuinely puzzled. A subsidiary of the Chun Group worth hundreds of billions, how could it possibly have hired a bunch of weirdos like this? The men were all brainless, and the women kept twitching their eyes, all of them acting strangely foolish. Aeoli Company was one of the top enterprises in City B. When Zhang Feixiang mentioned it, he immediately lit up, as if he had found his home turf. Hey security guy, Zhang Feixiang said proudly. Tell us first how many people live inside and how much supplies you have. Later on, not only will I get you a promotion to security team leader at Aeoli, I'll also take you to enjoy the good life. I'll show you what real rich people enjoy. Seeing Li Fei remain expressionless, Zhang Feixiang assumed he was an ignorant bumpkin who had never seen the world and didn't understand Aeoli's legendary status in the industry. So he began enthusiastically explaining the company's market value, industries, and employee benefits. Li Fei, oh, not interested. I've got money. The group burst into laughter, treating his words as a joke. If he really had money, he wouldn't be working as a gatekeeping security guard. Zhang Feixiang continued trying to win him over, painting a grand picture. Security guy, just let us in, and tell us everything about this building. I personally will give you 500,000 yuan and a house in the third ring area. Li Fei. He clicked his lighter. The metallic snap was sharp and irritating. A flame flickered up. Building tenant employee, rules. No smoking allowed. He flicked it a couple of times. The craving hit him, but he forced himself not to light a cigarette. He licked his slightly dry lips, looking carefree and rebellious, but his tone remained oddly respectful. Building owner, you've been watching from the shadows for a while now. Time to come out and take control. Shen Ruoran wasn't surprised that Li Fei had noticed her. He was an experienced special forces soldier. When Gao Pingu saw that only a beautiful woman in a long dress stepped out, he was overjoyed. So the building owner was just a fragile woman with looks. Taking over this place might be much easier than the building in the neighboring district. He glanced at Li Fei, whose attitude toward the woman didn't seem especially respectful, and immediately formed his own plan. No one would refuse 500,000 yuan and a house. The security guard definitely wouldn't risk helping her. He believed Li Fei would not be foolish enough to resist them. Struggling to his feet, Gao Pingu hid his aggression and pretended to be an ordinary refugee. So you're the building owner? He asked. What conditions do we need to stay here? Shen Ruoran glanced at him with obvious disgust, immediately thinking of Shi Jingtao. Conditions, she said coldly. You're not qualified. Hey, don't push your luck. one of Gao Pingu's loyal subordinates shouted back. Even while injured and in pain, he forced himself to finish the sentence. With our boss here, no one will dare mess with us or steal supplies in the future. This will be our territory. Gao Pingu, furious, tried once again to win Li Fei over before acting. Security guy, remember our offer. Don't interfere. You'll become one of us and rise to the top too. Li Fei ignored him completely. He pulled the dagger from its sheath and asked Shen Ruoran, "Do you want me to tie them up or throw them out?" "No need. I'll clean them up myself." The men led by Gao Pingu secretly sighed in relief. At least they wouldn't have to face Li Fei. Li Fei, who had been preparing to act, froze slightly. "You're fighting in a dress?" he asked in disbelief. Shen Ruoran let out a cold snort. Dealing with these people didn't even require lifting her leg. She picked up the wooden stool that Li Fei had been resting on and with brute force, snapped it in half, shaping one side into a sharp wooden leg. She weighed it in her hand. "You all come at once," she said contemptuously. "Otherwise you're just wasting my time." "Wow," Li Fei muttered, stepping aside with his arms crossed, preparing to enjoy the show. Gao Pingu, who hated being provoked the most, gritted his teeth and charged forward. Shen Ruoran easily dodged him. To the others, her movement looked almost like she had vanished. Before Gao Pingu could even turn around, he was struck in the back with overwhelming force. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. He landed right at Zhang Feixiang's feet. Trembling, Zhang Feixiang reached a hand under his cousin's nose. No breath. He had been killed by a single strike. His heart pounded violently as if it were about to burst out of his chest. In a state of panic and broken screams, Shen Ruoran used the wooden club like a golf stick, sweeping Zhang Feixiang and the others away one by one. The bodies floated away rapidly. The remaining 3 women trembled uncontrollably, lips shaking as they begged. "Please don't kill us, we can do anything, please spare us." Shen Ruoran remained perfectly fair in dealing with criminals. She pointed at the pile of diving suits on the ground. "Put them on and leave. You are not welcome here either." Yao Lily wanted to use her usual coquettish pleading, but a sharp warning from Shen Ruoran's eyes made her freeze. "Hurry up. Otherwise I'll personally escort you out the same way I did the men." Yao Lily shuddered and immediately abandoned her thoughts. She quickly put the diving suit back on. Before leaving, she glanced deeply at the corridor, and at Li Fei. Clap, clap, clap. "Building owner, you're hiding your strength well. That kind of clean, brutal killing style. I've never seen it before." Li Fei admired strong fighters the most. He had a rebellious personality. During military training, he refused to submit to anyone. He excelled in hand-to-hand combat, shooting, and reconnaissance. Originally, he had been assigned as an assistant instructor at a higher-level post. But after losing to Chan Machine in combat, he accepted him and chose to follow his team in missions. Now Li Fei was completely captivated by Shen Ruoran's decisive, lethal techniques. He kept applauding. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The way she fought didn't feel like a normal human being. "Building owner," he asked, "do you take apprentices? I want to learn those moves. Next time new visitors come in, I can use them on them too." A drop of blood had splashed onto Shen Ruoran's hand. Her cleanliness obsession flared up, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. She raised a cold eyebrow. "No. I'm leaving. You do your job properly." After wiping her hand with an alcohol wipe, she looked at Li Fei again and said. Chapter 51. The Security Booth. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. He suddenly seemed to understand why, among the 5 of them, the first-floor security role had fallen to him. People like Gao Pingu, scum of society like him, if it were Chan Machine, Wu Wei, Owen or Tang Chanan dealing with them, they would definitely follow pre-apocalypse legal procedures. It would be slow, troublesome, and they might even be manipulated by cunning people. But Li Fei was different. He was strong-willed, and his method of solving problems was very similar to Shen Ruoran's. Anything that made him uncomfortable, he would just beat it into submission first. An hour later, Shen Ruoran changed into a loose white tracksuit and walked downstairs carrying a blade and a baton. She met Li Fei's gaze and nodded in greeting, placing the items in her arms on the ground. Given what happened today, what do you think about setting up a security booth next to the main gate? I also plan to set up a patrol booth on the 10th floor. Both booths will be equipped with landline phones for communication. Li Fei immediately became interested. A grin spread across his face as he tried to negotiate for extra perks. Can the booth be a bit bigger? I saw a recliner in the supermarket's daily goods section. Can we put one here so I can rest when I'm free? Shen Ruoran tapped her fingers against the silver-white wall, blinking as she considered the feasibility. Although the main gate and the first-floor staircase were far apart, a fairly large security booth could be built. But she also planned to install surveillance screens, desks, and chairs in both booths. If a recliner was added on top of that, the space would become very cramped. Let's talk about it tomorrow, she said. Perhaps after tonight's upgrade, many decisions about the building would be overturned. After resolving the intruders in the afternoon, Li Fei no longer felt the morning's restless boredom. As soon as work ended, he happily went up to the 3rd floor for dinner. When Chun Maxin and Wu Wei entered the dining hall, they happened to meet Bojia's gaze. Bojia had moved a chair from the corner to the center of the largest table, leaving one side open for the stove. Brother Chun, Brother Wu, perfect timing, he said. Today the building owner is treating everyone to iron pot chicken. We're sitting 14 people per table. Chun Maxin paused, then walked over to help move chairs while casually asking, when I saw you in the elevator this afternoon, you didn't mention this. Did the building owner just notify you? Bojia nodded, then shook his head again. It should have been announced about 2 hours ago. I was helping Sister Qing in the kitchen, so I only started setting things up now. Announcement? Chun Maxin silently noted the word. By his estimation, 2 hours ago was roughly when they had gone up to the 28th floor to meet Shen Ruoran. Which meant, only after they took the first step of submission did she truly accept them. Neatly arranged trays of food were placed on the movable serving rack, ready to go into the pot. The first layer held meats, lamb rolls, beef rolls, shrimp paste, fish balls, beef tripe, duck blood, and more. The second layer held vegetables, cabbage, spinach, kelp, tofu skin, tofu, and others. The third layer contained starches, vermicelli, rice cakes, cheese rice cakes, potato noodles, and instant noodles. Jia Feifei arrived second. The moment she saw the enormous pot in the center, her eyes lit up like stars, and she spun around excitedly on the spot. The aroma of chicken drifting from under the lid sent her adrenaline soaring. Her long hair swayed as she walked in black high heels toward the cooking area, enthusiastically praising Zhou Qing's skills while staring at the sweet and sour pork being served. Finished with chopped scallions on top, it looked perfect. Aunt Zhou, I'll carry this dish, Jia Feifei said, quickly tying up her hair and naturally taking on the work. She genuinely loved this building that had given her a second life. When Shen Ruoran sat down, only Professor Lu Chuan and Tang Chanan had not arrived yet. Looks like Professor Lu really likes the lab on the 21st floor, she said. Owen, go call them. It's off-duty time, no overtime. Too much overtime leads to sudden death. Her expression was serious. She had experienced this before, and did not want anyone in her building to repeat the same mistake. She added, if he insists on working today, then tomorrow I'll force Professor Lu to take a mandatory day off. Owen raised his head and gave an okay gesture before running off. Everything was ready. Zhou Qing removed her apron and sat down beside Bojia. The timer finished. The lid was lifted. In an instant, steaming heat surged out. The iron pot chicken simmered richly in its broth, with soft potatoes and noodles rolling in the sauce. Just looking at it was enough to make one's mouth water. Shen Ruoran picked up a piece of golden, crispy sweet and sour pork and placed it in her bowl, signaling everyone to start eating. So fragrant, Li Fei said impatiently. He quickly grabbed a piece of steaming chicken, blew on it twice and shoved it into his mouth. He shouted that it was hot but didn't slow down at all. Everyone else buried themselves in eating. Even Chun Maxin, who had resisted eating the previous day, joined in wholeheartedly, stuffing bite after bite into his mouth. When Owen and the others returned half an hour later, most of the food had already been devoured, over 6 jin of chicken gone, barely anything left. The remaining trays were nearly empty too. Their stomachs immediately growled loudly. Faces red, they quickly sat down and started eating frantically. Zhou Qing had prepared enough for 20 people, but 14 people finished it perfectly, down to the last drop of soup. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Shen Ruoran cleared her throat and tapped her bowl lightly with her chopsticks. Everyone looked up. She spoke calmly. I've decided to set up a security booth on the first floor and a patrol booth on the 10th floor. Both will be equipped with telephones. If there is an emergency on the first floor, the patrol team can be called for support, and vice versa. In addition, surveillance screens will be installed in both booths. If security or patrol personnel fail to detect abnormalities in time, joint accountability penalties will apply. She opened her hands slightly, inviting discussion. This is our first official meeting. If you have any suggestions, feel free to speak freely. I chose dinner time on purpose so no one feels restrained. Tang Chanan raised his hand. After catching her gaze, he spoke clearly. We don't currently have mobile phones for communication. Since we're installing landlines, can we also install them in public areas in everyone's rooms? Chapter 52 Discussion. He gave an analogy. For example, if little brother Bo receives an order from the building owner to notify everyone in the building that they cannot leave their rooms after 10 p.m., if every place had a phone installed, he could complete the task much more efficiently. Wouldn't that be better? Owen nodded in agreement. With telephones installed, he wouldn't have to run all the way up to the 21st floor to call people down for meals. He could just make a single call. Otherwise, by the time he brought everyone over, the food would already be mostly gone. Shen Ruoran rested her chin on her hands. She first encouraged Tang Chanan for his suggestion, then rejected it coldly. No. But you can rent telephone usage rights from me for 100 wealth points per year, and separately pay for the electricity the phones consume every month. Hearing her mention electricity fees, Tang Chanan pragmatically followed the logic and asked, what about the communication fees generated by the phone calls? When Shen Ruoran first mentioned installing telephones, Chen Machine had also been curious. Landlines require numbers. Was there a communications base station built somewhere on the top floor, impervious to wind and rain? Shen Ruoran's expression became inscrutable. She did not answer directly. Once the phones are installed, I'll teach you how to use them. Of course, these were not ordinary telephones. In one of her Infinite World survival instances, the rule of survival that time was teamwork or individual. The initial clue was a phone in a single room with no wire. Players had to defeat a ghost that only appeared at night and pull out its only strand of black hair, using it as a telephone wire. Once the phone had a wire, it could connect to other phones of the same type and communicate across space, exchanging critical information to break the scenario. Truth could be spoken, or lies could be told. Later, Shen Ruoran had used overwhelming brute force to break the spatial constraints of that world, ignoring the rules entirely. She raided every room for resources, including phones and the monster hair wires. She had made the ghosts and players of that infinite game world tremble in fear. It was also during that experience that she discovered the pure joy of looting entire rooms, and she had continued that philosophy ever since. Zhou Qing left her seat and brought over a stack of disposable plastic cups, pouring boiled water for everyone. Shen Ruoran took a sip and calmly asked again, any further suggestions regarding the security booth and patrol booth? When it came to infrastructure planning for the building, people like Lai Yeqing and the others knew they had nothing constructive to offer. They all lowered their heads and remained silent, like students hoping not to be called on in class. When Shen Ruoran asked a second time, Chen Machine lightly touched his sharp chin. His brows were tightly furrowed, and after some thought, he finally spoke. Building owner. The residents entering the building are unlikely to cause major security issues internally. Could we add one more person to security and reduce one from patrol instead? It was a reasonable suggestion, but it was still rejected. I believe that when uncontrollable situations arise among incoming visitors, Li Fei alone can handle them more efficiently and effectively than a larger team. She then used the afternoon incident as an example and asked what Chen Machine would have done with Gao Pinggu and his group. As expected, his answer followed a familiar template in 3 steps. First, ideological persuasion reinforced with legal reasoning, explaining what laws they violated, fines and prison time. Second, restrain them using available tools to limit their movement. Third, Notify the building owner to handle the aftermath. The other 3 also gave similar answers. You are fortunate, Shen Ruoran said calmly, to have met me while the disaster is still not at its worst. From here on, things will only get worse. In most cases, human nature becomes increasingly cruel in order to survive. That is why only Li Fei is suitable for first-floor security. Hearing her affirmation of his role, Li Fei's chest swelled with pride. He grinned foolishly, internally interpreting her words as, among the 5 of them, he was the most capable and therefore entrusted with guarding the building's most important entrance. Professor Lu Chuan, having caught the key point, rarely spoke up. Building owner, do you mean the heavy rain will never stop? The room instantly fell silent except for their breathing. Everyone waited for her answer. The longer they stayed in the building, the more they unconsciously regarded her as their pillar of survival. Shen Ruoran thought for a moment, still not giving a direct answer. The rain may stop someday. But don't forget, country R has recklessly discharged nuclear wastewater, ignoring the world. The oceans are connected. Sooner or later it will reach here. And when that happens, humanity will face a true extinction-level disaster. Lu Chuan fell silent. He agreed with her assessment. Chen Ruoran moved his lips as if to speak, but Lu Chuan stopped him and spoke instead. Building owner, I have a very important set of research data that must be delivered to the Capital Research Institute as soon as possible. Renting a submarine costs 2,000 wealth points including the deposit. At our current earnings, the 6 of us would need at least 2 months to accumulate that. Could you make an exception and let Captain Chan and Wu Wei go first, deducting the costs gradually from our salaries? Chen Ruoran and Wu Wei looked at her with obvious pleading in their eyes. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainty. Shen Ruoran leaned forward with interest, resting her pale arm on the table. Can your research data be backed up? Show it to me. Maybe I can understand it faster than the Research Institute. The room erupted in shock. After all, anti-nuclear research was widely regarded as one of the most difficult scientific fields in the world. Everyone assumed she was joking, especially since she had once asked Lu Chuan very basic questions about nuclear science. Lu Chuan smiled in embarrassment and also assumed she was speaking lightly. Building owner, the professors at the Research Institute are among the top scholars in the world. Delivering the results to them as soon as possible will better contribute to our country's anti-nuclear efforts. But in truth, Chapter 53 The Bank. Over the past few days, she had finished reading all the published books on nuclear science available on the market. Now she wanted to see national-level classified formulas and data. Published books were too shallow, lacking depth, pieced together randomly, incomplete in content. Reading them was frustrating. Lu Chuan did not want to share his materials. Shen Ruoran also did not press him. She knew that such an important research project meant everyone involved must have signed strict confidentiality agreements. But that did not stop her from quietly extracting the information from Lu Chuan in the future without anyone noticing. Building owner, do you agree with the buy now, pay later lending plan? The topic had drifted off course. Chen Ruoran could not help but ask again, clearly anxious. Under the pressure of the storm, nuclear wastewater might arrive much sooner than predicted. They were running out of time. Shen Ruoran, who knew the full timeline of the disaster, wore a serious, righteous expression and firmly rejected Lu Chuan's win-win proposal. In truth, she had her own plans. Once the building's operations were fully stabilized, she also intended to visit the capital, to see what the safe zones and research institutes there were like compared to her own building. And besides, if her employees wanted to travel, they would have to pay her wealth points on top of it. To her, that was the real win-win. Unable to persuade the building owner, Chen Ruoran let out a long sigh in his heart and secretly planned to hold another meeting that night. They needed to figure out how to quickly earn 2,000 wealth points. With the phone discussion concluded, Shen Ruoran began calculating everyone's debts. Jia Feifei had already cleared hers. Chen Ruoran had promised to repay all his first-day residency debt by the next morning. As for Lai Yeqing and the others who were heavily in debt, the burden was immense. They patted their chests and assured her, "Boss, we'll work hard and live frugally. We'll definitely pay off the 600 wealth points as soon as possible." Ahem. Li Fei, who had been drinking water, suddenly choked. Leaning toward Zhou Ergui beside him, he asked, "Brother, what did you guys even do to owe so much?" Chen Ruoran also quietly perked up his ears. He was curious too. Why would the building owner lend 600 wealth points to Lai Yeqing and the others, but refuse to lend 2,000 to them? Feeling both embarrassed and strangely proud, Zhou Ergui's ears turned red as he leaned closer to Li Fei and whispered, "Our lives were saved by the building owner. You can think of this debt as the medical fee for treating a terminal illness that we absolutely must repay." He thought he had spoken quietly, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. Apart from the people involved, all other gazes immediately turned toward him. They all signaled him with their eyes, urging him to continue. They wanted more. Life inside the building was like ancient times. No internet, nothing to do. This was the first real piece of gossip, and it involved the building owner. Zhou Ergui froze. He hadn't expected such a casual remark to spark so much curiosity. Building owner. Everyone seems really interested. Can I talk about it? Shen Ruoran shrugged indifferently. As you like. But the meeting isn't over yet. Zhou Ergui immediately shut his mouth and sat up properly. Everyone else straightened their posture too, feet neatly together like disciplined students. Shen Ruoran leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and spoke in a relaxed tone that carried a cold seriousness. Previous debts will have zero interest. Starting now, a wealth value lending bank will be established on the 10th floor. I will be in charge for the time being. Monthly interest will be 1%. Reduced by 0.2% for each week of early repayment. If repayment is overdue, the person will be expelled from the building and blacklisted. She snapped her fingers at Bojia and assigned him tomorrow's task. Add this rule to the resident employee handbook. Also update the floor guide and include the new areas we discussed today. As for the 4 patrol-type workers, starting tomorrow you will be responsible for building the security booth and patrol booth. She pointed at Chen Ruoran and the others, smiling slightly in encouragement. Work hard. When you go to the capital, I might even give you a fortune. The meeting ended. After she left, everyone quickly gathered around Zhou Ergui and the other 3. Even the usually calm Zhou Qing joined in. She also wanted to hear how the building owner had saved them. Zhou Ergui cleared his throat and began narrating in a deep theatrical voice. When the flood reached half the height of the building, even the heaviest refrigerator in my hometown was about to be swept away. The rain never stopped, it only got heavier. Seeing the situation turn bad, Brother Chung led us to take our supplies and drift here on a bamboo raft. When we arrived, survivors were still gathered on the 2nd floor and above. Everyone listened with heavy expressions, especially Chen Ruoran's team, who had spent the longest time dealing with floods. At the beginning of disaster relief, the rising waters mostly only swallowed household items on the 1st floor. But as time passed, the rain intensified, and floating corpses became common in the water. Half an hour later, Zhou Ergui had just reached the part where they were forced by Gao Pingu's gang to grow vegetables, surviving on barely a mouthful of food and water. Seeing everyone so engaged, Lai Yeqing withdrew the hand he had raised to tell him to get to the point. Another half hour passed before the story reached the point where they finally managed to grow cherry radishes. Zhou Qing, while listening, began clearing dishes. She hadn't forgotten she had to return before 10 p.m. Jia Feifei and Bojia helped her as well. The 3 of them communicated with gestures, afraid that speaking would make them miss Zhou Ergui's narration. At 9:10 p.m., the most exciting part of the story was nearing its end. Jia Feifei blinked in disbelief and asked, "The building owner looks so gentle and delicate. Are you sure she can take down grown men with one kick?" Zhou Qing also looked doubtful. Was this just a staged act to establish authority? You can hint to her that we already respect and like her. She doesn't need to go to such lengths. I'll remember her kindness for life just from being allowed to stay here. Chen Ruoran said nothing, but his eyes kept scanning Lai Yeqing and the others, as if evaluating their credibility. He clearly leaned toward Zhou Qing's view. After all, he had previously been the troublemaker of the building. Li Fei, deep in thought. Chapter 54. Discussion continues. During the meeting, Shen Ruoran had mentioned this incident, but she only told half the story. Those who didn't know the full situation would assume it was Li Fei who had driven off the intruders. After Li Fei's enthusiastic addition to the story, those who had not witnessed Shen Ruoran fighting with their own eyes were left staring blankly, their mouths hanging open in shock. The building owner is insanely strong. She's like an overpowered late-game anime protagonist. So strong. Bojia's voice suddenly rose in excitement. He even jumped up, causing Zhou Qing to feel slightly dizzy from the commotion. Chen Ruoran fell silent for a moment, then asked Li Fei, "Compared to the building owner, how do the rest of us measure up in combat strength?" Li Fei thought for a moment and shook his head very decisively, replying seriously, "None of us can break a chair with our bare hands in 1 second. The building owner can even snap it into a sharp weapon. Dealing with Gao Pingu's group was like stepping on ants for her. I think none of us are her match. Her combat strength is unfathomable." 9:20 p.m. A brown wristwatch rang with a sharp alarm. The brightly lit dining hall was still lively, full of chatter and laughter. The topic had shifted from Shen Ruoran's one-strike victories to hometowns and life before the storm. Everyone was talking and laughing freely, completely forgetting that it was almost 10 o'clock. After assigning tasks earlier, Bojia had specifically set alarms on his watch. 9:20, 9:55, and 9:59. Normally, before the apocalypse, he would already be back in his room by 8 p.m. doing his own things. But as an extremely responsible chosen worker, he treated every order from Shen Ruoran with ritual seriousness, wanting to fully experience the timing of his boss's instructions. Bojia squeezed into the crowd, raised his left wrist, and pointed at the screen. "It's 9:20 now. It's almost 10 p.m. Everyone should disperse. Remember, do not leave your rooms after 10, or there will be consequences." "Got it. All right, let's head back. See you tomorrow." On the 7th floor, Li Fei and Zhou Ergui shook hands tightly. Their eyes were practically glued together with mutual admiration. They were very similar in personality, both blunt, both straightforward, speaking without filtering their thoughts. Because of this, they hit it off instantly and talked about everything under the sun. Zhou Ergui was eventually dragged out of the elevator by Feng Dashuang. He clung desperately to the metal door, fingers peeling off one by one, his face full of reluctance. Only after Lai Yeqing warned him with the authority of the building owner did he finally leave obediently. Li Fei, another enthusiastic talker, was blocked at the back by Wu Wei and Chen Ruoran. In the blind spot of the chat protagonist, the others exchanged helpless glances and forced bitter smiles. If not for the building owner mentioning that the apocalypse would never stop, they might not have bothered restraining Li Fei's talking at all. He could have happily gone on describing his special forces training and other experiences. The group returned to room 3002 with 27 minutes left before 10. 9:58, assemble in the living room, Chen Ruoran said, striding off immediately. In just 5 seconds he had already climbed several flights of stairs up to the 31st floor. Knowing their captain's urgency, Owen and Tang Chanan, both slow to bathe, ran back to their rooms while stripping off their clothes mid-walk. They had never had the habit of bathing every day before the apocalypse. Water had been scarce, and showers were impossible. Now that they finally had normal living conditions again, they were indulging in revenge showers, determined to scrub themselves completely clean every night. With only 5 minutes left until 10, Wu Wei, Li Fei, Owen, Tang Chanan, and Lu Chuan all sat in advance, waiting for Chen Ruoran's discussion. Sitting on the left sofa, Chen Ruoran placed his long legs together neatly, hands resting on his knees, and spoke in a cool tone. "2 things. First, we need to discuss how to earn enough wealth points to use the submarine to go to the capital as quickly as possible. Second, we need to figure out why exactly we are forbidden to leave our rooms after 10 p.m. tonight." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, puzzled. "Captain Chen, haven't you already decided to live in the building? Why are you still investigating the building owner's instructions?" Wu Wei leaned back and answered for him. "Professor Lu, it's like getting a formula, you still have to study how it was derived. We're genuinely planning to work for the building owner, but we also want to understand this very unusual place." Chen Ruoran nodded slightly. That was exactly what he meant. Before 10 o'clock, they began analyzing how to accumulate 2,000 wealth points as quickly as possible, or persuade the building owner to lend them the money first, deducting it from their salaries later. Lu Chuan suggested reviewing the employee panel again. He remembered a note about salary. Bonus calculated based on contribution. In other words, if he produced useful research results quickly, he could earn a substantial amount of wealth points. Owen and Tang Chanan reopened their status panels, but after rereading, they shook their heads in disappointment. Their probation salary was only 3 wealth points per month, rising to 6 after becoming full-time employees, with no bonus system. Wait, Owen suddenly said. There's a dot after the promotion notice. He clicked it, revealing a new line. After promotion, patrol-type workers must work night shifts, scheduled by the patrol team leader. Wu Wei, seeing Owen and Tang Chanan's disappointed faces, chuckled and then explained the reward system for outside patrol workers. My captain and I both get 6 wealth points after promotion as well. We do have bonuses, but only if we go outside. So we'll have to negotiate with the building owner to get permission to go out earlier. Owen turned and asked curiously, Old Wu, what are your bonuses based on? Collecting valuable resources and bringing back valuable people. A faint smile appeared on Chan Mashin's lips, his mood noticeably improving. There was hope. He then added, when we checked the promotion notes again, the system also included a map of City B. On it, there were several small human icons labeled with 3 to 10 wealth points. He speculated that outside patrol workers function like bounty hunters. Bringing those people back would earn rewards. The maps held by Wu Wei and Chan Mashin were similar to Shen Ruoran's identification map, but with far less detailed information. The reward values also differed significantly. Finally, it was Li Fei's turn to open his employee panel again. His mood was completely different from before. Gone was his earlier frustration. He leaned comfortably into the sofa. Chapter 55. The building's first upgrade. Seeing how relaxed you are, you must be getting bonuses too, Wu Wei said with a laugh as he lightly punched Li Fei. Neither heavy nor light, just their usual way of joking around. Li Fei raised an eyebrow and let out a proud hum. Explain it in detail, Tang Chanan said, unable to hide the envy in his eyes. The base salary is the same, but jobs with commissions always feel more motivating. I get a bonus every time I defend the building. And after midnight, the system automatically transfers that wealth value into my account. Wu Wei excitedly shook Li Fei's head. So it turns out the first one among us to make extra money is you, huh? Not bad. Li Fei casually fixed his hair, looking extremely self-satisfied. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm Li Fei. Perfect at everything I do. Chan Mashin interrupted his narcissism and asked, how much wealth value can you get? Li Fei replied, the system only said a reward-type wealth value will be credited tomorrow. It didn't specify the amount. The clock pointed to the top of the hour. Everyone held their breath, fully focusing on what they could see and hear. A few minutes passed, but the surroundings remained silent. Li Fei stood up from the sofa and quietly walked to the door, pressing his ear against it and listening carefully. He didn't hear a single sound. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. What if he opened the door but didn't step outside? The doors of Xingju Garden all opened inward. Li Fei felt that opening and closing it without stepping out probably wouldn't violate the landlord's rules. His fingers, trembling with anticipation, slowly reached forward, like a thief about to act. Li Fei, don't touch it randomly. Chan Mashin noticed his movement and sharply scolded him, frowning. Li Fei reluctantly pulled his hand back, muttering, opening the door but not going out shouldn't count as breaking the landlord's rules, right? Chan Mashin pressed her lips together, her gaze dark and unreadable. Don't take risks. The fearless Li Fei only feared Chan Mashin when she was angry. He shrank his head and suddenly jumped from behind the sofa back onto his seat, sitting properly. Among the 6 of them, only Owen and Tang Chanan didn't yet have ways to earn money, but both of them stated that during their free time, they would try to find ways to do business and make profit. At the end of the meeting, Chan Mashin reminded them, I know it's very difficult for everyone to earn 2,000 wealth points in a short time, but right now we must push ourselves to the limit and earn as much as possible. We have to gather 2,000 points within 1 month. Do you have confidence? Yes. Their roar shook the walls with powerful determination. In the neighboring apartment 3001, Bo Jiu, wearing black flip-flops, had just come out to pour water when he was startled by the sudden shout. His body trembled, and a few drops spilled from his cup onto the floor. He froze for a moment, listened carefully but heard nothing else. He took a tissue from the counter, crouched down and wiped the wet floor clean. Next to the kitchen, the bedroom door opened and Zhou Qing walked out groggily, yawning twice. "Aunt Qing, did that sound wake you up?" Bo Jiu asked, about to return to his room, but turned back when he heard movement. Zhou Qing nodded, sincerely impressed. "Are Captain Chan and the others training at night? As expected of people protecting the country." Bo Jiu scratched his ear uncertainly. The sound didn't really seem like training, but he didn't refute her. After saying goodnight to Zhou Qing, he returned to his room and continued playing his offline game console. The clock pointed to 11 p.m. Normally, his biological clock would keep him awake for another half hour, but tonight he unexpectedly felt sleepy early. His hand gradually lost strength, and the console rested on the blanket. His eyelids slowly closed, and within seconds he fell asleep. Soon after, heavy banging sounds echoed throughout the entire building. Strangely, all residents inside had fallen into deep sleep, except Shen Ruoran. The large living room TV was playing a health yoga video. Shen Ruoran adjusted her breathing and sat cross-legged, slowly stretching her delicate body. The banging stopped, followed by a crackling electric noise, then the sound of painting or coding something. At 2 a.m., the building sank into absolute darkness and silence. No lights, no sounds. She rarely went to bed before midnight, but this time Shen Ruoran only slept for 8 hours. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, the familiar bedroom layout still in view. A cluster of red dots appeared in the corner of her system panel. She didn't rush to check them. Following her usual routine, she washed up first. While eating breakfast, she opened the notifications. After swallowing a bite of hot beef noodles, she scooped up some broth. The warmth instantly spread through her stomach, very satisfying. After 3 bites of noodles, she tapped the nearest red dot. "Congratulations, the building has been upgraded. XX building, pending name, has successfully reached level 2. Since she had lived in the building for a while, she had never really thought about naming it. Now that the system required it, she put down her chopsticks and thought carefully. Not great at naming, she struggled for a long time before casually choosing something very fitting. Worker Survival Building. Congratulations, the building has been upgraded. Worker Survival Building, named, has successfully reached level 2. 2 more messages popped up automatically. Current building account balance, 423.2 wealth points. Second upgrade requirement, spend 2,000 wealth points. Shen Ruoran curled her lips slightly in satisfaction, her long pale legs gently swinging. She seemed to be in a good mood. 2,000 wealth points. That was exactly the condition she set for allowing Captain Chan to use the submarine to travel to the capital. She believed Captain Chan would definitely find ways to stimulate their earning potential and gather 2,000 points as quickly as possible, and at the same time complete the building's second upgrade. The system panel displayed a map of the building. Shen Ruoran scanned it floor by floor, noticing no obvious changes compared to before. Her gaze stopped on the 9th floor as she continued eating noodles. Still the same layout and furniture, no visible differences. She swiped the building interface. Unexpectedly, 2 underground floors had appeared beneath the first floor. Each basement level was twice the area of a normal floor. Intrigued, she quickly finished her noodles, no longer as calm as before, and hurried into the elevator to the -1 floor. When she arrived, she was a bit stunned by what she saw. She twitched her lips in annoyance, lifting her white shoe slightly so the heel tapped the ground. That's it? A few hundred square meters of bare concrete space. Nothing at all, not even painted walls. Unconvinced, she went back into the elevator and pressed -2. She steadied her breathing before opening her eyes again. It was the same as the -1 floor. Shen Ruoran opened all the unread. Chapter 56. Regional Attribute Upgrades. The ecological breeding zone on floors 26 to 27 grants a 1% enhancement of high-quality air and suitable temperature. Crop cultivation success rate increases by 0.2%, and animal breeding reproduction success rate increases by 0.2%. Laboratories on floors 24 to 25. Experimental personnel's cognitive purification improves by 0.001%, limited to inside the laboratories. Clinics 2203 and 2303. Patient's self-healing ability increases by 0.001% per day, limited to inside the clinics. Warehouse and supermarket on floor 21. 2 additional storage cabinets added. Food preservation time flow ratio becomes 1 to 1.5. 3RD floor restaurant and food shops. No changes. 2ND floor factory. No changes. When Shen Ruoran saw that 2 storage cabinets had been added to the 21st floor, she suddenly remembered the inversion device she had taken from the Wantong building. She casually tossed it into a corner of the supermarket's fresh food section. The building currently had no spoiled food, so the inversion device was not needed for now. With no experimental materials available, her curiosity about it had to be set aside for the moment. The attribute upgrades of areas like the ecological breeding zone and laboratories made Shen Ruoran look at the bare basement floors with slightly more favor. The disgust in her eyes lessened a little. But the restaurant and factory, she silently kept them in mind. These 2 areas clearly had no changes, yet they still appeared in her system panel. This upgrade had also shown something else. Unchanged areas still being listed in notifications. Why were only the restaurant and factory highlighted among them? Shen Ruoran's eyes brightened, a playful smile curling at her lips. It seemed the next few upgrades would be even more interesting than expected. After walking around, she still found nothing of value. She held her hand up near her delicate oval-shaped face, carefully observing the structure of the unfinished basement floors. She already had a rough plan for the 2 underground levels. By around noon, the sleep-inducing factor, attached to the tenants, gradually dissipated, and everyone slowly woke up. When Bo Jiu opened his eyes, faint sunlight filtered through the heavy rain outside and merged with the bedroom light that had been on all night. The handheld game console beside him had already run out of battery. He lowered his gaze. His watch showed 10:46. He blinked in confusion, realizing he had somehow stayed half-sitting in the same position all night. Was he really that sleepy last night? When he stood up, he felt unusually energetic, his whole body full of strength. As he opened the bedroom door, he almost bumped into Zhou Qing, who was hurriedly putting on her shoes. Bo Jiu's surprise deepened. Aunt Qing, did you just wake up too? Zhou Qing was in such a hurry that she hadn't even put her socks on properly. She shoved them into her shoes and rushed toward the door without turning back. Yes. I don't know why I woke up so late. I usually wake up even earlier than my alarm. But today I didn't even hear it at all. I can't talk now, Xiao Bo. I need to go to the restaurant first. Oh dear, I've really messed up. I missed making breakfast. After I finish lunch, I have to apologize to everyone. The landlord might even dock my salary. Before Bo Jiu could say anything to comfort her, she had already run off. He muttered in surprise with an oddly fresh perspective. Didn't expect Aunt Qing in her 50s to run that fast. That speed looked like something only an athlete could manage. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Between eating instant noodles at home or going to the restaurant, he chose the latter. If Aunt Qing needed help, he should be there. Sitting by the door, he chose a pair of Martin boots, quickly put them on, and headed for the elevator to the 3rd floor. Hey little brother Bo, what a coincidence. We meet again at the elevator. Owen's teasing voice came from behind, making Bo Jiu flinch. The right elevator was descending, while the left one was going up from the -2ND floor. 2-112. Holy! Bo Jiu and Owen simultaneously blurted out in shock. They looked at each other, trembling in disbelief at what they had just seen. Especially Bo Jiu. He had lived in Xingju Garden for over half a year and knew for certain there had never been any basement floors. This felt unreal. Wu Wei, Chen Maxin, Tang Chanan, Li Fei, and Lu Chuan soon arrived one after another, each carrying bags. Sensing something strange in the atmosphere, Chen Maxin frowned and said carefully, "What's wrong with you two? We're neighbors, don't let small things cause conflict." Owen waved it off mysteriously. The elevator is about to stop on the 30th floor. Team leader, once you go in, you'll understand why we look like this. Though confused, the others stepped into the elevator. Like all buildings in Xingju Garden, there used to be ads in the elevator. But this building had them replaced by Shen Ruoran with a new tenant survival guide. Li Fei checked it first but saw nothing new. Tang Chanan instinctively pressed the third floor button. Then he froze. B basement level 1? Oh my god. There are 2 underground floors? His voice sharpened in disbelief. Lu Chuan adjusted his glasses calmly and suggested, "Why don't we go down and take a look at -1 first? Breakfast can wait." But his legs hidden under the coat were trembling slightly. Bo Jiu had just recovered from his shock when he heard that suggestion and asked, "You didn't eat breakfast either?" Aunt Qing also woke up late this morning. At least her guilt will be less now. Several gazes turned toward him. Chun Maxin frowned deeply. "You all woke up about 15 minutes ago?" "All?" Bo Jiu seemed to understand something and nodded firmly. So it was the building's influence. Everyone had woken up late. The elevator reached -1. The doors opened. Everyone froze. A huge empty space. Nothing else. "Go check -2? Owen looked outside and asked. No one objected. They went down. -2 was identical. Bo Jiu instinctively hid behind Chun Maxin, frightened. He thought he heard footsteps approaching, closer and closer. "Landlord, what a coincidence. Are you planning to design this floor?" Li Fei laughed awkwardly as he saw Shen Ruoran, connecting everything that had happened today in his mind. All of them wore the same expression. Ever since meeting Shen Ruoran, it felt like... Chapter 57. Collective Late Arrival. Shen Ruoran's eyes flickered. She curved her lips into a sly smile. "Let's go. The -1 and -2 floors are not yet open. There's nothing to stay here for." Hearing her say that, everyone suppressed their curiosity obediently. Third floor restaurant. Zhou Qing was hurriedly and irritably working in the restaurant. Steaming, stir-frying, and boiling were all happening at the same time. "Sorry, Aunt Qing. I woke up late today. Is there any breakfast left? I want to grab something to fill my stomach first." As soon as Jia Feifei entered and smelled the food, she blushed in embarrassment. Zhou Qing lowered her head guiltily and secretly pinched her arm, leaving a red mark, as if punishing herself to remember this lesson. Before the others even entered the restaurant, Lai Yeqing's group's voices already arrived. "Qingjia, is there any breakfast left? We overslept today for some reason. We still need to report to the landlord later. We basically count as absent this morning." Sigh. All 6 of them had surprisingly similar reactions. They looked at each other for a few seconds, then blurted out in unison, "Did we all experience the same thing?" Their sense of guilt about missing work instantly lightened. If everyone only woke up after 10, then it was definitely not a coincidence. It must have been arranged by the building itself. When Shen Ruoran returned with the group, Lai Yeqing and the others quickly surrounded her. First, they sincerely apologized and explained their morning absence, then asked whether everyone had indeed woken up late. Even these rough men knew not to dig too deeply into the building's secrets. Shen Ruoran replied calmly, Today doesn't count as absenteeism. After eating, start your afternoon work earlier." Li Fei, Fang Dazhuang, and the loudest among them immediately cheered, praising the landlord for her fairness and wisdom, completely unlike the exploitative capitalists of the pre-apocalypse world. Shen Ruoran only smiled faintly. In reality, employee salaries were not deducted from the building's own account. In other words, wages were system-issued funds, unrelated to her at all. Only tenant consumption counted as building income. Her wealth points could only increase, not decrease. So for Shen Ruoran, these collective oversleeping incidents caused by non-human factors were simply ignored. Employees earning less did not benefit her in any way. Lunch and daily work. Lunchtime was short. Zhou Qing quickly stir-fried shredded beef with pickled vegetables and plain greens, and also steamed rice and meatballs in a rice cooker. Bo Jiu opened the rice cooker and used utensils to transfer the biggest meatballs into a warm serving tray. Fang Dazhuang paid and eagerly waited for the dishes. Because time was tight, there wasn't as much food as usual. After thinking for a moment, Shen Ruoran decided not to eat with the group, who always looked like they were starving. She went upstairs to have a bowl of shrimp wontons instead. 26th floor planting zone. In the breeding area next door, the feed had run out. Zhou Ergui followed Lai Yeching to the planting zone to get more feed from the warehouse. "Boss, come look at this." Feng Dezhuang squatted down and shouted excitedly at the lush green crops. They tended these plants every day and knew them better than anyone. But overnight, the crops seemed to have advanced significantly toward maturity. Too green. Almost unnaturally so. Several farmers put down their tools and inspected each plant carefully. If this growth continued, it would completely overturn their long-established agricultural knowledge. After some thought, Lai Yeching decided not to question it too deeply. Good things like this were better left unexamined. He called everyone to check the neighboring areas. Maybe the entire building had undergone a transformation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 23 eggs. Zhou Ergui leaned closer, the strong smell of chicken manure filling his nose as he recounted the eggs in the coop. He ran to the duck pen and counted even more eggs than usual. He grinned foolishly, then went to the pig pen, wrapping both hands around a piglet's belly to measure how much it had grown. Satisfied, he patted its head. It's definitely bigger." Lai Yunqing helped carry feed, smiling broadly. This year, the building would surely have a harvest season. Laboratory area. In the white-walled laboratory, Lu Chuan put on his lab coat and adjusted his sleeves, planning his afternoon experiments. The vast lab only had him alone. A stack of papers filled with dense numerical data lay on the table. He continued his meticulous research. He liked this place, but without assistance his progress was significantly slowed. He hesitated. Next time he saw Shen Ruoran, should he ask her to hire skilled assistants? Ideally, even colleagues from his field. He recorded data with a black pen, then glanced at the clock. It was 10 minutes faster than before. Had he missed a step? That shouldn't be possible. He laid out all recent experimental data and compared them carefully. Theoretically, such a 10-minute deviation was impossible. How could this be? That doesn't make sense, unless... A suspicion slowly formed. He removed his mask, took off his gloves, and moved to another experimental zone. After changing into the appropriate protective gear, he activated the isolation mechanism and continued his work. The precision timer stopped. 3 minutes 18.13 seconds. Sweat soaked through his protective gloves. In the corner hung a strange diagram filled with symbols and timing numbers. 2 minutes and 5.49 seconds. 2 minutes and 9.33 seconds. Lu Chuan removed the sheet and wrote down 3 minutes and 18.13 seconds with firm handwriting. Then he hung it back. Returning to the changing room, he wiped the cold sweat from his face and leaned against the cabinet, smiling upward. Perhaps he really could achieve nuclear-level research breakthroughs here. 21 days later, security booths and patrol stations were successfully completed under Chan Maxin's team. Li Fei lounged lazily on a reclining chair, rocking back and forth, watching surveillance feeds from the corridors and hallways. After finishing construction, Owen came to patrol the first floor and saw an office chair sitting alone outside the booth while someone was lying in. Chapter 58. External Patrol. With a dissatisfied expression, Owen knocked on the glass a few times and glared at Li Fei enviously. "You sure know how to enjoy yourself." Li Fei grinned in a very annoying way and raised his hand in the air, forming a 2 gesture. Owen immediately understood the provocation and turned away angrily. He muttered under his breath. "So what if you got a 2-point wealth bonus reward? Just wait until I figure out a way to earn extra money. I'll definitely earn more than you and faster too." "Captain, why are you and Wu Wei on the first floor?" Hearing Owen mention Captain, Li Fei jolted upright and quickly sat up from the recliner. Unfortunately, the supermarket lounge chair was too comfortable, and his momentum caused him to sway awkwardly. Embarrassed at being caught, he quickly stepped off the chair and laughed awkwardly. "Captain, what brings you to my security booth? No one's been coming in these past few days, so I just lay down to rest for a bit." Chan Maxin was in a good mood, a faint smile on his face. "The landlord just informed Wu Wei and me that she'll personally take us out on patrol today. We're here waiting for her on the first floor. If things went smoothly, they would soon get the chance to patrol the surrounding area." After a pause, he added, "Li Fei, no matter what job you're doing, you should never slack off. But you don't need to explain yourself to me. We're all working under the landlord now. Yes, sir. Shen Ruoran wore casual clothes today and carried a blue and white crossbody bag as she lightly stepped into the submarine. Chan Maxin and Wu Wei waved to their teammates before following her inside. Wu Wei, you drive. Destination: Wantong Building. A map of B City was placed in the cockpit, with Xingju Garden and Wantong Building marked clearly. Wu Wei studied it briefly and quickly started the vessel. Chan Maxin sat upright with his hands on his knees, his expression serious again, like he was on a real military mission. These past days, the heavy rain seemed to have tired itself out, turning into a light drizzle instead. The sun hid behind thick clouds, casting a weak glow. Floodwaters had dropped from the 11th floor to the 9th. The surface of the water was filled with floating corpses. Dense parasitic insects crawled over heads, abdomens and limbs, the softest parts, sucking and devouring. As elite soldiers, Wu Wei and Chan Maxin had excellent eyesight. Yet even they felt their stomachs churn at the sight of writhing insects covering rotting bodies that had been dead for who knows how many days. Water snakes coiled around necks, bearing sharp fangs as they tore into green-black flesh. A drowned rooster's bright yellow feathers had turned a hellish black. Its eyes had swollen to several times normal size, occupying nearly a third of its face. Its claws were twisted and stiff, covered in countless insects. Elsewhere, human corpses were pressed together with pigs. A large chunk of flesh was missing from the human chest, while the pig's head was jammed into the wound, forming a grotesque and horrifying scene. Before death, there must have been violent struggles. Their stomachs churned. They looked away, forcing down the urge to vomit. In contrast, Shen Ruoran calmly observed everything outside the submarine. Her tolerance was far greater than the two Special Forces soldiers. Boss, don't you find this disgusting? Even Chan Maxin, who had seen countless crime scenes, could barely endure it. Shen Ruoran spread her hands casually. I've seen worse. I'm used to it. You'll get used to it too in the future. Her tone carried a faint, almost imperceptible sadness. Chan Maxin's gaze darkened. He said nothing. So humanity was truly heading toward a dead end? Because Xingju Garden was higher in elevation than Wantong Building, Wu Wei drove the submarine up to the 10th floor. About 5 centimeters of water had already seeped inside. Renting for one day cost 0.05 wealth points. Buying it outright only cost 0.6 points. Shen Ruoran lifted 2 pairs of perfectly sized rain boots, smiling like a shrewd merchant. Chan Maxin's mouth twitched. Ever since the building changed, the landlord had become increasingly stingy, charging for everything, obsessed with wealth points. He exchanged helpless looks with Wu Wei, silently encouraging each other. Boss, we choose. Before they could finish, golden cartoon rain boots were already stepping freely across the flooded 10th floor. From behind them, Shen Ruoran continued leisurely. The price of rain boots stays the same. When we reach the 11th floor, towels will cost 0.07 wealth points each, and small packs of tissues will be 0.01. Such cheap and fair prices. Miss this chance and you won't get it again. Chan Maxin shook his head quickly. Boss, stop tempting us. We're about to reach our first 1,000 wealth points. We won't waste money on this. At the stairwell between the 10th and 11th floors, the two men sat down on the steps, aggressively shaking their feet dry and even using their hands to rub their wet toes. Who would have thought that these Special Forces soldiers would walk barefoot through floodwater just to save a fraction of a wealth point? The scene was almost unbearable to watch. Shen Ruoran couldn't bear to look anymore and muttered helplessly, "If you don't want to buy towels from me, at least use your socks." Wu Wei suddenly realized. He pulled out a sock and began wiping his feet. As expected of the landlord, so wise. I completely forgot socks could be used for this. Chan Maxin froze mid-rub, then silently took out his own sock as well. Shen Ruoran suppressed her urge to offer them towels out of cleanliness concerns, turned away and headed upstairs, leaving. Chapter 59. Return to Wantong Building. Shen Ruoran's destination was the 23rd floor of Wantong Building. Every time she passed a floor, she would go in and take a look, curious about how life had changed. The building was now being well managed by Elder Chan, along with Yuan Jiwei and Tu Zhozhou. A needle passed through a half-finished sweater. It felt thick and warm. Lu Yun lowered her head and blinked her sore eyes. Her lips were dry and peeling from long hours. She tapped the little girl sitting by her feet. Nan, pour mommy a cup of water. Just a little sip, don't pour too much. Huang Haohua, who was sweeping the floor, immediately dropped the broom and stopped the child. He happily dug out a half bottle of mineral water from under the bed and poured exactly 100 milliliters, then eagerly handed it to her mouth. Don't pour so much. Put some back. Water is limited in the building. What you poured is enough for me for the whole day, Lu Yun complained irritably. Huang Haohua looked like he had just heard the voice of heaven, grinning foolishly. My wife spoke to me for 30 words at once. On this floor, wardrobes and shelves were filled with knitted clothing and supplies made by the residents during this period. The original thread and materials left by Shen Ruoran had almost been used up. The past events had made everyone inside the building deeply cherish life. They also placed great importance on the tasks left by Shen Ruoran through Elder Chan. Men, women, elderly, and children alike had all repeatedly studied textile skills over and over again. They hoped to prove their value and repay the resources Shen Ruoran had given them for free. The mountains of sweaters, hats, and socks came as a pleasant surprise to her. As she went further up, the building now also had meeting rooms and teaching areas. At that moment, the classroom area was empty. Curious, Shen Ruoran stepped inside. Neatly arranged desks and chairs surrounded a blackboard. Notebooks and pens were stacked in perfect order. At the corner of the desks were two small baskets, one filled with scissors, needles, cotton, and cloth. The other contained colorful handmade test products. She took a closer look and found them quite cute. On the blackboard in the center was a step-by-step guide for making artificial down jackets. The handwriting wasn't pretty, but it was large and clear, with phonetic spelling carefully added, showing how considerate the teacher was. This place has quite a homely feel, Shen Ruoran said with satisfaction as she looked around. Her worker survival building could also take inspiration from this. Especially since this year included college entrance examinee Bojiu, it was even more important for him to study and think more. Further upstairs were the residents' dormitories. Each room was separated, maintaining privacy while still leaving some shared space. Shen Ruoran remembered that before she left, this area had been turned into chaotic shared sleeping quarters. Now it had completely transformed. No trace of its former oppression remained. There were women's dorms, men's dorms, and family dorms, all selectable according to preference. At the entrance of the 23rd floor hung two large plaques: Administrative and Residential Area of Building Management. Remember the 24 character core values. Never forget the kindness of the building's true ruler. Shen Ruoran. Thanks, but I'm socially dying a little. 2 meters inside. Another large board displayed the building's remaining supplies and daily distribution records in clear detail. Elder Chan, Tu Zhozhou, and Yuan Jiwei's offices were adjacent. Opposite them was another office and a spacious 100-square-meter bedroom. Further in were the 3 managers' bedrooms, and behind them were storage warehouses. A working printer was continuously outputting documents and tables. The double doors of the office were open, and on the left side of the desk sat a bowl of cold dumplings, about 6 pieces. Tu Zhozhou, sitting in the office chair, sighed while biting a pen. It's already been over a month. If the hidden manager of the building still doesn't show up, we're going to run out of food. At this rate, we'll finish all the yarn left by the manager today. What should we assign them tomorrow? People need work. Otherwise, those who can't eat enough will start causing trouble. Shen Ruoran's footsteps were very light. Tu Zhozhou didn't notice her and kept his head down, still staring at the newly printed tables, sighing deeply and worrying about the building's supplies. Elder Chan was already old, so he had handed most of the building's management over to Tu Zhozhou and Yuan Jiwei. With nothing much to do, he would walk downstairs occasionally. When he saw people playing Go, he would stand quietly and watch, sometimes even join a game or two. Occasionally, old friends from the 13th floor would come to visit him. Kai Wanhua visited the most often. Just as Shen Ruoran was about to knock on Elder Chen's office door, a loud voice came from inside. Elder Chan, under your leadership, life in the building has gotten better and better. We should also consider entertainment, like playing mahjong at noon like Old Chi and the others. Me and my sisters all really admire you. Back when we lived on the lower floors, I already thought you were extraordinary. With such a filial child sending you that inversion device, you're now living comfortably through this heavy rain. So happy and blessed. Elder Chun wasn't buying Kai Juanhua's flattery, but he still welcomed the company. After all, he was getting older and increasingly afraid of being alone. He filtered out her compliments automatically and coughed a few times. Don't think I'm too old to understand. Chapter 60 Reactivation. Old Chun is indeed wise. This building is perfect for our kind of entertainment. Mahjong, Go, Chinese chess. I don't know how to play any of those. Just think about it, such a big building and not even a deck of playing cards. Does that make any sense? Kai Wanhua said as she laughed, the wrinkles on her face trembling along with her expression. Do you think it's possible to have someone make a deck of playing cards by hand, just so everyone can satisfy their craving? Old Chun was a principled man and would not casually decide the allocation of the building's supplies. Even for a single ordinary sheet of paper, he would inform Tu Zhozhou and have it recorded. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Although Kai Juanhua's request did not involve essential supplies, Old Chun had heard Tu Zhozhou mention the building's resource situation several times over the past few days, and he felt very troubled. If it's not particularly necessary, let's keep everything simple for now. The building's supplies are very limited. Even paper and pens should be used sparingly. Kai Wanhua didn't think it was a big deal. She scooted a bit closer to Old Chun, unwilling to give up as she continued persuading him. Oh, Old Chun, it's just playing cards. It won't waste much material. I'm not asking you for food. Just tear a few sheets of paper of the same size, preferably a bit sturdier, and write a few characters on them. Wouldn't that do the job? If it weren't for the strict rule in the teaching area prohibiting tearing pages from notebooks, Kai Wanhua would have already torn out a stack while learning textile knowledge, then made a deck to play with others. Even though Kai Wanhua used all her persuasive skills and kept flattering Old Chun, he remained unmoved. No need to ask me. I won't interfere excessively with the building's supplies. After pestering Old Chun for quite a while and still failing to convince him, Kai Wanhua left resentfully, thinking she would come back again tomorrow. Life in the building had improved recently, and her urge to play cards had returned. If asking once didn't work, she would just ask several more times. Shen Ruoran stood behind the wall. After Kai Wanhua left, she walked over and knocked on Old Chun's door. Who is it? Old Chun, it's me. We met over a month ago. Finally, the one he had been waiting for had arrived. Old Chun excitedly opened the office door. His face flushed red, and his hands rubbed together anxiously. You're here. Please come in and sit. It was Old Chun's first time seeing Shen Ruoran without makeup. He was slightly stunned. Building manager, you are truly handsome. Elderly people often use handsome instead of beautiful or pretty when complimenting someone's appearance. Shen Ruoran didn't quite understand the language habits of this world and gave a faint smile. My name is Shen Ruoran. Or perhaps you can call me the building master. She quite liked that title. With a wave of her hand, a sticky lump appeared in the center of the tea table. Old Chun was not surprised by Shen Ruoran's magic. His attitude toward her remained one of complete respect and gratitude. Seeing the lump, Old Chun understood what he needed to do next. There were 3 buckets of reused water by the floor-to-ceiling window. He picked up the sticky mass and gently placed it into one of the buckets. The thick, viscous outer layer gradually dissolved in the water, and in the end, a box-sized gene sensor was revealed. Old Chun retrieved the sensor, shook it vigorously to remove the water, then skillfully opened it and pressed his fingerprint. Shi Jingtao is a very suspicious person, extremely cautious. So he came up with this crooked method, hiding the most important gene sensor of the inversion device inside something so disgusting. No normal person would think of that. Shen Ruoran nodded rapidly. It really was disgusting. Accessing items in her personal space required contact as a medium. She would rather expend her mental energy than touch that thing even a little. After the gene sensor was successfully reactivated, Old Chun showed no attachment to it. He pushed it toward Shen Ruoran, deliberately leaving a bit of distance so as not to touch her skin. Shen Ruoran blinked and used her mental power to store the gene sensor into her space. Knock, knock, knock. Tu Zhozhou knocked on the door 3 times from outside. Old Chun, 2 unfamiliar men have come to the 23rd floor. They said they're here to wait for someone. Old Chun subconsciously glanced at Shen Ruoran. She nodded calmly, and he vaguely guessed that the suddenly arrived strangers might be related to the building master. Zhozhou, bring them in. Shen Ruoran glanced at the two men who looked a bit uneasy and remarked, you two were really slow in the stairwell. Chun Machine awkwardly scratched his nose. It was their first time entering the Wantong building, so it was inevitable they took some time to look around. Like Shen Ruoran, they had also wandered up floor by floor.